NFSU hosts a number of academic schools, namely the School of Doctoral Studies and Research, School of Forensic Science, School of Cybersecurity and Digital Forensics, School of Engineering and Technology, School of Management Studies, School of Pharmacy, School of Behavioral Science, School of Open Learning, School of Medico-Legal Studies, School of Law, Forensic Justice and Policy Studies, School of Forensic Justice and Policy Studies, School of Police Science and Security Studies, and School of Forensic Psychology. The NFSU offers large number of postgraduate academic programs, along with various certificate courses through online mode. It also provides specialized training to officers from police and judiciary, defense forces, banking and finance, customs and immigrations, investigating agencies of the country and across the world.
गुजरात फोरेंसिक साइंस यूनिवर्सिटी नेशनल फोरेंसिक साइंस यूनिवर्सिटी बन चुकी है और मेरे लिए बड़ा हर्ष का विषय है कि जब गुजरात फोरेंसिक साइंस यूनिवर्सिटी बनी तब मैं गुजरात का गृह मंत्री था और आज के हमारे प्रधानमंत्री गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री। और जब नेशनल फोरेंसिक साइंस यूनिवर्सिटी बनी तब मैं भारत सरकार में गृह मंत्री हूं और नरेंद्र भाई देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं।
The NFSU's ultra-modern Gujarat campus is spread across an area of 124,000 square meters. NFSU offers state-of-the-art infrastructure facilities like laboratories with the latest equipment and instruments, a rich lab administrative wing, computer labs, and many more. NFSU also runs various centers for academic research with hands-on training like Cyber Defense Center and supercomputing facility like Param Shavak, Center of Excellence for Narcotics, Drugs and Psychotropic Substances, Ballistics Research and Testing Center, Forensic Psychology Lab, Forensic Innovation Center, Center for Futuristic Defense Studies, International Center for Humanitarian Forensics, Buddha Psychological Center, and Center for International Religions. NFSU has established a Cyber Defense Center to provide education and training of the latest tools that help strengthen the stability, security, and performance of cyber infrastructures and IT systems used by government and defense agencies. Ballistics Research and Testing Center of NFSU is ISO 9001:2015 certified, one-stop solution for evaluation, testing, analysis, and certification of ballistics materials such as armored vehicle, body armor, helmet, bullet-resistant panels, and many more. NFSU has established an exclusive center of excellence for research and analysis of narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances, which provide testing, research, consultancy, and training services to national and international.
A very good morning to everyone present here. We would be starting with the program shortly. I request everyone to please rise from their seats for the ICAI motto anthem. Thank you.
तस्मिन् लोकः शितः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्द्वैता 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 एतद्द्वैता
I request everyone to please remain seated. We're starting very shortly now. अपि स्वर्णमय लंका नमे लक्ष्मण रोचते जननी जन्मभूमिश्च स्वर्गादपि गर्यसि। पवित्र रामायण में भगवान श्री राम ने लक्ष्मण जी से कहा था कि यह लंका कितनी ही सुवर्णमय क्यों न हो, हमारी जननी और हमारी जन्मभूमि स्वर्ग से भी श्रेष्ठ है। इसलिए मेरी जननी, मेरी पवित्र जन्मभूमि भारत माता को मेरा पहला सादर प्रणाम। Distinguished dignitaries on and off the dais, delegates, scholars, academicians, staff members, students, and the galaxy of intellectuals. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this rather unique and vibrant summit. That is the International Conclave on Forensic Accounting and Fraud Investigation, ICFAFI 2022, organized jointly by the School of Management Studies, National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar, the Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, the International Affairs Committee, and the Western India Regional Council of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, in association with CPA Australia, Caseware Idea Canada, Diligent Canada, Satori India Limited, Varna University of Management, Bulgaria, Europe, School of Accountancy, University of Technology, Malaysia, and EME Solutions. Welcome one, welcome all. To grace the inaugural occasion, we have with us on the dais Padma Shri Dr. J.M. Vyas Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, National Forensic Sciences University. CA Aniket Sunil Talati Sir, Vice President, Institute of the Chartered Accountants of India. Professor Dr. Puri Pokhriyal Ma'am, Campus Director, NFSU, Gandhinagar. Dr. S.O. Junare Sir, Dean, School of Management Studies, Gandhinagar, and Campus Director, New Delhi, NFSU. Shri C.D. Jadeja Sir, Executive Registrar, NFSU. C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda Sir, Chairman, Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, ICAI. C.A. Dayanivas Sharma Sir, Vice Chairman, Digital Accounting and Assurance Board. As a ritual, may I now request Dr. S.O. Junare Sir to welcome Padma Shri Dr. J.M. Vyas Sir with a bouquet of flowers and a token of appreciation. Dr. Haresh Barot Sir to please welcome CA Aniket Sunil Talati Sir. Dr. Kalgi Shah ma'am to please welcome Professor Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal ma'am. Dr. Pranav Dave sir to please welcome Dr. S.O. Junare sir. Professor Vipul Joshi sir to please welcome Shri C.D. Jadeja sir. Dr. Siddharth Dabade sir to please welcome C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda sir. Dr. Ashwini Pandit ma'am to please welcome C.A. Dayanivas Sharma sir. आप सभी मान्यवरों को मेरा सादर प्रणाम और ICFAFI 2022 में आपका कृतज्ञ स्वागत। दीप ज्योति ही परम ज्योति, दीप ज्योति ही जनार्दनः, दीपो हर्तु मे पापम, दीप ज्योति नमोस्तुते। I request the dignitaries to signify the embarking of ICFAFI 2022 by lighting the lamp. In order to grace this auspicious moment, I request our beloved Dr. Pranav Dave sir to please come to the dais for the shlok recital.
Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. अग्निमीले पुरोहितं होतारं रत्नधातमं यज्ञस्य देवमृत्विजम् ॐ शुभं करोतु कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदा शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते ॐ दीपस्थदेवतायै नमः ॐ अग्नये नमः ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः।
A well-known Sanskrit subhashit says, Yah pathti likhti pashyati, pariprichti panditan upashrayati, tasya divakar kirne nalini, dalam ev vistarata buddhihi. It means, those who read, write, observe, inquire, and follow the guidance of intellectuals always grow like the lotus petals that unfold serenely in the bright sunlight. ICFAFI 2022 succinctly reflects the teachings of this subhashit. The conclave aims to provide an interactive platform for academicians, practicing chartered accountants, working professionals, and students to exchange perspectives on recent advancements in forensic accounting and fraud investigation. This conclave has presented us with wonderful opportunities to expand the horizons of our intellect and knowledge, as we are blessed by the presence of plenty of intellectuals and experts among us. Moving forward, I would like to introduce Dr. S.O. Chunari, Sir, Dean, School of Management Studies, Gandhinagar, and Campus Director, New Delhi. Sir has an extensive experience of more than 30 years in management education, research, and training. He holds a dual master degree in commerce and management, and also holds a doctoral degree in management. He has also completed the Faculty Development Program from IIM Ahmedabad. He's a renowned professor in the field of forensic accounting. I would like to invite Sir to present the welcome address and the thematic introduction to ICFAFI 2022. Hearty welcome to you, Sir.
Respected Padma Shri Dr. J.M. Vyas Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar, and our friend, philosopher and guide, Vice President of ICAI, Sri Aniket Talati ji, Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, from Digital Accounting and Association, Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, ICAI. Respected Sri Dayaniva Sharma ji, Vice Chairman, DAAB. Our Executive Registrar, Sri C.D. Jadeja ji, Campus Director, NFSU Gandhinagar Campus, Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal ji, Campus Director of Goa Campus and Dean of Faculty of Cyber Security, Dr. Naveen Kumar ji, Dean of School of Police Science, Air Commodore Kedar Thakur ji, Professors, Deans, Associate Deans, and faculty members. Today, actually, we are having a great day to celebrate one very new areas of knowledge, that is forensic accounting. Fortunately, we are having more than 500 professionals today available or attending the special conclave on forensic science, forensic accounting, and fraud investigation. The participants from India as well as abroad, Australia, Singapore, and Malaysia, and even Sri Lanka and South Africa, all African countries. So we have around 35 international delegates available here for this special international conclave on forensic accounting and fraud investigation. On behalf of the family of National Forensic Sciences University, I welcome you all in this August hall of NFSU. As the conference is being organized jointly by NFSU and ICAI, this is a unique combination where actually two giant organizations are coming together to disseminate the knowledge of very innovative and specialized subject of forensic accounting. Sir, on behalf of National Forensic Sciences University, I welcome you all, faculty members, students, participants, and media persons who are present here to attend this special 2 days International Conclave on Forensic Accounting and Fraud Investigation. This special event is organized by the School of Management at NFSU. School of Management is one of the 13 schools at National Forensic Sciences University. The university is unique in various aspects. This is the only university in India as well as in the world which is imparting education, conducting research, and conducting training program in the area of forensic science and its relevant field. Forensic accounting is one of them. This is the university which is conducting educational programs in around 45 different disciplines which are related to forensic science. That's why it is actually different than other conventional universities. We conduct educational programs, particularly undergraduate and postgraduate program, doctoral and postdoctoral programs in the area of forensic science, such as DNA, fingerprint, question document, toxicology, forensic biology, forensic chemistry, forensic physics, ballistics, forensic food technology, forensic nanotechnology, forensic structural engineering, forensic nursing, forensic medicine, humanitarian forensic, laws, criminology, forensic psychology, criminal psychology, neuropsychology, cyber psychology, digital forensics, cyber forensics, multimedia forensics, drone forensics, forensic journalism, arson and firearm related cases. So these are the areas where we offer specializations in various programs. So you might have seen other universities, they are conducting the programs related to science, arts, commerce or other professional courses. So we conduct specialized courses in this area. And the School of Management is conducting courses related to forensic accounting. In School of Management, we are having different courses like MBA in Forensic Accounting, MBA in Healthcare Management, MBA in Business Analytics, MBA in Cyber Security Management. We are having 5-year integrated course. And apart from that, we conduct a lot of training programs on these areas and specialize in forensic accounting also. This is the first conclave, international conclave on forensic accounting and fraud investigation is being organized by School of Management under the leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor Padma Shri Dr. J.M. Vyas sir. This university is established in 2008 under the auspicious leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. J.M. Vyas sir, when there was no education available related to forensic science. So all crimes which are actually having now complicated nature, the criminals are using new technology, innovative technologies, and there is no specialized manpower or human resource available to investigate these crimes. The forensic accounting is not an exception. So forensic accounting, actually you know that more than 1 lakh cases daily are reported. 1 lakh cases. So you can imagine 1 lakh cases are reported, it means around hardly 2 to 3% cases are reported. It means how many cases might have been actually happening in economic crimes department, economic crimes actually area. So these crimes are unreported and people are thinking that financial crime or economic crimes are, sometimes they consider that victimless crimes. We are not having relations with that, so they are less attended or unattended. So nowadays, actually, we know that lot of crimes happening in financial sectors, banking, insurance, corporate sectors, or even all areas of your commerce, including health, education, or even government sectors. We know that there are different departments, ED, income tax, or anti-corruption departments. They are investigating these type of crimes. But the human resource or skilled manpower is not available. And that responsibility has been taken by this university to provide skilled manpower to investigate the crimes related to frauds or white-collar crimes. So friends, everybody knows that white-collar crimes are committed by so-called actually prestigious people, educated people, knowledgeable people, because this is very niche area or people, they think that actually only the educated or some knowledgeable people can commit this type of crimes. And you know that there is no organization where there is no possibility of such crimes. So crimes are happening. So this university is providing specialized education in terms of master degree, bachelor degree, PhD degree, and post-PhD degrees in the area of forensic fraud investigation or forensic accounting area. So this special conclave will not give only the academic insight, but with the help of so many people here, actually MHA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Income Tax, CBI, and Gujarat Police, all senior officers and executives are present here to guide us, to share their experiences and views on the area of forensic accounting and fraud investigation. I welcome you all in this special international conclave on forensic accounting and fraud investigation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for such an illustrious narration. Next, I'd like to introduce Professor Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal ma'am, the founding Dean of the School of Law, Forensic Justice and Policy Studies. She holds a master's degree in law with a specialization in criminal law and a doctoral degree in the constitutional law. She was conferred with the Senior Social Scientist Award by the Indian Society of Criminology for her significant contribution to the field of criminology. She was also selected for the Best Law Professor Award by the Business School of Affairs and the Devang Mehta National Education Awards. I would request ma'am to kindly address the august gathering.
Revered Padma Shri Dr. J.M. Vyas, the Vice President of ICAI, Mr. Aniket Talati, Mr. Charanjit Singh Aluwalia from Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, Mr. Dayanivas Sharma from Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, respected Dr. S.O. Junare, the Dean School of Management Studies and the Campus Director of Delhi Campus, Sri Jadeja, Executive Registrar, National Forensic Sciences University, all the Dr. Naveen Chaudhary, Campus Director of Goa Campus NFSU, all the respected deans, delegates from different organizations, budding chartered accountants, and ladies and gentlemen. I was just thinking, sitting over here, that this is a very unique kind of a program, in a way that wherein we have professionals, practitioners, policymakers, regulators, monitors, assurers, all coming together on a single platform just to debate, discuss, and identify the issues of the fraud investigation. Because, as we all know, during this COVID pandemic, we all have seen the sudden rise in such kind of cases. We have seen the data. The cybercrime cases has been considerably increased, and the major portion of the cybercrime was pertaining to the financial fraud. And I was just looking at the data of NCRB, which was just released before 2-3 days, and if we analyze the data says that when it comes to the ATM-related frauds, it has been substantially decreased, but ATM operation-related frauds. But the debit and credit card-related frauds has seen the rise of almost 20%. And putting together, there are 3 categories of the financial fraud which NCRB has identified. Putting all together, if you see, there is 16% rise, which is little lesser than the 2020 data. In that case, what I have analyzed, that as a policymakers or as a regulators, we have demonstrated a better skills. We have learned the lessons from 2020, and we try to manage the affairs conceivably in a better way. And that's the reason that there's only 16% rise. In 2020, there was a rise, but that has up to 70% in these areas of cases. So I'm pretty sure that these kind of a discourse, a free, frank, and fearless discourse wherein we discuss about the issues, because, we have an academicians, we have a budding chartered accountants. I'm being told by Dr. Barot, who has been the architect of this conference. He has worked very hard. I'm being told by Dr. Barot that this particular conference is observing the participation from SEBI, from Ministry of Corporate Affairs, from RBI. So that itself shows that we have the practitioners and the professionals from all the fields, and these cross-disciplinary ideas from different perspective would really help us to identify the better issues, because as Dr. Junare has rightly pointed out, generally we academicians see this financial fraud as a white-collar crime. And when we talk about the white-collar crime, I am remembered of Edwin H. Sutherland, the father of criminology. And Edwin H. Sutherland, somewhere around in 1930, has demonstrated that that he has coined this word white-collar crime. And he said that generally, what Dr. Junare said, that this crime is being committed by the people from respectable affairs. And generally, it is being considered as a non-violent crime. But eventually, we have all realized that financial frauds, ultimately, no matter it leads to the monetary loss, but these monetary loss may not affect you physically, but indirectly, the kind of a mental violence, and these mental violence leading to some kind, as a consequential measures, some way, some kind of a physical assault, and we have experienced. So in a way, it has been considered and viewed very, very seriously from amongst academicians as well. There have been a considerable research that has been carried out in this area. And then subsequently, this white collar, we have now been coined as a privileged class deviance, because there are certain categories of people who are in the privileged position, and then when they get into the deviant behavior. So sometimes, as the criminologist, when we are trying to distinguish between these two, we consider that in an ordinary crime, at times there may be a motive, there may be an intention, at times there may be certain grave and provocation, very impulsive actions because of which the crime is being committed. But when it comes to this financial fraud, it is a very well calculated. At times it is very well calculated, and then it is something which is very well planned. So in terms of the degree, when we talk about the ordinary crimes and when we talk about the financial crimes, it is to be considered in that way, and that is how in laws and in the policies we have been observing the considerable changes. Look at the Fugitive Offenders Act. We have seen for the last couple of years, there has been considerable amendments and new policies and new legislation that have come into force in order to address the kind of issues that we have been facing in this particular area. I'm pretty sure this 2-day conference will pave a further path in order to ensuring the free financial or financial fraud-free India, and that ought the responsibility lie with all of us who are sitting in this hall. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. CA Aniket Talati, sir, is a man of refined thought process and a sharp vision. Sir has been elected as the Vice President of the ICAI for the term 2022 to 23. He's led the cause of profession through various committees of the branch and regional councils of the ICAI. He has been appointed as the technical advisor to the ICAI's nominee on the PAIB advisory group of IFAC, which happens to be a very renowned global organization for the profession of accountancy. He has also been recently appointed as the technical advisor to the board members of the South Asian Federation of Accountants. May I now request CA Aniket Talati, sir, to address the delegates.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Very respected, the Vice Chancellor of the National Forensic Science University, who was recently conferred with the honor of Padma Shri, and with whom we have had the opportunity to be working since the past 5 to 6 years at the Ahmedabad branch, regional council, and eventually at the central council level. Professor J.M. Vyas Sahib, thank you very much, sir, for hosting this event. Dr. Purvi, Dr. Junare, Jadeja ji, the all deans, faculty members of NFSU, my two distinguished colleagues at the Central Council, without whose sustained efforts, I think this entire event would not have been possible. who have been rigorously pursuing the cause of the profession and ensuring that how forensic accounting and fraud investigation percolates down to all the chartered accountants, membership, students, and have also ensured this successful partnership with NFSU. The chairman of the Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, C.S. Nandaji, Vice Chairman Dayanivas Sharmaji, and of course our past council member, who was again chairman of this very important board for 3 years. And I think with his help, we did the MOU, C. Manu Agarwal ji. I'm thrown back almost 3 years when I'd entered the council, and I think on the persistence of my dear friend Durgesh Pandey who's sitting here, Dr. Durgesh Pandey who's sitting here, who was recently conferred the PhD from this very university, we had discussed the idea of why not have a very good working relationship between the Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, as well as at that point what was known as the GFSU, or the Gujarat Forensic Science University. And immediately our then chairman Manuji, Nandaji, Dayabai all agreed to this fantastic proposal of having an MOU, and it was 2.5 years ago that we entered into this very important memorandum of understanding between these two organizations. And the beauty is that the NFSU works under the aegis of the Ministry of Home Affairs. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is under the aegis of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And like has been mentioned by many speakers who spoke prior, these two are pillar ministries which look after the white-collar crimes and the financial frauds that were spoken about. And I think it is most appropriate that the two institutes, the university as well as ICAI, have decided to collaborate. Of course, after the MOU, this physical conference was pending for a long time. And as our Honorable Prime Minister says, थोड़ी सारी वस्तु अपना हाथ में लखेली होय છે કરવાની એમ. I believe this was written in the hands of all of us, that after 2 years, we are now today here in what is the ICFAFI 2022. And at the outset, let me wish and say that this is probably the first of its kind, but I think the title itself suggests it is ICFAFI 2022. So I'm sure there will be 23, 24, 25 going forward, and let this just be the beginning. Let this just be the beginning of a wonderful relationship that we have between the two organizations. We are moving forward with Nandaji's sustained efforts and a dedicated group with Dayaji and everybody else involved to ensure that how this MOU and partnership can further fructify, and we come up with a residential course where our chartered accountant members who can get training in our Center of Excellences, as well as have a residential course here in the wonderful campus of National Forensic Sciences University, and hone their skills further in the area of forensics. And I'm sure that under the DAB's leadership, this will definitely happen this year, and we will see the first such course getting launched. Friends, how many of you here are chartered accountants, if by raise of hands? Fantastic. So as always, we are in majority. Great to see. Great to see that. And why do I say this? Because you will all appreciate that as chartered accountants, we are revising at the Institute our course curriculum. We did a huge outreach. Many of you participated in the process. And when we did the outreach, and then we reached out to the central government for approving this course curriculum, what we were told is that the chartered accountancy course is definitely the best course for accounting probably in India, and also one of the best in the world. But today, with the changed times, the government's expectation also from the profession is that we no longer restrict our chartered accountants with just the degree of chartered accountancy. And mind you, our chartered accountants, just by the basic qualification today, are heads of top corporates, working not just as CFOs, but CEOs, CTOs, CXOs in various organizations. But the need was felt, Vice Chancellor Sir, that how chartered accountants can now specialize further in the area of forensics. And the central government has also asked us that please explore how you can have specialized forensic experts amongst your membership. And I think it is in this earnest that we are looking at this new course that we are structuring jointly with the NFSUI, which eventually can culminate into a far more specialized area of forensics for our members. Today, forensic, and if you look at the titles everywhere that we are discussing, many of our members are still forced to call it forensic audit, and that is the term which is used in general parlance. It is because of what the regulators in India have started calling the reports that our members present. But friends, internationally, and we have friends from CP Australia, from various other parts of the world, they will tell and profess that it is not an audit. An audit involves issuing an opinion and then certifying something to be true and fair. Here, it is at best a summary of findings that one will do after a detailed investigation and looking at the accounting records and the data related to that. And therefore, at the Institute, it may be the forensic certificate course that we are running for over 10 years now, popularly known as FAFD, has always been forensic accounting and fraud detection. Our standards, which will be made applicable from next year as a mandatory standard, are known as Forensic Accounting and Fraud Investigation Standards, FAIS, so Forensic Accounting and Investigation Standards. It is very important for all of us who are in this room, and I say this because I'm told we will have representation from RBI, from the Ministry of Home, from the Ministry of Commerce, from various other regulators, that we today resolve that this is not an audit exercise. This is an exercise where an accountant is putting his accounting skills and his acquired forensic talent, his digital evidence understanding, his understanding of other criminal laws, and trying to come out with what will be a report which the investigation authorities can further pursue in any forum or court of law to then justify whether a fraud has occurred and call that account or that transaction as a fraud. I think that is the job best done by the judges, juries, and the court, and not to be done by chartered accountants. And I think it is with that intention that we are following the best international practice of referring to this very important area as forensic accounting and not a forensic audit. Why do I say this? Friends, it is because we were recently in Singapore and we interacted with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Singapore there. And the discussion, of course, as we in our day-to-day lives, when we do audits on financial statements, and the expectation of stakeholders is, why did you not catch a fraud? Why did you not report a fraud in your audit report? The expectation gap, as it is very commonly referred to in our industry, the understanding on the other side of the table of stakeholders, shareholders, of investigating agencies, of regulators, is that when you are doing an audit, you must do everything. The understanding that audit requires only auditing on a sample basis. A limited time period is given to you, maybe 40, 45 days, to complete the financial report of the whole year. It may not have been possible for you to review the entire set of transactions. But what also came up in these discussions with a lot of foreign accounting bodies is that this is all in the pre-digital era, when invoices were physical, when account writing at a lot of places was also physical. Today, when the world has moved totally digital in terms of accounting, when accounting records are kept not in physical format, but in the digital format, when invoices are not just available in a physical format, but on a GST portal, you can get the trail of entire invoices in a digital format. Then, is there going to be a higher expectation of all regulators, even in the audit of financial statements that we do annually? The answer to that, ladies and gentlemen, in my personal opinion, is an emphatic yes. There is going to be a very higher degree of requirement from the financial audits that we deliver on an annual basis. And I think it is imperative for us to appreciate that not just for gaining forensic assignments, in the future to even do our regular audits, these skill sets of having a forensic mindset is going to be extremely critical. And I'm sure that through conferences like this, through the courses that we are going to come out with, all our chartered accountant members will definitely embrace these skill sets, will have that skepticism which we are taught ever since we become a chartered accountant to be even further enhanced, to look for frauds and understand how can we look out and catch forensic crimes. We are in the Institute also very aware of the importance of the forensic accounting engagements which are being given out by SEBI, RBI, banks, and other agencies. In fact, we are actively working with all of these regulators to say that forensics can no longer be a post-fraud activity. For most of us, a forensic assignment would mean that a fraud has happened or an account is turned non-performing, and then a forensic auditor is asked, a forensic accountant is asked to come and do the forensic accounting activity and give a report on what happened, whether there was siphoning of funds, whether there was misappropriation of funds, whether related parties and connected parties were used, etc., etc., etc. But today, the time has come that we cannot only be reactive. The agencies, the banks have to be proactive. And the institute is very aggressively working towards making sure that no longer forensic activity should be a post-fraud activity, but for larger accounts, for higher risk accounts, why not have a forensic accounting investigation done by chartered accountants on an annual or a biannual regular basis? Because at the end of the day, all of you will agree, it is not just the auditor's role to ensure that the highest level of corporate governance happens. There is a huge responsibility which is set on the board. And we are recommending to the boards in the corporate governance meetings that we are having that please initiate suo motu forensics wherever you feel there may be areas of fraud or financial impropriety. I think this is going to be the future. We are not going to restrict ourselves to only aiding investigating agencies to finding frauds, but at the institute we are committed to having forensic activity being done suo motu and being commissioned by boards and independent directors to ensure highest level of corporate governance. And for that, we are committed. Finally, I will only say that today the role of chartered accountants is not restricted only to numbers. There used to be a time when we were always associated with financial statements, tax returns, and numbers in general. Today, our role has amplified. If you talk about sustainability, which our Honorable Prime Minister and the leadership across the world talks about, it is professional accountants, either in business, in industry, or in practice, who are leading the charge to ensure that we have a sustainable world, a sustainable future. We are looking at sustainable accounting. What we are also understanding as chartered accountants, my dear friends, is earlier financial information used to be the core and crux of our practice. But the future, if I had to crystal gaze and look at the future is not going to be restricted to financial information. It is non-financial information which is going to lead the world. Today, companies are no longer valued on the traditional EBITDA, PE ratios, and other aspects. In this world of startups, valuations are based on number of customers, number of clicks, number of users. And these data, which actually generate value for enterprises, will also in the future require forensics. Today, our forensic may be only restricted to banking transactions, to cash transactions or monetary items. But tomorrow, whether the number of users that a platform says it has are actually users that they have, who is going to give a certification and justification for that? I think we as chartered accountants are the best placed, not just for financial information, but also to provide forensic services on non-financial information. So friends, with this perspective, the Forensic Accounting and Investigation Standards, FAIS, have been created by the board. Nandaji and Dayaneva Sharmaji, along with the entire team of experts, is working very hard to spread awareness on these standards, to make sure that these standards are not only adopted by our chartered accountants here in India, but today when we are using accounting standards and we talk about IFRS, which is developed internationally and used by so many countries, I think for India to develop its thought leadership and to put its rightful place in the world, I think the day is not far when these forensic standards, totally developed domestically in India, a proud product of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, will not only be used by chartered accountants, and sir, today we have almost 4 lakh chartered accountants in India, but will be used by the entire accounting community in the world. I think that is the goal and ambition that we have, to make sure we set the world-class forensic standards. I'm quite confident that with this conference and with the continuous engagement between the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, under the leadership of our Honorable President, C. Dr. Debashish Mitraji, who due to health reasons could not come here, but is extremely keen and focused on this relationship. The entire council, we will ensure that not just FAIS, but whenever you think of forensic accounting, Indian Chartered Accountants are revered and respected. Jai Hind, Jai ICAI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a heartfelt dialogue. Your vision and encouragement has helped turn this conclave into reality. Padma Shri Dr. J.M. Vyas, sir, is the founder, Vice-Chancellor of this highly specialized National Forensic Sciences University, which has been recognized as an institute of national importance by the Government of India. Dr. J.M. Vyas, sir, was instrumental in establishing NFSU's predecessor, the erstwhile Gujarat Forensic Sciences University, as the first and so far the only forensics university of the world. Needless to mention that the vast experience and expertise of Dr. Vyas is widely being tapped. He has been appointed as a member of the Task Force for Railway Safety Audits by the Ministry of Railways, Government of India. He has been appointed as a consultant to the CBI, New Delhi, for the establishment of the International Center of Excellence in Forensic Science. He has also been appointed as a member of the organizing committee of the Interpol for 3 consecutive terms, as well as a member of the Governing Council of the Association of the Indian Universities, New Delhi. Sir has gained international recognition and has been awarded the Distinguished International Forensic Scientist Award by the Henry C. Lee Institute of Forensic Science, the Lifetime Achievement Award for Outstanding Contribution in Forensic and Investigative Sciences, the Humanitarian Forensic Award in recognition of exceptional services in the field of humanitarian forensics. His list of national recognition include the Padma Shri for his extraordinary and commendable services in the field of science and engineering, the Gujaratna Gaurav Award, the Drona Education Excellence Award, the Bharat Mata Award, the Lifetime Achievement Award, and the President's Police Medal for Meritorious Services in 1997. Sir has also been recognized as the Best Forensic Science Laboratory Director in the year 2004, and the list doesn't end. As such, with his vast experience and 48 years long service, Honorable J.M. Vyas, sir, is the senior most serving forensic scientist of the country. May I now request, sir, to present the presidential address.
CA Aniket Talati ji, Vice President, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Sri Nanda ji, Sri Sarma ji, the senior dignitaries of NFSU sitting on the dais, invited guests, delegates who have come from different parts of the country and the world, and friends. It is indeed a pleasure to have this kind of audience where there is a value of some kind of auditing or accounting. They are all qualified. And I would like to thank the Institute of Chartered Accountants for, first of all, signing an MOU and then coming out with the suggestion of conducting this kind of an international conference to create awareness. And if awareness is there, some more details to be given to the professionals who are in this field, so that the two advantages, you can investigate the frauds and you don't fall victim of this kind of crimes if you are fully aware. So it serves two purposes. You should not, otherwise we all go on becoming victims of varieties of crimes we are not aware. So this, I think, will throw light on two things. Investigation when the crimes are committed, and then security aspects. How you secure your systems so that you don't fall victim of these kind of crimes. Now coming back to this crime scenario, see, every human being is suffering from a kind of a complex that I am inadequate. This is a problem, big problem for all of us. Nobody feels that I am adequate. Some kind of insufficiency is there in everyone. A person, whether irrespective of money, millionaires or millionaires, billionaires, some level of inadequacy will be there. And this inadequacy, I try to overcome. All the time my effort, the whole life is, how can I become adequate? So I try to overcome that sense of inadequacy which I'm suffering from by doing various activities. Time being, I feel that, yeah, I am adequate. So sometimes you get total pleasure because my actual nature is adequacy. I am adequate. But because of these complexes, I forget my original nature and start feeling I am inadequate, I am inadequate, I am useless, I have this problem, that problem, this fellow is more clever than me, etc. etc. All kinds of complexes. We never are totally fulfilled. As a result, we try to become adequate all the time. Sometimes that adequacy comes and again the same situation. When somebody has got, for example, a city Honda, I don't know, I don't knowledge of vehicles. Well, this is my friend. I start feeling I am inadequate. This fellow is, and I am got only simple Maruti. Now I purchase city Honda, then I start feeling adequate. That adequacy remains only for a few weeks. And then again, the inadequacy starts. So this is the nature of every human being, as nobody is an exception, including me, everybody. We are all the same on the same platform. Now, this gives rise to and then more the sense of inadequacy in me, more is the perversion of the mind. And that perverted mind takes me to committing some kind of activities which is not permissible under the law. My intention may not be bad. I just wanted to be adequate because there was some insufficiency, etc. Let me do something so I can also become Mukesh Ambani, for example. So in order, I don't have that capacity, but then I want to become like him. And in an attempt of becoming an adequate person, I do some activities which result in an offense. I don't know, my intention was not to commit an offense. But I wanted to become an adequate person. This is a problem. And this is how this crime scenario starts. It's a psychological problem. The more you deal with this kind of criminals psychologically, you can control crimes, I tell you. When we have to tell all the time that you are adequate, you don't worry. There is no inadequacy. No money can make you adequate. Even you ask this, the person who has got the maximum number of money and assets, etc., that person also feels inadequacy. So inadequacy cannot be overcome through money, through power, nothing. So if you start educating people this way, I think crimes can be controlled. Otherwise, very difficult. So this mentality remains, and therefore crimes are increasing. The sense of inadequacy also increases day by day, because there is a gap between richer and the poorer. More the gap is, more the sense of inadequacy. And therefore this kind of crimes are coming. And then the forensic science is basically you use your knowledge of various subjects in investigation of crime. That is basically forensic. You use your knowledge of accountancy and investigate crime is forensic accountancy. Forensic accountancy is not something only forensic. You already have a knowledge of accountancy. What we give you is some forensic component. So you become a good forensic accountant. You are a good auditor. Forensic auditing means now you have got a knowledge of forensics, which is crime investigation basically. So that component of forensic gives you an angle, how to investigate crime if it has happened, or how to audit the data which is placed before you using your skill of accountancy or auditing. Say a person like me, I cannot be a good forensic auditor or an accountant because basically I am not an accountant. So this accountancy, forensic accountancy is basically for accountants, and therefore we are addressing all of you. You can become good forensic accountants, you all can become good forensic auditors, because your basic knowledge is in accountancy and auditing. Now, why this confidence is required? Why this knowledge is required? Now, you must have seen. Let me go to the initial stage. See, we used to maintain our account. In Gujarati, if I used to handle it, we had a book, Jama, so we have to do Ja, and then we used to draw the line, and then U, there is Udar. So credit and debit. And this is how the credit, left-hand side always there is a credit, and then right-hand side is a debit. So whatever money has come goes in Ja, under Ja, that is credit, and then Udar will have all kinds of expenditures you are making. And then at the end of it, try to see whether you spent more or you earned more. And this is how these registers were maintained. Now, again, that time also the sense of inadequacy was there. It is not that it has recently come. So now, this sense of inadequacy in me, after making and preparing an account, I would like to hide something, I would like to add something, I would like to manipulate something in order to create some kind of a show that I am not a rich person, I am very poor, I can't pay taxes, etc. So I will make some changes. After it is certified by the chartered accountant, or maybe before it is certified by a chartered accountant, the chartered accountant doesn't come to know that I have made some changes. And then we used to get, then these changes could be, you are erasing some writings, some kind of numbers, and putting a new number. This is everything we have seen. This is why I'm discussing. And then you may remove something totally using your own ink. You may add afterwards something where you see that, yeah, addition will help you in some way in hiding your illegal activities. So addition, alteration, erasion, writing something new, and then doing somebody's signature, creating a new fake document, taking a check and signing the check, a forged signature. These kind of activities were going on. We used to get large numbers of cases where addition, alteration, writing. So this was the beginning. And now we have seen no longer we keep registers. Now the entire things of the technology, application of technology. Now everybody has started using technology. So it's very easy. Now I started managing my joy and ooh using technology. So the debit will be there, the credit will be there, and I will be able to see on day-to-day basis what is my income, what is my expenditure. Advantage, it gives you a lot of comfort. Things have become easy now. I even need not engage a separate accountant for if I am able to handle the technology, I can manage everything myself. So technology made my activities, my business simpler. I am able to manage everything myself. But then the disadvantage is I can now manipulate things easily. Earlier I used to erase some writing and then add a new writing. If I have to write, I have to add some sentence with a different ink, which was easy for all of us to find out that this sentence is added afterward and the ink is also different. These writings have been erased because erasion, if you use a blade, etc., you are erasing the cellulose paper. So erasion in cellulose fiber, we were able to detect easily that this paper, there is an erosion. Something has been taken out and something has been written afterwards. It was easy. Now in technology, removing some data, adding some data, adding it afterwards, adding it before, complicated. As an ordinary chartered accountant, you may not even come to know this. So you are auditing the accounts and everything. You cannot identify easily unless you have some knowledge. And the more problem is, you are made responsible now as per the new rules and no laws. Suppose I am a chartered accountant, I am doing the account of the auditing of a particular company. Now this company is committing a fraud. I have seen in recent number of cases, all ED cases which are going on, chartered accountants are also arrested. That you are also part to this illegal activities the company has made. Now how do you defend? Because you have signed that entire thing, all digital data which were placed before you has been approved by you. So there are two things. Either you are negligent, so it is a criminal negligence. If you are negligently signed, that also amounts to crime, criminal negligence. If suppose you have supported, so that goes as an abatement of a crime. You are abating, helping this fellow to, you are advising your client. You do like this, manipulate the data in this way, and then you can be saved. So abatement. But then you are a part of it. That jointly you came to this decision. Let us adjust the data this way. You are a part of conspiracy. So now every investigating agency would like to decide your role as a chartered accountant. You are a criminal negligence, you have done an abatement, or you are part of this crime. It's very difficult to prove innocence. Many chartered accountants have been approaching me, I tell you. Because हमने तो कुछ किया ही नहीं, and then unnecessarily ED is calling us and taking our statements or nothing. It's very difficult, but why did you certify this? And therefore, this knowledge is required. So that you unnecessarily don't get into this clutches of laws. You can keep yourself safe because you have the knowledge. When you certify, you have the knowledge. You have checked everything because there are tools available. Now softwares are available. Forensic accounting softwares are available. So before certifying, you check through hash value, what are the changes the party has made, which kind of manipulations have been done by your client. And if you are not satisfied, don't sign. So we are clear, you are not supporting this kind of illegal activity. And this is not applicable in case of chartered accountants. Any individuals who is in a profession of banking has to be aware. When you certify, you have to ensure that, nothing wrong is there in the data. Now, big companies, in these big companies, the data are not that small, where you can check, verify. It's very difficult. Millions of entries. Now, how can you check each and every entry? A big client. So the new technology comes, big data analysis. Very simple. Use the tool and then total information is available with you. So even in case of big data, don't say that, no, that argument is not allowed by ED and CBI, I tell you. There's so much of information, I did not have time to even check this, I simply certified. Not permissible. There are systems available. So use all kind of technology. So creating awareness in all of you regarding the application of technology, this conference is organized. So that you don't fall victim. This is, you are becoming a victim of a crime somebody else is committing. And you are a victim because out of negligence, out of a nature of taking things for granted, you get involved. So how to play a safe game? So you don't become party to the crimes your client is committing. That digital forensics, investigation of digital frauds, investigation of financial frauds your clients are committing, you should have some. We don't want to make you investigators, some awareness. And therefore, this conference is organized. I was seeing a good number of speakers are there, and they will be discussing all these issues which I talked in detail, how to manage all this. So it will be a very useful conference, I tell you. At the end of it, you will realize. And I would request Talati ji to organize this kind of conferences on a regular basis, at least 2 such conferences in a year. And then you can all come up with your issues you are facing. That in this case, I was wrongly involved. I was wrongly compelled to be party to this. Discuss. And then whatever solutions we have, we will give you the solutions. So make this session an interactive one. Come out with your own problems, the issues you are facing on day-to-day basis. Because now, every client of yours, you may be feeling inadequacy, but your client is more inadequate. So he will try to become adequate by doing all wrong things. So be alert so that you are safe. And that is the time has come now. Because technology is so complicated, unless you have some knowledge, you will be dragged into it. So I am really thankful to Talati ji in the Institute of Chartered Accountants for coming out with this idea of organizing a conference, inviting all of you, and then I'm really happy. Big participation from all kinds of professions. And there are delegates who have come from different countries also. And it will definitely go a long way in imparting this education, this knowledge to all of you. So this is basically forensic accounting and forensic auditing. You thinking that you already have a knowledge of accountancy, you already have a knowledge of auditing. What we are going to give you is a component of forensics. So you will be given a forensic eye. That eye is a minute observation, more precision. You're checking with more accuracy. So we would try to develop that kind of eye in you so that when you check things, you are more accurate, you are more precise, and your observations are very, very minute, micro level. If that develops, and then of course a vigilant mind. If that comes, you're safe. And that was the purpose of these conferences. I wish this conference a grand success, and I'm sure you will go with good knowledge, good piece of expertise, and it will definitely be beneficial to all of you and day-to-day work. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your constant guidance. We're really grateful to you for envisioning the ICFAFI. CA Charanjot Singh Nanda sir is an exceptional visionary and a prolific leader. He is the Central Council member of the 25th Council of the ICAI from 2022 to 2025. At present, he is acting as a chairman of the Digital Accounting and Assurance Board of ICAI, New Delhi. May I now request sir to propose the vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Padam Shri Dr. J.N. Vyas Sahab, my Honorable Vice Chairman, the baton holder of this great profession of Chartered Accountancy is CA Aniket Talati Sahab, Madam Purvi, Dr. Zonare, Shri Jadeja ji, the co-chairman of the Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, Mr. Daya Nivas Sharma, Mr. Harish Barot, the past chairman, Mr. Manu Agarwal, the chairman of Ahmedabad branch, Mr. Bishan, Amit Gupta, the secretary, Mr. Durgesh Pandey, and all who have come here to go home more enlightened. I'm very excited to present to you all the vote of thanks for this excellent inaugural session. Two iconic institutes have joined together to present, to give you insights into forensic investigations. Ladies and gentlemen, FSU is known all across the world for its initiative in forensic investigations, not only white collar, but all across. If you get time, please go through the entire campus. You'll see things, you will see strategies, you will see infrastructure ranging from white collar crime to ballistics to shooting ranges. They have created such an infrastructure. I'm always not able to gauge what took them back when it started. At that time, forensic was unheard of. And at that time, they thought of creating a world-class institute like NFSU. The second iconic institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, of whom most of us are members. You are aware that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was set up an Act of Parliament way back on 1st July 1949, when the most important document to the democracy, the Constitution, was not adopted. The pertinent question that arises is, what prompted the Constituent Assembly to set up an Institute of Chartered Accountants of India when its own democratic setup was not in place? The answer is very candid, very simple, very forthcoming. They were looking for a disciplined band of soldiers to steer this country out of confusion. Yes, we are financial soldiers. We are people who steer the country to the righteous path. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the Digital Accounting and Assurance Board under the aegis of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is totally inclined to ensure that we train membership, the best brains in the country, to accomplish this great task of forensic investigation. Not only forensic investigation, accounting, even simple tasks like agile accounting, like mystery auditing. We are very keen to ensure that we give the best. And this program and the course which follows, we are having, as the Vice President very rightly said, that we are having a diploma, we are contemplating to hold a diploma course for members who could be totally involved into rendering financial services, forensic services. The basic impetus starts that when you render forensic services, everything is fine until it hits the prosecution. There you are able to not possibly signify from where the inferences were drawn. So we are very keen to ensure that apart from forensic investigations, we train the membership in identifying the frauds and, more importantly, the evidence which are admissible evidence in the eyes of courts of law. This is a great profession, yet it is not liked by people. Number of forensic investigators say that we work so hard, yet we are not acknowledged. And I draw my inspiration from a couplet which says, तारीफ की चाहत तो नाकाम लोगों की फितरत है. तारीफ की चाहत तो नाकाम लोगों की फितरत है. काबिल लोगों के तो दुश्मन भी कायल होते हैं. As investigators, we are a class apart. As an institute, I want to tell you that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is the first in the world to come out with forensic investigation, and forensic investigation accounting standards were the first. And we have brought forth before the entire world, I want to tell you, the entire SAFA countries, comprising of 7 countries, are very keen to incorporate those standards. The Vice President recently went for PAFA board meeting, and the PAFA countries are very keen to inculcate those standards. Because when standardization comes, why we want to bring IFRS? The reason is that the reader of the report is able to draw correct and accurate inference. Therefore, these standards assume paramount importance. One more thing where I want to just step in. Dr. Vyas very clearly spoke about chartered accountants and their role, and more areas where their roles are not able to effectively being appreciated. I would like to tell you that when a chartered accountant does something, it is not very nice to expect from him to go and do the inferences in terms of whether it is a fraud or not. Let the courts decide, as the Vice President said, let the courts decide. Or there has to be joint advocacy between the regulators so that they give us, these are the areas where frauds can be classified. We are professionals who are always ready to work to ensure that best practices of the globe are used in rendering the services. But when it comes to the court of law, there are certain other things where proper support, where proper indulgence will ensure that we are able to effectively conclude the reports on the basis of support which is rendered by the regulators. Ladies and gentlemen, all good things in life have to end. This great inaugural session also have to end. I want to end by two notes. Number one, I want to very profusely thank all of you for taking the visionary step of coming here. There is a couplet which says, कि मंजिल मिल ही जाएगी थोड़ा भटककर ही सही, मंजिल मिल ही जाएगी थोड़ा भटककर ही सही, गुमराह तो वो हैं जो घरों से निकले ही नहीं. People who are visionary have come here. So my first vote of thanks to all who have come here. And adjoining vote of thanks to people who are on the dais. Dr. Vyas, who thought it fit, the Institute, under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Vice President, Mr. Aniket Talati, who is the son of the soil who belongs to Ahmedabad. He has also led sleepless nights to steer this conference and to ensure that it says the day of the light. I'm thankful to Dr. Zonare. I'm thankful to the office, particularly two people, Mr. Harish Barot and Mr. Amit Gupta, who worked incessantly. The role of my co-chairman, Dayanivas Sharma, can never be undermined. He was beset with certain personal problems. He lost his mother a month back, but in spite of that, he was totally inclined to give direction to this great program. And I'm reminded of a small saying which says that behind every war that is won are screams of orphans and cries of widows. Every work this is accomplished, and a great notion has behind it certain people who have given their time, who have given their energy, who have given the very precious time of their family. I thank all of them. I thank all of you for this program. I wish this program a great success. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a heartfelt dialogue. Standing before you today, I'm confident that unified together, we will find ways to not only meet the high expectations we have for ourselves, but also exceed those that our fraternity and ultimately the world at large have from us. With consistency, resilience, and some passion for what we do, we can weather the winds of change and collectively emerge smarter and stronger. On this note, our inaugural session for the ICFAFI 2022 is concluded. I'd like to heartily thank our dignitaries on behalf of the School of Management Studies for entrusting their faith in this event. I request all the participants in the auditorium to remain seated until the dignitaries leave the auditorium. We will soon start with our first plenary session. The speaker in this session is Mr. Owen Hawker from FCPA Australia. He will be talking about the new horizons and the changing times in forensic analysis. It's surely a talk you don't want to miss. Please remain seated. Thank you. लास्ट में ना तो सर उनका इंट्रोडक्शन नहीं है एक बार क्या ना वीडियो डालेंगे तो इंट्रोडक्शन I request everyone to be please seated. I request everyone to please be seated, and we are going to proceed with our first plenary session in a few minutes. जब दानिया सर कुछ करे तब करना है विशन से ओके सर All the dignitaries are requested to please be seated.
Our session will start in 5 minutes. बैठने के लिए बोल दो, announce करो. थोड़ा जोर से बोलो.
I request everyone to please be seated. Our session is going to be starting in few minutes. Everyone, please be seated.
मैम माइक
Please take seat on the dais. I request Mr. Owen Hawker, CA Dayanima Sharma sir, and CA Bishan Shah to take the chair on dais, please. Please, sir. Everyone, please be seated. Good afternoon. I would like to thank delegates, dignitary, and participants for being here with us today to attend International Conclave on Forensic Accounting and Fraud Investigation, jointly organized by School of Management Studies, National Forensic Sciences University, and Digital Accounting and Assurance Board of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I, Khyati Patel, am very pleased to be able to welcome you all towards our first plenary session on the topic Forensic Analysis, New Horizon and the Changing Times. I am delighted to welcome
Mr. Owen Hawker, the first session speaker, FCPA, Australia, partner, Forensic KPMG, Singapore. With the 20 years of investigation and regulatory litigation experience, he has qualified and practiced not only as an accountant, but also as a lawyer. Mr. Owen has been involved in the investigation of the numerous fraud, corruption, and antitrust. He has also undertaken a variety of fraud, bribery, and regulatory risk management engagements, assisting clients with assessing and upgrading their organizational readiness and control for fraud and regulatory non-compliance. He provides a wealth of expertise on continuous matter with a particular focus on the life sciences sector. He has also been listed as a global elite thought leader. I would like to request Dr. Mitali Barua to welcome Mr. Owen Hawker with a token of our love and appreciation. Thank you, ma'am. To act as a session chair and embrace this session, I would like to invite CA Dayanivas Sharma sir, Vice Chairman, DAAB, ICAI, and CA Bishan Shah, Chairperson, Ahmedabad branch of WIRC of ICAI. Sir Dayanivas Sharma is a managing partner of the Lakshmi Nivasan Corporation, Chartered Accountants. He is an information system auditor and certified forensic auditor, having completed diploma and certification course conducted by ICAI respectively. Armed with the 23 years of experience in the field of auditing, accounting, and corporate restructuring valuation, CA Dayanivas Sharma sir has overseen and managed audit engagements of large corporate entities from international, private, and public sector undertaking. May I please request Dr. Mitali Barua to welcome CA Dayanivas Sharma sir with a token of our love and appreciation. I request Dr. Mitali Barua to welcome Mr. CA Bishan Shah, Chairperson, Ahmedabad branch of WIRC of ICAI. I would like to request Mr. Owen Hawker to initiate the session.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation here to speak. It's a real honor and it's a real pleasure to be here at such a distinguished institution, on such a distinguished occasion, and in front of such distinguished guests and hosts. If you're like me in forensic accounting, it's likely that you're there because you have a burning interest to learn about things. And sometimes that's things that you shouldn't really know about, but you're nonetheless curious. And it really struck me when listening earlier to the list of courses that this university offers, that I could probably be here studying for the rest of my life and still not finish every course that sounded interesting. So it's a real pleasure to be at what I think is the world's first and probably only forensic university, and I look forward to seeing the Singapore branch office open in due course. So what I'm going to talk about today, assuming that I can get the slides to work, which is not guaranteed. I'm not a forensic technology person, I'm an accountant. I'll use the space bar, there we go. I'm not sure if you can see it. Is it supposed to appear here, or is it supposed to appear here? I tell you what, while we're sorting it out, I'll tell you what I'm going to talk about. So those of you who are forensic accountants will have noticed that the title is Changes and a New Horizon. So there will be multiple changes, but I'm only going to talk about one horizon. And what I'm going to talk about is from the perspective that I have, which is as a forensic partner. I'm based in Singapore with one of the big four accounting firms in their forensic practice, and we largely service large-ish multinationals in the ASEAN region. So that's the particular perspective that I will probably approach this from. One of the interesting topics I think that we've already heard about is the changes in expectation that apply to people in our industry and apply in particular to people who are, for example, in audit. And I completely agree with the pain and irritation of seeing the media describe us as auditors when we're not doing anything like an audit. But unfortunately, it seems that in Singapore, at least, we're stuck with that. So one of the most important topics as we go through will be looking really at what the expectations of people like our clients are in terms of how we deliver services. Oh, there we go. Okay, so moving on. What I think... okay, I will need a forensic technology person. Here we go. What I'm going to talk about, as I say, is first of all the changes that impact upon forensic accounting. I'm going to take 3 changes in the world that I think have had an impact upon how our work is carried out, and I'm going to tell you about it from my perspective. There may be other perspectives as well. That's why there's a Q&A just there at the end, albeit that I must admit, given the eminence of the audience, I'm slightly concerned that if I ask you for any questions, I may not be able to provide the answer, but it's too late. I've put it on the slide already. Once I've talked through the 3 changes that I think are probably the most relevant, I'm going to talk through what I think is really the new horizon for forensic analysis investigation. And some of you might think by the time I finished it, well, this doesn't sound like the thing I signed up for, in that I'm probably going to be suggesting that we're going to be doing as a proportion of our work less investigation and more being embedded in the systems of our client in order to prevent and detect fraud rather than investigate it. If that sounds depressing to you, don't worry. There will still be plenty of fraud to investigate. It's just that we're going to be spending a lot more of our time hand-holding our clients in the future. Okay, needless to say, if you have a really burning question, you don't have to wait to the end. So let me just walk through the first topic. Changing times. So what have changed about our times? Well, I think anybody who spent any time in the last 2 years will have noted that the most interesting, and that's the best thing I can say about it, change is that we've had a global pandemic and that's significantly altered the way that we do our work. But I'm going to look at some of the other elements that are also impacting how we do our work. And what we're going to try and do as we go through is look at, well, how do they affect the life of a working forensic accountant? So what is forensic accounting? Well, I mean, any form of forensic accounting at its most basic is really just the study of human activity. We are trying to find out what somebody did, when they did it, how they did it, why they did it. And these are things which are not unique to forensic accounting or forensic investigation or fraud investigation. What I do like to think, though, is somewhat unique to us, is that we are engaged in something like a game of chess with fraudsters. There are criminals in the world who want to steal money from our clients' organizations, and it's our job to help our clients stop it, and when we fail to stop it, to track them down. That makes our work very dynamic. And because it's so dynamic, changes in the business environment make a massive difference to how we deliver our work. It makes a massive difference in a number of ways, and I've listed out 4. The first 2 really relate to changes in the business environment which mean that people can commit fraud differently, or that people who are involved in fraud but aren't the ones committing it behave differently. The second, as you can see, is how they are going to do it, not just what the opportunities they have to do. Those are all on the other side of the chessboard to us. Those are what fraudsters and people in business are doing. But for us, it also makes a significant difference. It makes a significant difference because how we detect what's happening, as you've heard alluded to earlier, when everything is digital, is not the same way that we detect how things are done when everything is done on paper. So when I first started in forensics, if we wanted to check whether a letter had been forged and a signature had been forged, we would put 2 copies of a letter up against a window and try and see if we could match the signatures exactly to tell whether or not they were copied from one document to another. Now you don't do that, you look at metadata. The next is, how do we analyze actions? What do we do in our role as forensic accountants? Historically, we used to sit down with a big pile of invoices and a pencil and make notes. Obviously, we haven't done that for a very, very long time unless the power goes down in our building and we have an urgent report to write. Most of what we now do has a heavy technological element. And so these make quite a significant difference. Where we see rapid developments in our environment that impact upon those factors are the things I'm going to go through in the next 3 slides. The first, obviously, is COVID-19 pandemic. I don't think you can get away with not addressing that. The second is geopolitics. I'm not going to give you a geopolitical talk, you'll be very glad to hear, but I will reference how geopolitics is affecting the way that we do our job. And the last is the pace of change and technology change. But perhaps before I move on to the next slide, the most important thing to consider when looking at change is that change is in itself a risk within forensics. It's a risk of fraud because it's like taking an ant farm and shaking it up, and then the ants have to build a new farm. And when that happens, everything changes, nobody knows what they're supposed to be doing, the control functions don't know what they're doing, new opportunities open up, and we have to be alive to the fact that controls that once worked no longer worked. So the mere fact of change, no matter what the change is, actually has a fraud impact. And so the rapid pace that we're currently seeing in terms of change actually leaves a lot of organizations very exposed. So, the pandemic. Well, skip one. Okay, it's going in the wrong direction now. Let me see if I can get back up. Actually, it's just playing. Okay, give me a second. Okay, cool, thank you. One of the lessons of this talk is that you always have to have multidisciplinary teams. So as you can see, we are working together in a multidisciplinary team at the moment. Okay. Excellent. There we go. Okay. Can you hear me now? Excellent, good. As I say, do feel free to speak up if you can't hear or if you have a really good question. So the pandemic has changed things in a number of ways. It has obviously changed the way that we do business. So many businesses immediately react to the pandemic by sending all of their staff home, locking them in a room, and that means that we're not running our businesses the same way we normally do. That is a permanent change in some respects. Now, that change is not equal across all industries, across all businesses, but for a lot of businesses, and accounting firms are no different, but also in the life sciences sector that I work in, it is a hugely different working environment to what it was, and it's not going back to being the same at any point soon. To give you an example, KPMG, we have 42% of the seats we need to house all of our staff now. At the beginning of the pandemic, we had 100%. So we're not expecting people to come back to work. The second is the change to the control environments, and I'll go through some of the details of that in a second. And then the third is the changes to people's incentives, the way they think about how they do their jobs. So from our experience, what we've seen as a result of the pandemic is that many organizations have switched to letting people use personal devices for a lot of things. And that was initially because they had no access to laptops or insufficient laptops. If you're working on a desktop computer, it's in your office, you don't take it home. And it means that we have a whole bunch of ways of doing things which are now much more informal. We see a lot of business done using WhatsApp, and these are on things like personal devices and personal accounts. That has hugely impacted the way we gather evidence, because if someone's personal device is being used, we may not be able to have access to it. If they're using a personal account on a work device, we still may not be able to have access to it. Worse yet, they may be working from home, and we have to go to their home to seize their laptop and annoy their wife, children, parents. It brings in a whole different element to actually carrying out forensic investigation. But it also means that people are not actually carrying out their job in the same way that they used to. They're carrying it out in a much more casual way, less supported by systems, and we see some very big contracts, particularly in things like commodities trading, being signed up by WhatsApp, which we're, perhaps less happy with as a business. Then we move to control environments. These are radically changed. There are unplanned changes, such as the CFO saying, I need an electronic payment voucher system up and running tomorrow because nobody is in the office from finance to look at the vouchers. What does that mean? You have a higher chance that people are going to be able to commit fraud around supporting documents. Of course, those frauds are, in fact, usually easier to spot because they're electronic and they're usually very bad at forging documents. A bit louder. Okay. I'm going to try and move one of these away and then speak straight to this one so there's a bit less echo. Is that better? Yes. Okay. Good. I'm going to stand to the side. So whilst we see lots of opportunities to commit frauds, this reflects a change in the operating environment. It's not necessarily worse, it's different. So people are trying different things, but also people who work in the control function are doing their job differently and they're not used to doing it that way. That makes a big difference to us as well because we have a different environment for investigating the fraud because our witnesses are not familiar with it. What we've seen a lot of, and I don't know whether you guys see a lot in India, is two types of fraud. The CEO fraud, where someone purporting to be the CEO emails somebody in finance and says, please transfer $8 million tomorrow to this account. It's super urgent and, oh, by the way, very secret, don't tell anybody. So we saw a lot of that when the pandemic kicked off because people were used to the idea that you would be getting direct emails from people asking you to do something you wouldn't normally have done. And the second that we saw was a lot of man-in-the-middle fraud. And that's a sort of limited cyber-related fraud where someone takes over control of your organization's email server, perhaps, and interposes themselves between your client and your client's customer and ends up diverting payments away from your client or away from the customer to their own benefit. And that really kicked off a lot about 3 to 4 weeks into lockdowns in Singapore and the region. But then lastly, what we have are behaviors, which are very different as well. So we noted, for example, that in organizations, management are now very focused on their companies which are under cash flow stress. They're less focused on preventing fraud. They're less focused on governance. And as a result, entities largely have allowed certain types of fraud to happen because they simply don't have the management time to look for them. And at the same time, employees are mostly concerned about losing their job or their company going bankrupt. And as most of you will know, approximately 40% of frauds are identified by employees. And if employees are not committed to doing that, then that's potentially 40% of frauds that aren't going to be identified. And we certainly saw a significant drop-off in whistleblowing activity because we run whistleblowing hotlines for clients at the beginning of the pandemic, which has now come back with a much larger number of complaints because everybody is much more unhappy about having to go back to work. But another factor of that is, of course, the unhappiness of people going back to work has led to the Great Resignation, which is very bad for us. We don't have enough staff to investigate, but it's very bad for clients. They don't have enough compliance officers. They don't have enough finance people. And they also are struggling to perform the review that they ought to perform to prevent fraud. So in other words, the business environment that we've seen that has changed during the pandemic has changed again into a new normal situation. And that's nothing like what it used to be before the pandemic. The old data analytics we used to apply, we have to throw out because it no longer works. We have a different situation that we're looking for. I'm struggling with which one's up and which one is down, as you can probably tell. Then geopolitics. I promise I won't talk about geopolitics in the specifics, but it's pretty obvious that we're moving towards much more nationalistic times. There is arguably a new Iron Curtain that's come down across Europe. And countries, in combination with the effects of the pandemic, have become concerned that they need to protect supply lines, that they need to have national champions, that things need to be reassured. And so we have this redirection of supply chains, and complication of supply chains is one factor. Another is that local regulators are becoming significantly more assertive. So you'll have seen the long-running argument between the PCAOB, the US audit regulator, and the Chinese authorities has been sort of resolved for the moment, but that's been a running sore for about 10 years. And that's because local regulators are now stepping up and behaving like they're American regulators, who've always behaved like they own the world. Now we're all behaving like we own the world, and that makes life a lot more complicated for forensic accountants. And then lastly, data protection. That comes along with a sense that countries want to be able to protect, hold their own data. They want to be able to go after people with that data and obtain it and use it. That also makes a big difference to us. And how these are played out, I've set out in the following 3 items here. One is this diversification of supply chains and moving away from, say, just using China means much more complex supply chains, which means much more due diligence work, much more review work. It also means that you're mostly moving from a country which is a manufacturing hub that's well established to less well established, less developed countries. That's where things like your bribery and corruption and fraud risks are highest. And our clients are saying, because I now have 11 major suppliers instead of 6, I can't just do twice as much work. I don't have the budget for it. And that's driving, we need to do this a different way, which is what we'll talk about later. Then we have the idea of local regulatory jurisdiction. Perhaps 15 years ago, if I was doing an investigation into bribery and corruption in Indonesia, I might not really have cared what the Indonesian authorities thought about bribery and corruption. They were not the relevant authority. Now, every country that you look at where there is bribery and corruption, you are going to find out what the local rules on bribery and corruption are, what your reporting requirements are, who the agencies you have to report are. So in other words, a multinational investigation into 5 countries requires 5 different sets, potentially, of legal advices telling you what you do and do not have to report. It greatly complicates your lives because as forensic accountants, you don't have privilege, so there's no legal professional privilege. If you don't provide something to a regulator that you're obliged to provide to a regulator, you can go to jail. So it makes your life a lot more complex and a lot more interesting. There's also issues around data. Where is the data that you're looking for? If you're doing an investigation and the regional hub is in Malaysia, then Malaysia data protection regulations become important. You need to go and find out what those are. If it's in China, they may not allow you to take the data out at all. So you then have to run investigations with an eye to what are each of the country's local data protection rules, and that was not a problem that we had again 15 years ago. So we're facing very significant challenges with local regulators globally, where we have to comply with sometimes conflicting rules. And if you're a forensic accountant, that's extremely challenging because all you really want to do is find out who stole your client's money. Then I think probably the most obvious and significant of all of the changes is the pace of technological change. So I think we're all of us familiar with the idea of Moore's law, where computer processing power doubles every 2 years. But the pace of technological change is not just processing power. It impacts an awful lot of the business that we work in. So for example, the fact that change is this fast means that if you're an entity which is facing threats externally through your website, the pace of change in terms of the tools available to cyber attackers is something that you need to keep up with, and yet most companies cannot do it. If you look at the impact of change, again, what can be done and what can't be done changes. When I was first a forensic accountant, one of the most valuable sources of evidence were fragments of people's Hotmail accounts, their webmail, that were stored in the cache on their hard disk drive on their computer. Those aren't necessarily evidence that we can now get, for reasons I'll explain in a second. But the best bit about it is, of course, that for us, the pace of change brings much more rapid ability to use new technology. And I think if there's one thing that I hope you all take away from this, it's that sure, we're accountants, sure, we're investigators, but if we're going to do our best work, we have to collaborate with other people in related fields, and one of those related fields is technology, data analytics, and data science, and that's really going to be an important area. And so 3 examples of those, fairly sort of simple. The pace of change, if you're a forensic accountant and if you're in a small firm, means that you need to be hiring data scientists to have on your team as well as having forensic accountants. You need to be hiring database managers on your team. You need to be getting coders. Is this really something which is feasible as a hire for the average forensic accounting practice? No, it's not. And we're a very large one and we struggle with it ourselves. So we're going to have to partner up with people a lot more than we used to, which is good. Accountants should have friends. The other is we need a lot more non-accounting staff to support, but where do we get them from? We don't normally recruit from universities to do technology, so we have to learn how to speak to the tech people. But then we have approaches that are declining. And as I mentioned earlier, forensic technology remains very important, but the way we do it has changed. 2 examples. One, we moved to cloud. That then means that in most organizations that use Microsoft 365 as their primary method of getting work done, actually the cloud is the first place that we go. We can get the information from the cloud and we can get it without anybody knowing we're doing it. We can even put a litigation hold onto a cloud account so that nobody can delete information, and it all happens in the background and they don't know. The downside is all of that exciting information that sits on the laptop, if you're not getting the laptop, then you're not getting some of the juiciest information. Yes, there will always be idiots who send PowerPoint displays of their planned fraud to their work email address. It does happen, but it's not very frequent. It does happen, I have to say. But the other is that you've then got questions around things like SSDs, which are solid-state drives. They don't retain the kind of information that used to sit in deleted clusters on physical hard disk drives. So we are potentially losing some of that data. Some of them do, some of them don't. But by and large, they're not as useful for being able to extract information in the same way because you need to be able to translate via the disk drive controller. That's making the use of forensic technology less of a magnificent gotcha than it used to be for fraud investigation, when you could show somebody something they had written that they thought they'd deleted. On the upside, what have we got that we can now use? Well, who's heard of ESG, right? It's the big new thing in the governance world. I think if you're a forensic accountant, you've been doing ESG your whole life because committing fraud, bribery, corruption, these things are things which fall under the grand umbrella of ESG these days. But there are particular types of it that we also do in countries like India around manufacturing, around sustainability, where in particular things like open source intelligence are useful. They enable you to track the provenance of goods, how people are maintaining things like protected forests in ways that simply weren't possible 10 years ago. So your open source intelligence is actually a massive benefit to you as a forensic accountant if you're looking at tracking people's movements or if you're looking at things like ESG. We have the ability to monitor, and as we'll see later, that is very important in a way we never used to have. Most forensic data analytics historically has been to download historical data and then basically run it through a spreadsheet or a glorified spreadsheet. That's fine, and it has a positive impact on the quality of audit, but it has always been very limited in its use in forensic accounting. It's too slow, it's not live, and it's very difficult to use and convince clients that it's worthwhile doing. Now, as we'll see later, we can monitor more or less live client data, more or less live, and program the results we want to see more or less live. And this is a massive difference, and that's where we as forensic accountants need to get involved in technology. And then last of all, there's the use of machine learning. Now, whenever anyone raises artificial intelligence with me, I have to work very hard not to roll my eyes, because usually artificial intelligence doesn't seem to add any value to anything. There are areas, such as TikTok, where it's obviously very good at telling you what video you want to watch next. It's not been hugely successful in forensic analytics. And the reason for that, I think, is because it is not generally used to having data that is full of lies. In other words, we're looking for the lie, and the data is in fact inaccurate, and someone has designed the data to be inaccurate to fool people looking at it. AI, I think, has generally not reached the stage where it is good at identifying that. And so 10 years ago, when I was walking the world pumping up the prospects of data analytics and AI, I was quite enthusiastic. And I have to say that thus far it's been a big disappointment. Where it does work is in improving the data that we've got. If you have multitudinous data sources, all stored differently, machine learning can be extremely effective at making those data sources comparable. So in other words, it improves the quality of the data you've got. It also enables you to do some clustering, which we'll look at later, which is very valuable as well. But I actually think that one of the most useful things now about machines that can learn is that they can learn to take our bad data and make it a little bit better so that we forensic accountants can truly compare it. So I'm sure you've all guessed what the exciting new horizon I'm alluding to is. It's obviously technology related, but it's because, as we'll see in a second, our clients are moving there. And if your client is becoming technologically advanced, you perforce must become technologically advanced too. There's no way around it. And so we did a survey about a year ago, which I thought was quite interesting, and I'll very quickly breeze through it, into the digital transformation of business. And we asked people in a variety of countries, about 800 different clients. And so what we got out of it was a fairly consistent message, which is if you just take, say, the top 4, their plans in terms of growing their business digitally is to automate, build digital platforms, build digital products, and if they don't have one already, build a digital business model. In other words, we are not getting away from digital business. And if you look at some of the quotes, you've even got the government in France, and now I'm English, so I hope you don't take it remiss if I cast some shade on the French government. Nobody thinks of the French government, I think, as being the most efficient body in the world. And yet even they are looking about how are we going to be able to transform the way we run our government digitally. So that's really where we're going to get to. We're going to get to digital run businesses with high productivity because everything is automated. With this shift, you've got, again, I'm always picking the top 3 factors, but what we see is this. When we speak to our clients, they say, well, we've got this new digital thing. Surely you can analyze it in a smart digital way. So the expectations on us as forensic accountants has increased significantly in terms of our ability to do what's basically digital magic. The second is there is this proliferation of data by volume, yes, but I don't think huge data volume should concern us anymore. I think we have enough tools to handle data volume. What is a concern for us is data sources. Where you end up with multiple data sources, it's difficult to pull all the data together, it's difficult to analyze it together, and that's something which we do see as being a challenge. And then last of all, and this ties in quite well with what you heard earlier, is this shift in forensic accounting moving from being a reactive service where there's an investigation to being a proactive service. Our clients don't expect us to come round only when somebody's stolen money from them. They expect us to be there, taking the benefits of our wisdom and our experience and helping them to not have the money stolen from them in the first place. Historically, it's been very difficult for us to do that because what we do is we design controls for them to address fraud. They then implement the controls. They usually do a bad job. The controls don't work, and in any case, nobody followed them, and then fraud happens again. What we can do now is we can change that by implementing the controls ourselves across prevention, detection, and response to fraud. So, as we can see, yes, businesses expect forensic accountants to be able to analyze digitally. The dirty secret most businesses have is they have no idea how to do it themselves. So this sounds like they've got high expectations of us, but not of them. This is actually a huge opportunity for you guys. This means that if you can analyze this data effectively, if you can work with somebody who understands, honestly, free open source tools, which is what we mostly use in KPMG, which you might be surprised to hear, but we actually mostly use open source, you can produce something for your client which will exceed their expectations, and they will not be able to do it themselves because they don't know how to. We also have this issue around data proliferation. Well, you've heard earlier that, all of this data can be a problem for analysis, but also there are two issues with the data that we often receive. One is it's usually structured data. What we really want to be able to do is pull out unstructured data, keyword analysis of email. We can do that now because of Microsoft 365 and similar platforms. We also see that data is not captured in a way that is designed to assist us with fraud control. And that's where we come in. We can help our clients design how they capture data from the first minute they start capturing it to be useful for fraud investigation. Whereas previously, we got whatever data somebody 80 years ago decided should go into the SAP system, and the data was generally terrible. So we have real opportunities here. So what's the change in situation? Why have I gone from being a skeptic about data analytics to thinking that it's the best thing since sliced bread? Or maybe docile, seeing as I'm not in the UK. The historical breaks that were put on data analytics was that the quality of the data was very poor. And consequently, it was extremely difficult to analyze it. It would be irregular data. Also, as I mentioned, it's not captured for the purpose of data analytics. Traditional forensic data analytics was largely rule-based, therefore had a lot of false positives, false negatives, was easy to evade. It also had the limitation that it would use old data sets and limited data sets. So those were things holding it back. As I've said before, artificial intelligence had very marginal use. It was sometimes used in the financial services sector as a means of spotting things like money laundering red flags. Again, it has not revolutionized the financial services sector, so I think we can put it to one side. And it's extremely expensive. So if you turn on your SAP fraud detection module, it's going to cost you at least $1 million US. You're then going to have it adapted to your own organization's controls and processes, which is going to cost you a lot of consulting money. And every time you want to change it, you're going to have to pay them even more money. Clients don't want to do that. It takes about 2 years to do, and it costs them millions of dollars. So that was a significant problem. The other problem was that they're often black boxes. So you don't know why your system is spitting out alerts. Therefore, you can't meaningfully respond to the alert or tweak what it's doing. So all of these things meant that as a proactive way of detecting fraud, we hadn't really hit the sweet spot for data analytics. Now I think what we have are a number of benefits. First of all, we can build easily data lakes in the cloud, which means we've got all of the data together in one place, and we don't have to deal with multiple APIs from different systems. The second is we can use pre-programmed schema and machine learning to improve and normalize data. That means it becomes analyzable, and that's a huge difference. Next, we've got different types of machine learning that we can train systems to do with greater or lower levels of confidence depending on how sensitive we are. And that's something which I think is coming through, and which we have about, in a team of 108 people, we have about 13 data scientists whose job it is to help us train such systems. And then you've got the fact that open source software and cloud software makes this all affordable, which is the main thing, but also it gives you the ability to deploy it fast. And once you've got a data lake, what you can do to that data lake can be done very, very live, whereas previously it was a matter of several years. So we can implement on a very agile basis, an incremental basis, how are we as forensic accountants going to help you detect fraud and alert people to fraud? This is really the problem that our clients face. This is a fairly average client, and these are all of their systems, none of which speak to one another. If you want to be a forensic accountant in this space, you need all of this data, because our job is to compare one set of data with another set of data, prove they're inconsistent, and then you've got your fraud. How do we fix this problem? Well, what we do is we help our clients by hanging out with the tech guys and having everything brought into a unified set of data for use for the whole organization. And what's interesting about this is a project that can start anywhere in the business. Maybe the salespeople want it. Maybe the compliance people want it. But once you've started pulling data into a data lake, you can then start adding on new sources, new tests, new dashboards. So we don't even have to be the ones who persuade the client that this is what they want to do. We just have to get on the bandwagon once it starts rolling. And all it is something a little like this. You have data sources, and you have a database layer where you suck data into the database. Once it's in it, you then have an analytics layer where you clean it, you model it, you run your risk algorithms. You might, if you've got a responsive system to feedback from end users, use machine learning. You might use clustering. You might use supervised machine learning. And you automate tasks, and then you push it up to the user. And the user then has a number of things that can use to make their lives easy. They have workflows. So the controls are implemented in their workflow. So instead of having a document that they open and go, step 1, raise purchase order, step 2, send purchase order, they now do it all through the system, and all that data is analyzable by us as forensic accountants. Then you've got the ability to run systems which help the people who are investigating. So you've got dashboards which are customizable, and I'll show you some examples in a second. You've got email alerts when there's a problem, something goes wrong. And because you're looking at a data lake that is updated continuously, that means you get your alerts early. And then last of all, you've also got the ability to actually run reports which will tell you where to go and look if you're in internal audit or some other kind of related field. But the real idea of this is that we will work with our clients to implement their controls through a system that feeds into a database that then inspects the data and feeds us up alerts and feeds us up how to go and investigate. And if we can be along with our clients doing that as forensic accountants, we're going to have to work with a lot of other people, but it will be a very satisfying way of doing things. So, 5 very short examples of what we've done in the past few years. The first example, we have an anomaly detection model, which used to take us 8 weeks to build with client data using historical data. Now, using a data lake, it takes us a week to put this together. All we do is we cluster their vendors using keyword analysis, so we're comparing like with like. We determine what our red flags are and what the balance of them ought to be, usually around 8 to 12 different types of analysis are run. We then flatten it out into a nice graph so that human beings who can only think in 3 dimensions can read it, and it sends alerts to people whenever there is a truly anomalous vendor, and you can then go and inspect it. One system we've put in place even will do the automated background check on any vendor that falls above a particular score and forward that to the investigator as a starting point for their investigation. And that's something we couldn't do before. Next, data visualization. We've been doing it for years, but these used to take forever. Now our users can build them themselves in the same way you put together a pivot table in Excel, and it's on the live data, so they can start spotting where there are concerns in their business. Case management. So for us as investigators, this is great, because what this enables us to do is capture our whole investigation, when things happened, who did it, what the evidence is in a single system, work the way through to the end. And this is something which stores every scrap of data in a retrievable place and therefore provides us with protection as to how we carried out our investigation. Then a couple of short ones, procurement trending. This is something that somebody in one of our clients literally built in an afternoon on the basis of the data lake they had, using the software that we were using. I think this may have been Tableau, I think. And it's, again, another sign of how if we are not helping them do it, they will do it themselves, and then we'll only ever get the call when there's a big fraud they can't stop. We need to be there helping them with this fraud, helping them with this system, so that we're the people who are there monitoring and managing the controls. And then the last one, keyword analysis, where we use machine learning for it to run keywords related to bribery and corruption, and it expanded its understanding of what related to bribery and corruption, or reduced it, depending on how we fed back positive results from the investigations we got. And again, that means that you've got a system which is throwing you better results as an accountant. You'll waste less of your time chasing after chimera and more of your time investigating real bribery and corruption. So, is this all a bit depressing, though, you might be thinking? Am I about to be automated out of a job? There was a very annoying survey many years ago that said that auditors were the most automatable, robot-replaceable profession in the world. I think that's nonsense, obviously, even as it applies to auditors. But actually, no. Our expertise as investigators and our experience is what makes us one of the 3 corners of this triangle. You need somebody, yes, who can program in R. You need somebody who can pull data from a database. But without the experience of fraud, without the experience of investigation of a forensic accountant, you're not going to get good, usable results. You're not going to get controls that are designed to prevent fraud from the first step of the control to the data upwards. And so I actually think this is one of the most significant areas of opportunity for forensic accountants in the next 10 years, will be that we're the people who work alongside our client, preventing fraud, detecting fraud, and then investigating it when it occurs. Okay, that's my quick-ish rattle through what I think is happening in the world. And I think if you're interested in the technology angle, it sounds like this university actually has some quite high-tech analytics people. I would hang out with the forensic technology data analytics people, because they're going to be very useful to you in your future careers. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your great knowledge with us. I would like to request Session Chair CA Dayanivas Sharma and CA Bishan Shah to conclude with the remarks of the session.
Thank you very much. Owen, I think it was indeed a fantastic presentation. I think a bigger round of applause for him. But for most of the people who are sitting here, I just like to conclude this session with certain statistics which India has actually gone through and how India is thinking about, though the essence remains the same. When you talk about forensic, I always say one thing. Forensic frauds are intentions, and intentions never can be audited. So that is the first thing which I actually understand. But the most important part is when you talk technology, which is now embedded in the entire financial transaction. I go back to a time in 2014 when our Honorable Prime Minister of India came in and talked about that 1,13,000 crores, I don't know how to convert that into dollars or the euros, 1,13,000 crores was the budget which was planned for Digital India. It's very interesting for all the people to know what this 1,13,000 crore actually entailed to be, and the kind of governance and transparency with which this government and the citizens of this country have responded is only with one number I can say. In financial year 22, we clocked 46 billion transactions through digital payments. And this is a statement given by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the 15th of August. And we feel proud as Indian that, huge amount of transactions have actually hit, and a lot of people are actually migrating towards the digital payment. But yes, we get exposed to certain other risks which you talked about, and the kind of collaboration that need to be done on an overall basis is something which I think we all have to see from a financial accountant point of view. What is that value add we can give it to our nation and also protect our citizens at a larger level. One thought which came to my mind, which I just like to narrate as a circle, just visualize things starting from explore, which is change or rethink how to do business, followed with an opportunity of new product and new market. Then the excitement, how quick I can be, number one, because there are many such transactions in the recent past that there was no history of certain organizations, but they have developed like anything. So which is primarily excitement, how quick I can be, number one, by using technology. That's one thing which is very, very important for all of us to understand. Then cross-border transactions have been one of the most critical aspects at the global level. And that's why every nation at the larger level is coming and thinking about who is the seller and who is the buyer, and how these transactions that need to be controlled at a larger level. I'm just trying to cover up from your points only. If I have drifted a little, just rectify it. Then the regulation change, which is coming at the global front, considering the entire data privacy as well as the change in tax laws. Where do I source the taxing from? Then redefinition of businesses is actually becoming a most important thing in the entire process, where what we were thinking, what we were visualizing is not the same as what is actually happening and what the outcome is actually coming out to be. So that is one part. And then again, it goes back to exploring the entire process. Whether I am right, wrong, I need to rethink, or how do I need to move forward. Technology undoubtedly is something which has played a very important role and which you are talking on a continuous basis. And particularly, I can tell you one thing is, globe, as Indians, we can only tell you one thing. The world as such, I think all of us will agree. When you apply data analytics to this nation, today we are talking about this 46 billion transactions which have hit from 500 rupees to some millions of dollars, which is actually clicked on a click, by clicking buttons. The kind of data analytics which this country can actually give can be a research paper in itself for the globe. I think you all agree, right? And let's be proud about India for that particular part. So just imagine for a moment, if you talk about a transaction level, recently there is a survey report which has been sent, where 54% of the people who have used UPI payment process, you know what is the value of transaction which is hit? Yes? Per transaction. 500 rupees, which was peer-to-peer and person to a family. So that means a human tendency, which he was talking again and again, the human psychology is changed so much that I don't want to use anymore the cash transactions and more of Financial transaction, the more you talk about financial transactions, when you talk more about digitization, when you talk more about using technology in the process, undoubtedly the cyber risk is going to sit on your head and it is going to impact in a different direction. Last thing, which was on data visualization. I can just visualize this country in a different form altogether. We are almost going to be, we are almost second largest country in the world with regards to the population. But yes, today the kind of literacy which is there with the illiterate of using financial transaction through mobile and multiple sources of transaction is unimaginable. So literacy has been redefined in this country in a different manner. But yes, the kind of knowledge that has to go through the people in their thought process. When you talk about new horizons, the new horizons comes with a lot of contribution which we as a professional have to do at a different level. Time has come where the thinking process has to be really changed, as you rightly said, giving certain beautiful examples. Just I was thinking, what do I conclude? But the fact is very simple. The role of a chartered accountant or a CPA, when you talk about any fraud primarily is on a financial transaction. And financial transaction, when it is there, it is always going to be a chartered accountant or a CPA's role, which will be played very heavily, because when you talk about an engineer or any other person, but the fact is, it is not on the other part. It's going to actually impact the financial transaction of certain companies, and that need to be secured in more than one ways. I think the overview of this entire session, which I could understand, is the new horizons are there. I think it's time that you need to redefine the entire thinking process, how we are going to move forward, what are the new skill sets. Might be a stage is going to come, you have good amount of experience, but you don't have that skill set to set it right. So it's time where we need to cross-sell each other, interact with each other. Might be multidisciplinary is something which is going to play a very important role in the entire process. One individual, if you talk about an engineer or a chartered accountant, is not going to be a fit case. The only thing which I tell you is very simple. If you take example of effectiveness and efficiency, a person climbing a wrong building within correct time, he is effective, but not efficient. But a person who is climbing a right building in the right time is actually something which we need to look at. That means combination of people to make it effective and efficient. That time has come where we need to move forward in total sense. So thank you very much, Owen, for giving a wonderful session, and I would love to have your presentation with me for my future thought process and deliberations, and look forward for more and more interaction in the Q&A. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Learned Vice Chairman of DAB and Central Council Member Dayanivash Sarmaji, Mr. Owen, and all the participants. This is a collaborative efforts which Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and NFSU did. And yes, collaborative efforts always says that together everyone achieves more. That is what the theme of Ahmedabad branch, that is team. And T stands for technology and timeliness. That is what we want, a perceive and excellence in our members. E always effectiveness, efficiency and equity. That is what we see. A stands for awareness and access to resources. M stands for motivation and mentorship. That is what we want, and that's really what I can say, a proud moment for Ahmedabad branch to have and host for our members these international convention. Sir, my presence on this podium is unlikely because I am a person of a GST, and to see a fraud detection and talk on forensic is, not forte. But when I remember these three words, GST, so more and more frauds are there, tax frauds in new GST regime from 2017, and it has been detected. So where the role of the professional is also, envisaged to see how we can help the government in decoding these GST frauds. And the Indian horizon, I can say, is the professional is required to give their specialities or specialization in decoding those frauds. So, and S stands for sourcing. I went to Malaysia, Ahmedabad branch went to in Malaysia and had a program on with Malaysian police, where we found that we are far ahead in detection and adoption of the technology, and that is what India and Indian professional can do to world at large. We can do outsourcing of their function of fraud detection, and we can help them in decoding the frauds, because our professionals are much more expert. So that is what I also experience. And T stands for technology. As the sir says, that India is having great technology adoption. And I remember our ABCD, which our Vice President always used to say. A stands for artificial intelligence, B stands for blockchain, C for crypto, and D for data analysis. Where if you Google it, you will find that India is at much more higher position in adoption of technology. And that's how we as a chartered accountant should also try to collaborate with the technology people. That is what I taken note from your presentation, and try to have a multidisciplinary firms and tie-ups with the members. With these words, I can say that we should not only think of fraud detection, but our role as a chartered accountant is always there in fraud prevention. Thank you very much.
On this note, we conclude this plenary session. I request everyone to move forward for lunch, and I request management team to guide for same. Thank you. I request everyone to please be seated for 5 minutes.
Sorry, not taking you much time. We are running late with the schedule. So we had planned the second session. We have postponed the second session. So right now it is 2. We'll assemble here again at 2:45. Please be on time. And lunch is on the parking side. Please go ahead. Thank you. Please join for the lunch. He will take it. Please come. Yes, sir. Please.
दिया था मैंने वो मैंने वापस दे दिया कहाँ रखा कर दो मैं इधर से ऑन ही रखता हूँ हेलो
Good afternoon, everyone. I request everyone to take your seats, please. I request everyone to take your seats as soon as possible. We are going to start with the second session of the day. I request Dr. Harish Barot and CA Deepji Singhal to come on stage, please.
ऑडियंस में तो दे दिया ऑडियंस में थे
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Harshit Tiwari. I'll be the host for the second session of the day. And the topic of this session is data analytics for business decisions and fraud detection. I am profoundly delighted to take an opportunity to introduce our speaker, CA Deepji Singhal, partner of Pipalia Singhal and Associates and advisor to Sama Audit Systems and Softwares Private Limited. Deepji Singhal graduated in science from the Bombay University with a major subject being chemistry. He went to complete his chartered accountancy and presently is a fellow member of ICAI. He is certified internal auditor and also a certified ERA trainer for risk enterprises assessor from Methodware Limited, New Zealand. He has been involved in setting up risk management mechanisms, reviewing and setting up internal control structures, internal audit services, and business consultancies on the design, documentation, and implementation of systems and procedures. He is recently advising organizations for internal control implementations for satisfy SOX requirements and Clause 49 requirements for listing in India. He also organized training workshops for audit and finance professionals and is actively associated with activities at Sama. I would like to request Dr. Himanshu Thakkar to welcome CA Deepji Singhal with a token of appreciation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to introduce our session chair, Dr. Harish Barot, Associate Dean of School of Management Studies, National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar. He holds a dual master degree in Commerce and Management and holds a Master of Philosophy and doctoral degree in Management. His expertise in the area of forensic accounting, financial management, and mutual funds. Dr. Barot has more than 35 publications and holds 22 years of ironclad experience in research and academics. Now, I would request Dr. Himanshu Thakkar to welcome Dr. Barot with a token of love. Thank you so much, sir. Now, at last, I request CA Deepji Singhal to proceed with his session. Please, sir.
ऊपर ना ये हमारा बैनर है। हाँ समझ गया, नीचे नीचे जाना। हाँ और सर ये नीचे है वो है अपना क्या कहते हैं लेजर गुड है उसकी जगह है यू कैन कनेक्ट या बट या ओके you take permission? All of you can hear me? Yes, so I think they have been so nice, you know, they said that you can roam around in the afternoon, and because, you know, the voice will be better on the collar mic, they told me. So I have accepted to speak here, which is nice, you know. So good afternoon to all of you, all the delegates who have joined in today. A very big thank you to the organizers, to the dignitaries, NFSU. Dr. Barot is here. He's put in a lot of hard work, and all the other dignitaries. Very big thank you to the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India dignitaries, because as all the speakers prior to me spoke in the morning, they talked about, you know, the thought leadership. Our Vice President, ICAI, talked about thought leadership for India. And that is very much evident from the steps taken by various bodies. For example, the NFSU is a unique university around the world. Similarly, ICAI has come out, the Digital Assurance Accounting Standards Board. They have come out with forensic standards, which is again unique. So there is evidence of thought leadership by universities, professional bodies in the country, and that will benefit the profession in the country and at large. On today's topic, if I talk about data analytics for business decisions and fraud detection, again, let me tell you that many outsourced centers from around the world are situated in India. For analytics, most of the development which is now happening is happening in these outsourced centers in India. Even the monitoring, continuous monitoring for processes around the world, especially in North America, is happening from India. Research centers have already been set up in India. Major corporates who are there in the country have pushed their accounting and even their internal departments or the risk management, risk containment units or loss prevention units in the country. So they are operating across in the country. So I think this is the right time to be into analytics, because analytics is required for business decisions and fraud detection. I would just like to take a step back. Since morning we have talked about accountants, accounting profession, and we have talked about auditors. But I would take a step back and say that analytics is required not only by accountants and auditors, but by everyone in the organization. Because for decision making, all the process owners, whether it is procurement, purchase, marketing, any other function, would want that their function is efficient and effective. So they would want analytics, because that will help them take the right decisions. Similarly, accountants, and then coming then to accountants and auditors from outside. So, you know, the topic is data analytics for business decisions and fraud detection. What I've done is, I just have few initial warm-up slides, 3 or 4, and I'll directly launch into case studies. Simple cases which we have seen in the country across organizations. So we have tried to generalize those cases, fictionalize those cases, and present to you. Because this session is all about possibilities for the professional. You know, what is possible to be conducted or to be managed by a professional, what a professional can achieve by doing analytics, by an analytics tool or by using techniques, both tools and techniques. So that requires imagination, that requires experience, and that is what is necessary by a professional. So what I've done is I've just got simple case studies, and I'll run through those case studies as much as I can in my presentation of next 25 minutes. Now, when we talk about analytics, this slide puts in perspective the entire range. I'm not getting into the definition of analytics. I'm just saying analytics means when we are doing analytics which is post, it is hindsight, the first, you know, vertical, individual component monitoring. When we do some continuous monitoring and real-time monitoring, then we move into continuous monitoring. And then we start using machine learning and artificial intelligence, and then we get into predictive analytics. So I think the entire range is necessary depending on the situation. So you have ad hoc, then you have got hindsight, then you have got insight, and then you have got foresight. So just just putting in perspective that analytics means all those tools and techniques in the world which will enable a professional or a set of people to carry out analytics, artificial intelligence, continuous monitoring, real-time monitoring, and so on. Why do you require analytics for decision making? Today's topic is analytics for decision making and for fraud detection. So for decision making, of course, as I said, any good professional in any function would require right analytics, right set of information to take the right decisions. And that is why you have cases of quick and better analytics will aid in quick and better decision making, increased insights into business, because then you can take better decision making rather than a hunch. You are talking about taking decisions based on data. It is objective decisions and not subjective decisions. Improves framing, enabling framing of successful marketing strategies, reduces cost. Naturally, you can look at cost and how it moves, patterns of expenditure, etc. Improved profitability, builds a strong brand ecosystem. So I think this is just, decision making requires analytics, which we are already seeing, happen. A case in point would be, you go to a hotel property. I just keep on giving you cases, from across whatever I've felt. You go to a hotel property, you go to a 5-star hotel. Let's take a 5-star property, and you say it's located in X city. They use artificial intelligence, machine learning software, which will calculate, earlier there would be a rate for the day. Now that software calculates the rate which should be given to the consolidators, to Trivago, to Make My Trip, to Clear Trip, etc., to service providers. So what it does is, you feed in, these are my competitors in this region. That software actually latches onto various sites and looks at what is the competition offering. It latches onto your ERP system, and it looks at what is your room inventory. And then it runs the algorithm to say what should be the rate which will attract maximum customers to your property. And then that is put out to different properties. So that's a case of decision making using analytics. There are hundreds of examples like that. You use on your phone, Facebook, everything. That's all an example of beautiful analytics running in the background, which is being used for people to take decisions and for companies to induce customers to come and buy their products or services. Now, data analytics, of course, is for fraud detection. How can analytics help? I would say data analytics does not conclude on whether a fraud has taken place or not. What it gives is, it gives you red flags. And then you can then investigate further to find out whether it is a fraud or not, or whether it is a false positive, whether you need to take care of it. But it helps in early fraud detection, because if you have continuous monitoring, it helps in early fraud detection. Ability to detect fraud that we could not detect before, faster response in investigations, increased business transparency, getting the business to take more responsibility for managing the company's anti-fraud program, reducing costs of anti-fraud program, because you don't require that number of manpower. You can rely on small technology which can deliver the full results. Integrity of underlying data to the fraud investigation is maintained, and protected audit trails that can form part of evidence and working papers. Here again, I'll go back to the morning, what the speakers were speaking, Today, when a professional is working, you need audit trails. You need to protect yourself and say, this is how I carried out audits, or I did my accounting work, I did whatever work, professional work which I was supposed to be doing, and this is the audit trail, this is the universe I took, this is the samples, or this is the entire universe which I tested, and these were the algorithms which I ran. So that would stand in scrutiny in courts and other places, which would be a great defense to the auditor, to the accountant, to the professional per se. Dr. Vyas talked about, professional being at the forefront, of bearing the brunt of what's happening today. So I think a good analytics tool which will allow you to have an audit trail and which will demonstrate the methodology you followed, which would be captured as you are carrying out work, becomes very important for the accountant or the auditor. And number two is, of course, the faster response in investigations and also looking at the entire universe, because our vice president talked about, earlier हम लोग sample size लेते थे. He said, 1.5 months का देखा, 2 months का देखा. But now, when you have digital data, you have data in digitized form, you can look at the entire universe. You need not look at a small sample. Fraud detection is a set of processes and analysis that allows businesses to identify and prevent unauthorized financial activity. Companies can incorporate fraud data analytic routines into their portals, company policies, employee training, and enhanced security features. The most effective companies combat fraud by using a multifaceted approach that integrates several of these techniques. So you have techniques at all levels being followed, some ad hoc analytics, some internal audit, some training programs for some policies, internal control policies being put into place, continuous control monitoring in other functions, critical functions, and so on. So you have the full approach. You decide how the company should be structured and what should be put in place at different levels, which will ensure that you have early fraud detection if a fraud takes place. So I think that's important. Fraud analytics combines analytics technology and techniques with human interaction to help detect potential improper transactions either before the transactions are completed or as they occur. I think it is important here in this particular line to understand that you have to work with human beings. So the gray cells of the human beings are still required. So I think that is where our professional skill comes into play, where the experience, the knowledge, the skill which is imparted by training institutes like ICAI and NFSU, that will help a professional to become a better professional in terms of better techniques, better frameworks, better tools, better scenario analysis, better imagination, understanding what are the possibilities, what is the modus operandi, etc., which will help a professional achieve, reduce the level of fraud or aid in early detection. Now I'll take a very simple example. Now this particular example which I have taken, a very simple example is, this has happened in different scenarios. We have just fictionalized it and I have made it a North American example so that it does not touch any of us in India. So, IT reassigns, the first thing which you see is the IT reassigns cashier role. She or he, let's make it gender space, neutral. So, she or he realizes that she can approve discounts, and that person continues to approve small legitimate discounts, 2 or 5%. Let's take a retail scenario. Or maybe, somebody is passing a credit notes and can give discounts, has the authority to give discounts. And then on day 3, when that person realizes that they can give a small discount of 2 to 4% and it is not noticed, you increase the level of discount and say, let's try a 40% discount. So you are giving a 40% discount on day 3. Then on day 4, you approve a 50% discount for your brother. Because then you say, it's not detected, let's go a step further. Because I think Dr. Vyas early morning talked about advocacy and inadequacy. That's got stuck in my mind, somehow. So the person is trying to become from inadequate to adequate, as per his terminology. So, you approve a 50% discount for your brother. And then on day 5, you approve a 70% discount for your brother again. So basically what's happening is, you have lost over 6 months, you lose $300,000. As I said, I've made it an American case study. So you lose $300,000. Now let's take another example that if you are using analytics, what happens? You have continuous monitoring. So what happens is on day 1, day 0, IT reassigns cashier role. That is, segregation of duty was removed. You made a mistake, the IT made a mistake, reassigns, or maybe in collusion, reassign that particular role for the cashier, where you can also approve the discount. Day 1, she realizes that she can approve discounts. On day 2, continues to approve small legitimate discounts. But what is happening is, at the bottom, on the software panel, you have continuous monitoring which is going on at the back end. So what is happening is, there's a detect, correct, protect. So basically, on day 1, when the segregation of duty is removed, a cashier can approve discounts, the alert goes to the store manager. In this case, the store manager has not acted on restoring the segregation of duty. So on day 2, the cashier approves a small discount. So when that small discount is approved, it goes to the loss prevention officer. As you would be aware, retail chains or pharmacies, pharmaceutical stores, they have a separate loss prevention function, which continues to monitor what is the loss prevention happening and what is the processes where losses can happen, and continues to arrest those losses or prevent those losses from happening. So that alert goes to the loss prevention officer. So the IT is alerted immediately and cashier's privileges are revoked. Now this is because there was a technology of continuous monitoring which is running in the background. So further losses from day 3, day 4, day 5 were, arrested. They were prevented. So I think in the morning we also talked about prevention. So analytics will allow, if appropriately used in organizations, in the government sector, in NGOs, in any form, will help everyone to prevent or detect frauds earlier. Because this is a topic about fraud, I talked about frauds, So this is a very small example which I gave. Now let's look at procurement reviews, because I think this is a very famous area, because everybody talks about procurement audits or how we can, look at procurement, whether it is a government organization, whether it is a NGO, whether it's a private sector organization. Procurement is something which will always remain an area which is open to frauds or maybe leakages from happening. So we have to prevent that from happening. In service organizations, for example, an IT company, the procurement would be the salary, the payroll for the staff, because that's the raw material. So I think this is what we are thinking about. Now, we as a team, when we sat down and we said what can go wrong in procurement, which can be built into softwares on an ad hoc analytics or a real-time monitoring, I think we came up with around 74 or 75 objectives. But so what can happen is, if you are looking at a chartered accountant firm or a professional firm which is going out to do audits, and you are looking at a procurement audit or a payroll audit or any other audit, which I'm going to show you some examples of different areas, you can actually take the data, you can analyze the data in a day or 2 days. You can analyze the entire universe for 1 year, 2 years or 3 years. You can, for those objectives which you feel are important, you can run the entire objectives, you can run the analytical tool to give you the results, deviations, and then you can sit down with the process owners to find out whether they are false positives or they are real deviations which need corrective action. Either process controls, master controls, transaction level controls, whatever, they can be acted upon. So statutory audit or an internal audit or an accounting review where you have digitized data can be used very effectively by using an analytics tool, and that analytics tool can be any tool. It can be an ERP, your own ERP, which can be configured to give you deviations, or it can be multiple tools depending on the size of the organization. No one single tool will give you the results. You have to use multiple tools. There are open source programs, tools also available in the market. So as you progress on the analytical journey, you will find that a professional will keep getting better and better by using multiple tools. So let's look at analytics in procurement reviews. I've just taken few examples, so don't hold me on that. Analyze purchase or payments by value bands and identify unusual trends. You can start off by a procurement audit by looking at that. Test for splitting particularly below threshold authority limits. So somebody has got a limit, approved limit, but you're trying to violate that by splitting the purchase orders. Summarize by type of payment, regular supplier, one-time supplier. Check for continued purchases despite high rate of return rejections or credits. So you can look at transaction files for returns, for rejections, and then look at why you are continuing to purchase that. Track scheduled receipt dates versus actual receipt dates. Identify price increases greater than acceptable percentages. Now you can do ad hoc analytics here. You can do for a very large corporate, multi-geographic corporate, you can actually do a continuous monitoring. Let's take an example of a large projects company which is buying, maybe, I'll take India, maybe at 200 locations, they have got projects going on, and they're buying cement across the country, or they're buying some other raw material across the country. So you can actually set at a central level a limit and say, any deviation by 3% or 5% or 2%, and please give me an alert. So once you get an alert, look into that, work with the purchase and find out why it's happening. So again, high value items. Then you have got high value items being bought from a single vendor. Aging analysis of open orders beyond a specified number of months. Changes to orders in terms of quantity and unit price after receipt of material. So these are some of the examples in procurement reviews. Inventory control and management. I'll not read out these. Maybe that can be sent out to people later on to everyone. I'll just take 2 or 3 from these to give an example on what's happening. I would be very happy at the end of my presentation. I'll make a very quick presentation. I would be happy if you ask me questions or share. If Dr. Barot permits, if the time permits, then just share 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You can share something which will be more useful. The interaction will be more useful. So analytics in inventory control and management. Sudden changes to inventory status from non-moving to active. You look into your. We have seen this happening in a SAP system. Suddenly make it active and then start working on it to do something wrong. Reporting on active inventory bought and not consumed, stock in excess of the inventory holding period. I'll come to the last one. Analyzing inventory shortages and excesses not adjusted in inventory records for over X number of years. So why there was excess or shortage and what's happening, why you're buying. You have got inventory and then also you're buying. There are examples when you've got inventory and you're buying more. Payroll, again, you can come out with 50 or 60 objectives on what can go wrong in payroll. Map the payroll transaction file to payroll master file to determine if there are ghost employees on record and are being paid out. I think this is a favorite for payroll for most of the things, but when you have got multi-geography organizations with few lakh employees or few thousands of employees across the country, even contract labor, which is not paid on maybe fixed basis, but paid on per day basis, then you can run the transaction file with the payroll master file or the contractor bills vis-a-vis the transaction file to find out what's happening. Profile employees who have not availed any leave in the last 1 year. Isolate individuals continuing to get payroll benefits after retirement. Now, I see some smiles here, but I think this happens in industry or in organizations. You go out and you'll find that. Just try to run some of the tests and you'll find this happening. Detect employees getting signing on bonus payments and leaving before the minimum service period, where signing on bonus is not recovered. Employees who have rejoined back after departure and continue to get retirement benefits with standard payroll payments. Inconsistent payroll master allowances within the same groups like grade, designation, location. Now, these are just a few, but with the software ERP, which is available to most of us today in digitized environment, with analytic tools being available, I think it is very easy to run tests across the entire universe. Not only 1 year, you can run it across 3 years, last 3 years, as long as data is available to you, made available to you. Now, let's look at expenditure control. So capturing sudden increase and or decrease in expenses category wise across plants and field formations, profiling high value expense outliers with blank narrations, duplicate expenses booked in the same accounting period to the same function head or budget code, expenses with narrations. You can run a search on narrations, gift, donation, and analyze all those expenditure. So that is possible. Operational reviews, I'll skip through this, but again, you can use it across operations. As long as what I said was, your imagination is the key to doing exercise or looking at data. The more experience that a person has in a particular industry and the more experience that a person has across industries, the more number of tests can be run to look at data and to understand what's happening. This is just one case study. Incorrect credit note valuation issued for stock returns to the tune of so much. You give out credit notes for stock returns, but they were not given out on the invoicing amount. They were given out later on the revised invoice master or the revised master, MRP master, stock master, sales master. So I think that is, you can think of retail, you can think of automobile industry, you can think out where a lot of credit notes are given out. And again, this is one example where we have seen this happening in a number of organizations, So, as excess payouts to contractors, few million payout records you analyzed for multiple contractors, incorrect performance bonuses rates being applied to benefit specific contractors. Now, ineligible and inadmissible payouts were detected. So again, an area which can be looked at. These are some of the retail industry fraud analytics, 20 key tests which have been put down. Like this, industry-wise, we have looked at, what can go wrong, and that has been listed out. And then you can keep on adding. So as you go out to do audit or review work, let's not you view the work audit, consulting work, review work, you can keep on making a tracker or a master database of tests, and you can keep on adding more to it. Either based on what is your learning, or maybe from the outside world what you learn, from university what you learn, case studies, and then come back and keep on adding to your database. And that will keep on accumulating to have a real good database to be run for different processes, different industries, which can be used to detect frauds or to detect outliers or to look at data differently, whatever deviations come out, to find out what's happening. Now, what are the popular fraud investigation tests in data analytics? Any tool you use, I will not talk about any specific tool, but any tool would you use. I think one of the good features about an analytical tool is that if you have data files of few million records or a huge data file, you can actually flow the file through the tool, and the tool will give you, first of all, a discover and identify patterns. So it will automatically use some machine learning and give you trends, what's happening to the data file. It will also give you field statistics. It will tell you what is the lowest value, what is the highest value, what is the mean, what is the standard deviation, what are the negative values, how many records with positive values, negative values, where the range has been breached, and so on. So it will give you different patterns. You can also try to use some filters to set the patterns. So what happens is, as soon as you get a huge data file, you can actually look at the data file and start looking at it in a meaningful fashion. What's happening with the data file? And then you can drill down to look at what is going wrong, or what is your objective which you want to run on that file. So the start off would be looking at it as a discover function, as a field statistics, and understanding what is the data trying to speak to you. So I think that is the discover feature. I'll just step back from there and say, most of the government agencies where we go, or most of the private sector organizations also, if you go to banks, they will be giving you files in a PDF format. They will give you millions of records, last 3 saal ka data, or whatever it is. The state governments will give you data in PDF format. So if you get a PDF format, then these tools will allow you to convert a PDF file into a database. And that can be done in few minutes. So what happens is, once you have a database ready, then you can start your analytics. So it is important that conversion of a PDF into a database itself is one major test, I would say, in an analytics routine. Is the starting point to get data in a database. And then of course you have discover, then you have correlation. So identify high risk audit units, or maybe look at 2 different parameters, whether they are supposed to correlate and they are not correlating. So there are correlation techniques, there are regression techniques which are built into the tool. You have Benford's law, I think, which everyone is aware of for a fraud detection. You have relative size factor, outlier detection, which can be used. So these are built into the tool. So you can just run the data files and you can look at all these tests to say what are the patterns. You also have fuzzy logic built into it, though there is a lot of research being carried out on fuzzy logic right now. It's not perfect, but there is some sort of fuzzy logic which will allow you to look at if there are duplicate vendors, with the same sounding names, pneumatics and so on. So mnemonics. So you can actually start looking at those data and see what's going wrong. As I said, I wanted to keep my presentation simple. I also wanted to help my dear friend, Dr. Harish, with the timing. So this is one of the features which I just want to highlight to you. This is Analytics Wednesday webinar series that we run every Wednesday, 7 to 8 p.m. This is free, and this is tool independent. We are not talking about the tool. Any speaker who has done work on analytics, we invite the speaker to come onto the platform live on Zoom and YouTube, and they come and speak every Wednesday for an hour. So they share their case study, their actual practice work, whatever they can within the norms of confidentiality for the organization. And 65 speakers have in the last 1.5 years, 1 year, 2 months, 65 speakers have spoken on the platform, and we have just put it out on our Sama YouTube channel. So you can just go to that channel and you can look at different industries, different speakers, professors, regulators, talking about what they have done in the field of analytics in the country. We have mainly got speakers from India. So, that way it is possible to look at what is happening in India in the field of analytics around, where there are a lot of learnings which are happening. So, you can just log on to Sama YouTube channel and you can look at all those videos which are there, Analytics Wednesday. We call it Analytics Wednesday, which is running successfully so far, and every Wednesday evening it is live. But of course, offline, you can always look at it on the channel. So I think just wanted to give you a flavor of how analytics can be used for decision making and for fraud detection. And thank you very much. Thanks a lot. If there are any questions, anything, if Dr. Barot permits, then.
Sure. If audience have any questions, they can ask.
He wants to ask a question.
Please give speaker. Sorry.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you give some details in brief about spread analysis, which is quite helpful? You just monitor the raw material and see the increase in other, elements.
Spread analysis with respect to? Because when you say the stock market, the spread analysis is different.
No, procurement.
Procurement.
You gave an example of procurement.
Okay. See, what's happening is that when you're buying raw metal in the country, for a major projects company or if there are 3 factories of the same company in 3 different regions, but maybe in the same state, or what I talked about was for a projects company where they are having 200 projects across the country and they're buying steel, they're buying cement. Everything is not maybe purchased locally. Some of the key items like cement would be benchmarked and purchased locally, but then there are requirements and you buy it locally at that project site also. When there is emergency, you may purchase RMC, you may purchase a lot of material at the local sites also within a particular band. So centrally, it is possible to just set a filter and say, what are the price band? Up to 2%, if this material is bought, it is fine. But above 2%, give me an alert. Or above 5%, please give me an alert. I would extend this further by saying that when we run analytics onto 3 or 4 different factories, what we have found is the same vendor giving the same item at the 3 factories are giving at the different rates. Because there are 3 different agencies purchasing the item. Similarly, different vendors may be giving the same item at a different rate. So why are we not buying it from the one who's giving it a lower price? Because the quality being the same. So, when you run analytics onto different factories, different locations, different projects, you can actually put a filter to say, what's the, and then filter would be depending on the item, depending on the industry, depending on what can go wrong. So I would say maybe for cement, 2% would be a big amount. But for cotton, wool or small, cotton, I would say more than 10% just show me. Because the value would be less and I would not be interested in 2% deviation.
Yes, any more has any questions? Can you please transfer mic on this side? Yeah, we have on this side.
Sir, you have restricted yourselves to actually speaking the name of the tools, actual data analytics tools that you use. So can you give us some of the tools that name some of the tools?
This is the most difficult question because
that's why I've continuously monitored that.
I'll tell you. I represent IDEA, so there is a conflict of interest. But IDEA is the tool which I'm using, but I'll give you the names of all. So there's IDEA, there's ACL, there's Arbutus, there's a open source Python, there's R, there's SQL which you can use, there's Alteryx from the US, there's Tableau for visualization, and there are many more. There's NIME from Germany. There's a lot of tools available in the market. So usually what happens is, as the journey progresses for a person who's using analytics, maybe you will use IDEA initially, then you want more visualization. You get better at it. Then you like to use IDEA with Tableau. Maybe you like to use some banking people want to use Python very well. So they like to use ad hoc analytics, they'll use IDEA. Then they'll use Python, they'll transfer data from here because there's a ODBC connect, you'll use it in Python. So as you progress, as I said, imagination is the key. As you get better at your work, I think you can use multiple tools. So I gave you the full range of tools which are available. Please. time na? There is time na? There is time na? 5 minutes or bas? Okay.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Sir, being an external auditor, what all the tools which are available to us, how we can get it from the system? Being an external auditor, if we are investigating into the fraud, if fraud occurred, so what all are the tools? Like you said, these are the tools which are available for monitoring. So what all are the tools which are available for forensic auditor? How can we get a detail of that, the tools which are available?
I think there are number of tools. What I talked about in this session was the analytic tools, but there are case management tools as forensic auditor, and then there are a lot of other tools which are used by IT auditors. If you want to look at the system logs and you want to look at the hacking attempts and what has gone wrong, then those tools are there. So a combination of tools will have to be used, and I think Dr. Barot would be the right person, because in this university they have a list of all the tools and they are trying to set up all the tools in the laboratory for a person to use them. But as I told you, my limited experience is that as investigation agencies use, whenever a fraud happens, either you look at the company data or you look at the bank statements, because bank statements is the first source where you can detect whether any wrongdoing has happened and what subsidiary companies got and what multiple companies got. So all that bank data usually comes in PDF form. So what is important is for you to convert a PDF into a database and start analyzing them. So their analytic tools will help. But then as you are building up your case and going into, you need case management tools, because finally, if something has gone wrong, you'll have to present yourself to some judiciary. And there, how you took data, whether you are allowed to take data or not allowed to take data, whether it was the right spirit, the evidence collection, etc. would be questioned later on. So I think all that will require to be taken care of. We have bank statements have their own set of problems. So see, in these 20 minutes you have to speak nice things. You don't have to speak of the problems. Sure. Otherwise we would finish everything off in 20 minutes. So, but there are challenges, but we need to do that, because that's the job. That's the job of a professional.
Sometimes bank statement itself is a problem.
So I think time being short, I think I'm thankful to all of you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request session chair to present concluding mark of the session.
So, good afternoon all. Post-lunch time is somewhat tedious, but don't worry. We have the provisions of tea 24/7 outside. So whenever you are getting bored, you can go outside and have your tea and come here. The purpose of having these kind of sessions, the data analytics sessions, and if you will look at the overall structure of today's sessions which we have organized, are the answer of questions which one of the participants has raised from their end. Basically, data analytics is one of the part in forensic accounting. As Deepji Singhal sir rightly mentioned that there are various tools which are used in forensic investigation, financial fraud investigation. One of the tool is data analytics. So we have kept this session on data analytics tool. So Deepji Singhal sir, thank you very much. He has rightly pointed out and rightly mentioned, because I know it is a valley of discussion which we are when we are starting to talk about the data analytics tools and use of data analytics in fraud investigation. Sir has pointed out some specific case studies with respect to data analytics. As sir told me to speak about different tools which the external auditor is asking about, as an external auditor or as a chartered accountant, when we are going for investigation of financial frauds, this forensic accounting or financial fraud investigations deals not only with data analytics tools, it deals with digital forensics also. So when data comes to you, when the data have been extracted, it is extracted through the digital forensic techniques, the hash value, which rightly mentioned by Honorable Vice Chancellor sir in the morning. So until and unless data doesn't comes to you and verified data comes to you, you cannot go ahead with data analytics. Until you do not perform data analytics, you cannot prepare, you cannot come out with your outcomes, results. And until you do not come out with outcome with your results, you do not prepare reports, and then reports could not be presented in a court of law. So my friends, forensic accounting doesn't deal with only accountancy, only data analytics, only digital forensics in isolation. It is a combination of all. So this is the reason, friends, we have scheduled, we have organized this 2-day conclave. And sir, with your permission and with all the experts who are from CBI and all other organizations, we have organized in such a way that during these 2 days, you can have the crux of this forensic accounting. So this session was devoted to the data analytics tools only. So I hope you have some, from valley of depth of data analytics, you have some conceptual idea about data analytics. And I hope this session was pretty useful to you. I again thank you, sir. Thank you very much for accepting my invitation. And let us go ahead for further sessions. But friends, just to tell you, let's take out the fruits as you are from across the nation over here for 2 days. Just take out the fruits of this 2-day session. Don't get bored. Just go outside, take fresh, and be a part of this conclave positively. Let's go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your valuable input. Now we will proceed to session number 3. So we will proceed session 3 in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hello.
उसको वहाँ से बैनर अपलोड कर दे.
everyone is requested to kindly be seated for session number 3. I would like to invite the session chair, CA Manu Agarwal, to stage. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all dignitaries, delegates, and participants. I, Manvi Chauhan, am anchoring for plenary session number 3. I warmly welcome you all to the ICFAFI session 2022. In this session, we will be talking about the world's first full set of forensic accounting and investigation standards, FAIS. The full set of FAIS standards drafted for forensic professionals by ICAI with the help of a group of professionals and experts is first in the accounting world. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our speaker for today's session, CA Jagwinder S. Brar. Mr. Jagwinder S. Brar is a partner, head of forensic risk advisory, and holds 21 years of experience with KPMG India and over 25 years as a forensic accountant. He played an active role in tracing international fraud and was also a supervision consultant in South Asia concerning allegations of fraud, bribery, and corruption. Besides his professional and industrial achievements, he has also presented and delivered pieces of training on anti-fraud and anti-corruption measures and forensic accounting in supreme audit institutions of various countries. Everyone will be thrilled to know that Sir was part of the team for compiling FAIS by the DAAB of ICAI, and so he plays a key role in today's session. Sir, we cordially welcome you to this session. Now I request Dr. Ashwini Pandit to welcome Sir with a token of love.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. To chair this session, today we have with us CA Manu Agarwal. Presently, Sir is a practicing chartered accountant with a rich experience of 32 years in the field of auditing, taxation, and management consultancy. He is the founder and the chairman of the Information Technology Committee of South Asian Federation of Accountants. Along with his professional achievements, Sir was the chairman of the Digital Accounting and Assurance Board of ICAI for consecutively 3 council years, beginning from 2019 to 2021. He also owns a medal from the Indrajit Jain Smriti Foundation for his excellent contribution to the field of information and technology. Sir, a hearty welcome to you for this session. Now I request Dr. Ashwini Pandit to welcome Sir with a token of love. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite the speaker of the session, CA Jagwinder S. Brar, to take up the charge of the mic and carry on with his session.
Am I audible? Now? Okay, good. So now this is on. Sir, that too. That I will check in 5 minutes and 10 minutes. So, good afternoon, friends and colleagues, my fellow chartered accountants, Honorable Chair. It's my privilege and pleasure to be part of this discussion and this entire conference. So first of all, I also would like to start with congratulating the organizers, the NFSU and ICAI, for organizing such a specific niche event, which is very much the need of the day and need of the hour. It is also in line with some of the priorities our Honorable Home Minister has also laid out, in the sense of having forensic as a key specialization for prosecuting crimes and for unearthing the truth. So without further ado, I would like to start with maybe a little bit of survey also. So I also have some box of chocolates on my table. For every answer, it need not be, well, it has to be correct answer. I will give one chocolate. Right? But if you give wrong answer the next time, I'll take it back. Right? And if you go out also of the room, you cannot take it. Then you have to surrender and go. Right? That is okay. Yeah. Then you are smart. Okay, forensic accounting and investigation standards. So I would like to ask how many people in the room are chartered accountants? Wow, a lot of people. More on this side, concentration, not on that side. How many have done forensic reviews, forensic accounting, forensic engagements? Okay, good. So I will be asking you to share. Sorry? No. Just forensic engagements, experience level. Yeah. Even if you can correctly, spell the word forensic accounting, sometimes that may count as well. A lot of people make mistake there also. But anyway, this journey of forensic standards started many years ago. I think we should be very proud of what has been achieved by our nation. We have a full set of forensic accounting and investigation standards that was finally launched in the current form sometime on August 31, 2021. So we have this standards, that we have. How many of you have actually read these standards? Okay, very nice. So, sir, I will call you in the front so that, I can go there and sit. Okay, so these standards are something which you can say is the Bible for forensic accounting and investigation professionals. Right? Now, just a question. How many people have done investigations but not forensic accounting? Okay, good. I'm assuming, sir, you are from the law enforcement side. No? Oh, chartered accountant. So this was, okay. What is the difference between forensic accounting and investigation? Because a lot of you did forensic accounting, but not investigation. So what is the difference? Anyone? Investigation is part of forensic accounting. Okay, that is one answer. But because it is close answer, sir, I'll give you one chocolate. No, sir, you can sit there. Yeah, okay. Any other answer?
Thank you. Investigation involves element of fraud and also human element.
Okay, and what isn't that investigation forensic accounting also?
Forensic accounting is more about evidence gathering.
Okay, if you had a chocolate, I would have taken it back, but.
Sir, I would like to tell the difference here. To your left. To your left.
Yes.
Here.
Yes.
This side, sir.
Okay.
So the forensic accounting.
Not for chocolate, right?
No, this is for answer.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So the forensic accounting basically derives from word forensis, which is the meaning of being suitable to be presented before a forum. So later, let's say a court or somewhere. Okay. And investigation is basically when I do some investigation work for my client privately. So that is an investigation work. So forensics is basically for the jury.
Thank you. Okay. So he was close, but I will not give you the answer. That is up to you to find out from the forensic accounting standards. The point I wanted to make is there is a difference between forensic accounting and investigation, as has been brought out in the standards, right? I can give some examples. Let's say if it is a financial statement fraud, will it be more about forensic accounting or more about investigation? Of course, there can be elements of both. Forensic accounting. But if there is something like, let's say, murder, homicide, that it is mostly investigation, although there can be elements of forensic accounting, maybe some money trail of who may have given some money for, contract killing or something like that. That can always be there. So I just want to make a distinction that the standards make distinction between forensic accounting and investigation. And that is why the title of the standards. Otherwise, it could have just been forensic accounting standards. Right? Okay. So what does it have? These are, as has been said, first in the world. These are definitely first in the world, which are so comprehensive. Even in other countries, there is some level of guidance that is available. For example, US has some guidance which is recommendatory. Canada has some standards. There are only 7 standards there, but those are also recommendatory. These are the standards that were drafted and released with the intention that one day they will become mandatory. Right? So far they are recommendatory, but in the next year, the chance is that they will become mandatory. So these are first in the world. We will cover objectives, current status, which anyway is recommendatory, applicability of the standard, audit versus forensic accounting and investigation, basic principles. So all in all, the reason why we have the standards are to actually raise the bar, raise the level of work, also to bring in consistency. So if there is one forensic accounting or investigation engagement done out of, let's say, one CA firm, and then by another CA firm, is there consistency among them? How do you benchmark both of these things? At least there has to be some level, with which our stakeholders, client community can benchmark and can expect what will come out of it. So the standards are very much required. They were very much required, and they are there. They codify best practices. They clarify expectations and attributes. Right? When you say clarify expectations, not only of the client community, but also of the professional community. We need to know there are certain attributes that are independence, objectivity, all of those things. There are 5 attributes and 5, important, you can say, attitudes that are codified in these standards. So they will provide a set of common terminology. As we said, there are a lot of loose terms that were used. And one of the example is that I see a lot of reports that were titled as forensic audits. How many of you who have done forensic audits or come across the title of the report that said forensic audit? Only one? You've used the word forensic audit, right? You may have heard the word forensic audit. So the standards, clearly, one of the important sort of refinement in the terminology is that from henceforth, we will not use the word forensic audit. That is a very important, it's something which is subtle, but it is very important for you, for all of us, not to use the term forensic audit. And why is that? Audit is specifically defined, it has specific meaning under the Companies Act, under the ICAI standards. By combining the term audit and forensic, we are creating some bit of misnomer or confusion. People may be thinking that it is, interchangeable terms. It's not. It's vastly different, as we will cover some of these things. They also provide, knowledge and guidance, of course, to all the professionals and set and evaluate level of performance. There are quality standards, quality controls. Earlier there was no quality control. So maybe in future we will get peer review, peer, quality control, all the checks that are there. And then, of course, they protect the ICAI's brand, of which many of us are members of. Little bit more information. It's all theory, I know. I will wake you up in the next few minutes. Yeah. So these standards are they are principle-based standards. They are not prescriptive. They are not like rule-based standards. They define what the outcome should be. For example, quality control. Your work should be QC'd. But how every work can be QC'd, it's not like set of 50 rules. They just provide 3-4 main overarching guidance, and that's why we call them principle-based. They provide for what is expected of the professional, but not the who, not the how, sorry, right? So that is an important one. Details of how will come later in the form of guidance notes. These guidance notes, as we all know, guidance notes by the ICAI are recommendatory in nature. Yeah. So all in all, how many standards are there? Someone who will tell first, I'll give one chocolate. How many are there? And I am talking about standards. What else do you see on the slide?
Sir, there are about 19 of them here. Left.
19, okay.
Left
Anyone
side.
else? Any other guesses? Yes. No. Okay. I'll give you some more time because you are not right so far. It's very easy. I mean, it's right there. You have to just count some boxes and then apply some analytical skills. 20. Who said 20? Okay, sir. You are right. Okay, 20. Okay, I'll give you 2. Don't worry. I have plenty for some time. Okay, so I just wanted to know that people are awake. Preface, framework, and basic principles, these are separate. These are like, you can say foundational concepts, right? 110 to 610. Those are the ones I'm counting as 20. So there are 20 standards. We only had 50 minutes to begin with. We can't cover all the 20 because that would have been too fast reading. So we will cover at least some of the concepts. Okay, so overarching document. So there is a preface, there is a framework, there are basic principles. As I said, preface introduces the standards as to why they came into being, what was important, something that I have done so far. They outline the process of standard setting. So this is also an important thing for you to know, that these standards have been set up with a very wide consultative process. So in order to be authoritative, in order to have the acceptance of the stakeholders, several stakeholders were involved. Chartered accountants, industry, law enforcement people, government side. So a lot of buy-in is already there. A lot of comments have already come in. They were also exposed to the public in general for giving their comments. So as such, the only point I want to make is that they were exposed to the public for a lot of consultation. The framework sets the structure of the FAIS. It's a very nice house kind of structure that you will see. And then it defines the key terms and establishes a fixed format of 6 sections. There are basic principles, which are 5 attribute principles and 5 conduct principles, which I will come. So, the house that I was referring to is this, on the left side of you. So, so the ceiling of the house is the definition. Right? So every standard will have certain definitions you need to know. These definitions are, some of them already there in some other literature, and in some cases these are new definitions that have been introduced by the standard. In some cases these are there for reiteration or for putting the context in general. Right? Then you have the basic principles, key concepts, and these are the standards. Right? And on the right side there is guidance. So guidance, as I said, is already recommendatory. It is yet to come. This is the crux of the literature that that has been developed. This is, you can say, when they will become mandatory, this is the most important literature that will come. Yeah? And then, of course, code of ethics. The only point I would want to make for code of ethics is that code of ethics has also been left a little bit, you can say, flexible, that if we are chartered accountants, the code of ethics will be applicable of the ICAI. If we are engineers, some of the engineers, the code of ethics respectively for engineers. And if we are doctors, then of course doctors. And if you are an employee, then your organization's code of conduct will come into play. Okay, now I want to do a little bit of exercise. We do a lot of profiling of fraudsters. So in this audience, let's say if I were to do data analytics of who are the likely people who are closer to the fraudsters. I'm not saying you are fraudsters. I'm saying closer to the fraudsters. Okay. So I would request that if you all can stand up once. If you are sleeping, then someone is sleeping, then the neighbor can, put the elbow and, yeah. Thank you. मेरे को मालूम है. So I would request the ladies to sit down. वो बाद में आएगा मूवी के एंड में. I would also request people who are less than 36. If you are 36, turning 36 today, then you keep standing. But less than 36, you sit down. If you are more than 45, you can sit down. Okay, so we are getting narrow. So the people who are standing, okay, I want to ask all of you, only those who are standing, how many of you consider yourself to be high performers? Malab, there is no bragging, I'm just saying that honest. Or your organizations consider yourself to be high performers? It's, okay. Okay, so we have at least some, there are some. Anyone engineers or accountants? Okay. So you can sit down, everyone can sit down. So basically, the reason I wanted to do this exercise was that, we did some survey, and the profile of a fraudster as to who has done maximum number of frauds was within the 36 to been with the organization for more than 4 years with the current organization, and normally males, high performers, normally who are engineers and accountants, have the maximum risk of committing some kind of fraud. Okay. Now, why I want to bring this point? Because one of the standards in the whole FIS is on fraud risks. What I have given is a very rudimentary example. Please don't take it. This is not meant to create biases. Okay? It was just to wake you up a little bit and all that. But the data shows that, you know, that profile of people are more prone to it. Doesn't mean that there are no exceptions. I have also come across in my career where, you know, ladies had committed fraud. And, you know, while it wasn't surprising to me, but I am just telling you that, you know, there are exceptions always. So the point I wanted to link back to the standards is that there is a standard which talks about fraud risk. So one of the early things that we do in engagement is to look at what the risks are, what the fraud risks are. And that comes through experience, that comes through education, of course, that comes through, you know, a lot of instinct and other things. But the standard codifies it. So whenever, you know, just like you do your planning exercise, like in the statutory audits, you do planning exercise, in the forensic engagement, the standards require that we look at the fraud risk. Okay? So that is the only point I wanted to leave there. Follow the money. How many of you have heard this phrase, follow the money? Oh, it's not there. Ye aa nahi raha. Okay, the slide says follow the money. Follow the money. Kisme, there is a movie where, sorry? Wolf of Wall Street. Sir, chocolate. So, also if you see, you know, there is another movie which actually is, you know, the Al Capone. It's by Al Capone, where in 1933, that was probably the first of the movies that I have seen where forensic accountants were used. You know, back in 1930, 1933, that era. Okay, so there also they said, how do you sort of investigate? You just follow the money. And follow the money means, sir, I know I have to give it to you. So you can debit me for one chocolate. So follow the money actually is a very important concept, you know, that also has to be kept in mind. In the standards don't say that follow the money specifically, but they actually direct you to, you know, plan your engagements in such a way that you have to follow the money as an important integral part of your work. Okay. ये सारे standards हो गए. We are good with these. Okay. Yeah. Okay, this is the other thing. I just wanted to bring the concepts out, right? We can't, this is what we call as NBA. Forensic accountants normally will follow this. We call it NBA. This is not Narmada Bachao Association or something, but it is no information limitation, right? So one of the big difference between forensic accounting or forensic review, or, you know, forensic accounting is a more correct term, and the normal audit. The normal audit is very broad. You know, you cover everything: assets, liabilities, income, cash flow statement, notes to accounts, everything. But as part of forensic accounting, we don't cover that. And that brings us to something which is called the predication. Okay? Predication is, anyone can take a guess what predication is? Sorry? Where can the fraud occur? Red flag? Who said red flag? Okay. Huh. Okay. Anyone else? But any other term? Predication. Yeah. Predict is not the right. Yes, sir. Correct. आपने Google तो नहीं किया? Okay. You are right. So I'll give you one. So predication is actually a trigger. We call it trigger, right? There has to be some basis based on which your investigation can start. It's not that, one fine day someone will get up and say, okay, I want a forensic investigation done. It affects a lot of people, right? There is some information that you are gathering. There may be some people under suspicion. Imagine that today, for example, a very well-reputed company, says that we have launched a forensic accounting and investigation exercise. What will happen to its share price? So it has that implication. Now, assuming that the company says, okay, we had ABC auditor, now we have changed to DEF auditor. Will that make a difference? It can make a difference. But assuming that both auditors are the same, just a rotation exercise, then it does not. So it's a routine exercise, right? So mostly if the, statutory audit is considered a business as usual. Forensic accounting is not a business as usual. It is some special event. And that special event is what, you can call it as predication. That predication means predicate, that there has to be some trigger, some, suspicion, some red flag, maybe as a result of data analytics that, you listened in the previous session. There has to be something for which you start forensic, and that is also codified in the standards. Yeah. Best evidence. What is best evidence rule? Anyone has heard best evidence rule? It's usually not used in the statutory audits. Best evidence. Yeah. Okay. Court of law is forensic also, but best evidence. So two evidences are available. Which is the better of the two? Conclusive. Okay. Any a little bit more legal terms you can tell me? Logical and defendable. What are the auditing standards? What do audit standards say about audit evidence? They have to be sufficient and appropriate. Who said that? You said. Okay. So these standards, the FAIs don't say sufficient and appropriate. So do we say sufficient and appropriate? We don't say sufficient. Why is that? Sir, you are a chartered accountant. So, sir, in the auditing standards, we have sufficient and appropriate. Of course, we can have the full day of that only. But the only distinction I want to make is that the words used here versus the auditing standards, they are different. Beyond reasonable doubt. Anyone has heard terms like documentary evidence, hearsay evidence, documentary? Anyone has heard the term direct or indirect evidence, circumstantial evidence? So if all the things are available, which is the best evidence? Direct documentary is usually considered better than other, right? Hearsay may not even be evidence except for some exceptions. So even in forensic accounting, engagement, go for the best evidence. That is what you should do. Now, assuming that best evidence is, with some stakeholders, then what do? You ask those stakeholders, or you say, no, the stakeholders weren't available. Yeah, you ask for it. So I just want to bring two concepts more here, that the pursuit of the truth is codified in the standards. Stakeholders is a second one, which is very important, that unlike, let's say, statutory audit exercise, where you have certain people who you interview. There are certain people, mainly finance people, and then of course, you may get some other, but your main focus is on the finance department, not in forensic accounting and investigation engagement, right? So stakeholders can be people who are under suspicion, people who can be witnesses, people who, are primary stakeholders who have engaged us, maybe like board of directors, special committee of board of directors, CFO, head of internal audit, whoever. In the private context I am talking. And in case of government context, of course, there would be different primary stakeholders. Alternatives. Alternatives is developing scenarios and hypotheses. And that is also coded in the standards. So there is one full standard on hypothesis and alternatives. Sir, how much time do we have left? So unless I am pushed off the stage, I'll continue talking. Yeah. Okay. 5 to 10 minutes only? Okay. But I have a lot of chocolates left. And I prepared more than this, so I will have to continue now. I have no choice. Yes. No, sir, I am just... okay, so forensic accounting versus audit. I wanted to spend maybe just a few minutes. I think many of these points we have already discussed, but I just wanted to spend a few minutes on this. I think this is important. How many of the people here are aiming, students especially, for IT audits? Anyone interested in IT audits? Okay. Anyone interested in incident response? They call it DFIR, Digital Forensic Incident Response, or Cyber Attack Incident Response. So you are interested in both? Okay. Okay. Sir, you are interested in malware analysis, but that can be used in both? Okay. So when we talk about IT audits, these standards may not have any relevance to you. But when you talk about DFIR, like the digital forensic investigation or incident response, etc., because there's a cyber attack, that requires investigation. So then these standards, can be applicable. Of course, it depends, on certain situations, but then in case of investigation, these standards are applicable. The point I wanted to make is that, the skills, if you see the skill set of the forensic accounting and statutory auditors and forensic accounting accountants, the skill set is different, mainly because of the experience. Can, for example, police people who are EOW, can they issue a statutory audit report? They don't, right? Because that is a very different skill set. So therefore, the auditors can become, I was an auditor at one time, then I started specializing, I did some courses, and I now claim to be forensic accountant. But it was the experience that I think made a whole lot of difference. Yeah. So the public accounting skills, investigative skills, and investigative mindset. I want to stop at investigative mindset. So the investigative mindset means what? Skepticism. But auditors also are skeptic. So what is the difference? Bloodhound. So matlab teda hi sochna, right? We think in a totally... Yeah. So the level of skepticism is different. So in case of fraud, of course, the auditors are also required to, they have certain duties. But I think it is that if they stumble across something, then they are required to do it. And they have, they have to start with some level of skepticism. But the predication of forensic accountants already requires. Yeah. So anyway, there are a lot of these things, which I think given the time we won't be able to cover. But I wanted to ask, cover two more things, approach and methodology, which is also the heart and the soul of the standards, right? So if you see approach and methodology, a lot of times, the statutory auditors, they rely on inspection, observation, inquiry, confirmation, computation, and analytical review. That is what is codified in the standards, in the auditing standards. But in the forensic accounting standards, you have things like forensic imaging of hard disks. How do you collect evidence? Market intelligence, field inquiries, public domain checks. Very different. Analytical procedures, interviews. Now, interview in forensic accounting or investigation engagement is also called interview in auditing. But the way those interviews are conducted are quite different. Right? So I will just not dwell on more on that. Cross-examination. So how many times do we see our statutory audits leading to some kind of cross-examination? Not much. Right? So anyway, look, I think given the 50 odd minutes that we had, we will cover some of the main concepts. I can skip the more details of the other things. Basic principles are important. Independence, integrity, objectivity, due professional care, confidentiality, skills and competence. Something that is very similar than, in a normal audit engagement also, not very different. But some of the other things are slightly different, from 6 onwards, which are the performance standards, contextualization of situation, primacy of truth, right? Because there is motive for people to not tell you the truth. So forensic accounting engagements, they have to uncover the truth by their objective. Respecting rights and obligations. So when you do certain things like, imaging of the hard disk or, malware analysis, you can get data from someone's computer or someone's mobile device. And that will also have a mix of some personal data. Now, under Evidence Act also, certain things cannot be touched. Privileged documents, for example, your communication with lawyers, your communication with spouse, has to be beyond the limit, not multiple, single. Yeah. But there are always cases where we have investigated the multiple scenarios. Separate facts from opinion, something that becomes very important. Fact witness and opinion witness are the terms you may hear, or you may read through in the standards when you do self-reading. Quality and continuous improvement. I think quality and continuous improvement is there in the audit side also, so I just want to leave it there. But I think the middle 4 ones are important, right? These are the key concepts, nature of engagement. I think we've covered through our discussion how the forensic engagements are different than others. So nature of engagement. Fraud risk we covered. Those people who are standing, be on the watch out. Laws and regulations. I think a lot of laws and regulations come into picture. These are divided into 2 parts, like the direct applicable laws, like let's say, the white collar crimes as they are called, right? Corruption, Prevention of Corruption Act, anti-money laundering, maybe code of ethics of the company violation, and in certain employee cases, of course, IPC becomes applicable. Provisions about cheating, fraud, forgery, those are the major sections that are applicable. And then there are indirect laws as well, privacy, the principles of natural justice, and those are also important. So we have to know, and those are also codified. So, the important thing about standards also is the recognition of the rights of various people, principles of natural justice, giving opportunity to stakeholders, that is also codified. So when you finish an engagement or close to finishing engagement, you have to ask the stakeholders about their responses. Those responses, at least the standards require, should also be attached to the report so that, someone who is reading the report is able to also look at, what the other party, the accused or the suspect have said about that. At least the story should be complete. Yeah? And then applying hypothesis, the scenarios, the alternatives that I said. NBA ka jo A aa raha tha, that is applying hypothesis. Yeah? So I will not go into these details. This is homework for all of you. Engagement objectives, these are the engagement management. So again, when you do engagements, then what are the things you keep in mind? Objectives of the engagement, acceptance and appointment. Very important. Forensic accounting tool can be misused very easily. If I know about fraud, I won't do it. By the way, I just want to give a disclaimer. All the views here are my personal views, not of my company. And, it's important, I had forgotten. And also not of the ICAI. Okay, these are also and also not of NFSU. These are my own views. Engagement, acceptance, and appointment. many times because we know how fraud can be caught, how a crime can be caught, you may also be asked to uncover some of those things. And that is highly unethical. Our sort of, Bible here very clearly calls that out. You have to be vigilant right at the beginning that you cannot accept engagement for bad purpose. Yeah. Engaging with agencies, many times, the reports will go to CBI, Enforcement Directorate, EOW, SEBI, all of these are agencies, two types, enforcement agencies, law enforcement agencies, and regulatory agencies. So, you have to be careful about that. And communication with stakeholders, something that we covered, about getting their responses, but also primary stakeholders, engagement letters, all of that. Yeah. So anyway, sir, I think in the interest of time, we can conclude. Any questions you have? Any questions? Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
Appointing agencies and the public use the word forensic audit. And when our appointment letter specifically mentions forensic audit, an institute is not able or not authorized to control or direct the court, the public, the media, and investigating agency, why you are insisting upon forensic accounting than audit?
Yes, very, very valid question. I'll answer, and of course we have other members also. Sir, you want to answer? Yeah, yes, sir. Please, your mic is there. Idhar aa jao, sir.
Well, I think it's a very pertinent question which you asked, and I'll just, I've interrupted the speaker, but I'll just try to also share the journey. This was the first question which we had to address when we were formulating these standards. What actually happened, friends, I'll just share a small journey with you. Well, I passed my chartered accountancy exam way back in 1987. Standards hote hi nahi the. So I was somebody who never liked standards. So when these accounting standards, auditing standards came in, I was sort of scared, and I simply said, okay, I'll go into information technology so that I won't have to read all those standards. So, well, I came into the council, and when I was the chairman of this board, Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, the president one day called me and said that forensic standards banane hain. Now, just imagine a person who probably left auditing just because he did not want to understand these standards is entrusted the job of creating standards. Well, when the president says something to a council member, he does not have a choice. Either the president will say, okay, then you don't come, so we have to do it. So, well, friends, it was just before COVID started that this job was entrusted. So the first thing I had to do was I went, searched Google, and first of all tried to understand why standards. क्योंकि मुझे audit में कभी यही नहीं समझ में आया why standards. Well, then when I did my research, I came to the conclusion, yes, these are things which are very, very important. Why? Because, as the speaker also put it forward, that it standardized the whole procedure. It gives a standard, a benchmark to both the person doing the job and the person for whom the job is being done. Even the authority who is appointing you also knows that, yes, this will be done in a certain manner. So that is why it was decided that, yes, ICAI should become the first institution to come up with a full set of standards. We firmly believe at ICAI, yes, that one day what will happen is this work will come in the domain of chartered accountants only. Today, anybody can do a forensic assignment. Now, the first question when we sat down to do this was, what should these standards be named? And, well, sir, it took 2 full days to decide whether it will be forensic audit or forensic accounting and investigation standards. And the big reason was, the only big reason was that in an audit, it is expected that we have to give an opinion. Whereas in a forensic assignment, it is always advised, it is always said that we do not have to give an opinion. in spite of the fact that most of the authorities, most of the banks try to insist that we give our opinion. What we have to do, or what we should do, is simply produce the evidence, the facts, and let the court or the authorities decide what their opinion is. So this is why, first of all, this debate took place, and finally we concluded, yes, it should be named FAIS and the word audit should be removed. As for your question, we are slowly reaching out to all the authorities, slowly having dialogue with everybody and trying to explain this concept that they should not expect an opinion from a chartered accountant. And when these become mandatory from 1st April 23, then we will have to follow these guidelines and we cannot express an opinion. So friends, I would also just like to mention that during this whole process, when these standards were being formulated, during my research, I also found that creating standards takes years and years. There has to be public exposure, there has to be so many things. So, well, a group sat at the council and we thought that why not crowdsource this whole project. So what we did was, in every city, we made small groups. And thanks to COVID, one good thing which we got, this video conferencing became very common. So we had groups working in all cities, in a group in Calcutta, a group in Hyderabad, a group in Ahmedabad, a group at Delhi, and all the group at Bombay, everybody working, and there was a central group. That central group used to review, every Wednesday we met. So if you try to imagine the number of hours that this group put in, it would be tremendous. And I'm really happy to say that one of the persons who contributed is the speaker of today's session. So a big round of applause for, I think, the speaker. First of all, for keeping us awake in this post-lunch session. And of course, he's given chocolates, so he deserves a bigger round of applause for that also. And well, I'll also like to recognize the presence of Harish ji here, who's been instrumental in coordinating and doing everything. So Harish ji, thanks to you also for all these standards. And from the institute side, we have the whole DAB team here, led by Amit. I think you also should stand up and get acknowledged by all the members here who put in a lot of hard work. So, and now this is going to be taken forward by the current chairman and by my dear friend Vishal, who's here. So I think a round of applause for him also, who will be taking this forward. So friends, what we are certain about is that yes, very soon this whole domain of forensic investigation related to accounts would be under the ambit of chartered accountants, and most of the assignments would someday mandatorily require a chartered accountant to do this work. So this is the objective, and I'm sure that we are on the right path, and the institute has taken a big step, and first institution in the world to come out with a comprehensive set of standards. With this, if there are any other questions, the speaker is still available. Yes. Sir, आपके लिए.
Okay, the first question is, what is the weightage? How do you put the weightage? Sir, so look, that is, I think, again, comes through experience. You see how lawyers and how the, let's say, judicial community puts weight to evidence. While we don't conclude the way, let's say, the honorable judges conclude, but we have to keep at least those principles in mind. And by weightage, let's say again, like I was saying earlier, documentary evidence, for example, would be more, hearsay would be less. If conflicting evidence is there, sometimes you are faced with one person saying X, another person saying Y, then who do you believe? So that is one way in how, we would analyze. But if there is a different nuance to the question, you let us know. Yeah. Yeah.
Some security, let us say insider trading happened. Now, SEBI is aware about that, but there is no direct evidence. But based on this, script price movement, they can make it up. Or I'll give you the, real world example. Goldman Sachs, Rajat Gupta was convicted because of the circumstantial evidence. There was no direct evidence because there was a communication between Rajat Gupta and Jillian Capital Raja Ram Ratnam. But that call recording was on account of data privacy, regulatory authority could not access it. So in US, based on the circumstantial evidence, he was punished. In India, what is the position of law?
So, sir, see, I will not get into the way lawyers do it because it's a very much a legal topic. So I will let that happen. I think again, I just want to go, if I put myself as a forensic accountant, what I will do is I will put all the facts in the report to say from here, this is a documentary evidence. This is, I may not call it circumstantial evidence, but by very nature, it will be known that it is circumstantial evidence. Now it is, we are not the adjudicating body. Adjudicating body may be, let's say, the ethics committee, let's say if it is going to a law enforcement, then of course they'll have to see it or others. So, and that is also very much codified in there that, look, I think the good thing is we may not need to get into the weighting of the evidence to arrive at a conclusion in that sense. That is up to, you leave it to someone else. And as sir also said, report the facts, the opinions and what is the conclusion to be drawn is not the investigator's job. And I'm talking about the legal position here. No investigator, prosecutors will allege, but it is up to the court to say, okay, this is guilty or not guilty, right? And in the determination of guilty and not guilty, those, that weightage has to come of the evidence. Yes, please. Yes.
He said that telephonic mobile communication between two persons is privileged conversation. No, not at all. Not at all in Indian law.
No.
So if they both are accused, then it is not. We are using it as evidence in Indian courts. Again, emails between accused and his consultant, his chartered accountants, may be accused, may not be accused. We are using it as evidence in court of law, that is admitted in court of law as evidence according to Indian law.
Yeah. Sir, if I can just request in the interest of time, I will see you outside. Unless someone else is also interested in this answer, then I will see both of them outside. If all are interested, then I will continue.
Just I forgot to acknowledge the presence of Uday ji also, who was part of it from Pune. He has also been part of the team.
Thank you. Sir, देखो this. नहीं sir. Sir, circumstances show I didn't mean that way. Yeah, no, that is right. Yeah, that is true, sir. वो तो अंदर ही हो जाएगा. देखो मैं अंदर मिलूंगा सर, उसका भी गलत मीनिंग निकाल सकते हो. सर बहुत बचे अभी. I had plenty. Okay, no, let me get. So, sir, thank you very much. I know that there is a lot of topics. And I think I have also delayed chai coffee for some of you. So apologies if I read or misspoke about anything. But the idea was that convey the high-level points, and then the rest is your homework, and we will do like that.
We thank CA Jagwinder S. Brar sir and CA Manu Agarwal sir for sharing their great knowledge with us. Now, with this, I would like to conclude with plenary session number 3. Now we will proceed for plenary session number 4.
Again, we will not have a break because it takes much time. So please remain seated. We will go for the next session, please.
Excuse me.
go. Also requesting Shri Sanjay Kumar Gupta and CA Vishal Doshi, sir, to come on stage, please. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to everyone. I, Veera Kamdar, would anchor for the plenary session number 4. The speaker for which is Shri Sanjay Kumar Gupta, Joint Director, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Over the recent years, corporate fraud has dominated the headlines of mainstream national news. Although it's not a new phenomenon, accounting errors are now occurring all too frequently, forcing restatements of earnings. This is having a huge impact on companies' books, financial markets, and most critically on the overall economy. This brings me to the title of the session, Won't Get Fooled Again, Learning from Fraud Cases. As Benjamin Franklin quoted, tell me and I forget, teach me and I may remember, involve me and I learn. Our speaker, Shri Sanjay Kumar Gupta, sir, belongs to the Indian Corporate Law Services cadre of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. He served in various capacities in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Presently, he is posted in the office of the Director General of Corporate Affairs and is assigned with the work related to cybercrime, the Financial Action Task Force, and is a member of the Special Officer Group of the MCA. His core area of work is inspection and investigation. I heartily welcome you, sir, and would request Dr. Kuldeep Dwivedi, sir, to please present a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. To chair this session, we have with us CA Vishal Doshi, sir. He's a Central Council member of the Institute of the Chartered Accountants of India for 2022 to 25 and leads the audit and assurance practice of KC Mehta and Co. LLP, Chartered Accountants Vadodara, with more than 25 years of overall professional experience. He's the Vice Chairman of Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, Board of Studies, and Expert Advisory Committee of the ICAI. To his credit, Sir has been awarded the Rashtrapati Scout Award by Shri K.R. Narayan, Honorable President of India. I request Dr. Kuldeep, sir, to please welcome C.A. Vishal, sir, with a token of appreciation. I would like to invite the speaker of this session, Shri Sanjay Kumar Gupta, sir, to initiate the session. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Session Chairman, Mr. Vishal Doshi, dignity of the dais and dear friends. A humble task has been given to me to speak around the corporate frauds and learning from them. when I was scrolling through the history of the corporate frauds, I find it's not a new phenomena. It's a century old. It exists as old as our civilization is. Maybe we are not terming it as a financial value because earlier there was no currency, only barter system was available. And we find the earlier days fraud was related to barter system on unequal terms because we don't have weight and measurement system. We don't have measuring the value of the product. And it is mostly agriculture produce. We don't have any industry there. We don't have any services like we have today, like chartered accountant, company secretaries, or other professions. So once the currency has been devised and it has been implemented across the globe, then we started getting the final value of the fraud. What is the final value of the fraud has come. If you go to the history, the corporates are mostly coming into the Western sector. The colonial era was the beginning. I think it's operating because I can't see here. Okay. So we have a corporate history about the word financial fraud. If you can see Ponzi scheme, which is very commonly used by financial fraudster, and it has been done by Charles Ponzi, and thereafter number of frauds has come, and the design has got changed. The ultimate objective was to cheat somebody at the cost of someone. The people have come, they have introduced a scheme. If you have seen 90s, we have NBFC companies offering you 24 to 36%, doubling your money within 2 years, 1 year, even 6 months. Because I have come across some of the cases, within 6 months, your amount is getting doubled. So if you are an early starter, you get some advantage. But the moment it is getting built up, no industry is giving you 100% return within 6 months. So these are all schemes which is played on your greeds or your quick money to be made. And we get trapped into that. Whenever we say, nahi, hamara paisa dub gaya, before applying that, you have never applied your own stint. And you have just put money on the convincing by somebody else. Okay, I have got this money, you also invest, you will get this money. So NBFC fraud, we have seen n number of frauds like JBG, Hoffland Finance and all companies in 90s. Thereafter, the system has got changed. If you have come to 2000, 90s, we have also stock scams where IPO scam has come. People have come from IPO and they vanished. I still remember more than 200 cases we have dealt with where directors were not traceable. They have raised money from the public and they have vanished. And even we are not able to. Later on, we have investigated and many of the cases we found directors and then we have asked them to restore back the money and the business. But most of the companies we find, the directors are not traceable. Even companies are not existing on that given address because registered office is there, factory is there, but they are not there. I have last 20 years, I have seen this very commonly because many places I visited as an investigator, I find the company is not existing. What to investigate? So we are investigating based on the document which has been filed with the MCA, with the registrar of companies, and obtaining document from the income tax department or any other regulators where some or other clue can be given. So this is the limitation we get most of the cases. When we start investigation, we find limitations are there in terms of getting access to the document, the statutory books of accounts and records. So people are vanished. They are not even responding. We have one history in 1792, pump and dump investment. And that time, the US has got freedom from UK. And there's a lot of bond has been issued by UK government at that point of time. The moment they have left the country, the value of the bonds get junked. Mr. William Dewar was one of the assistant treasury at that point of time. He used the insider information because he was a part of this treasury. As and when some decision is being taken to replace this bond, he start leaking limited information into public. And thereafter, some value of the bond get generated. So at that point of time, he used to sell these bonds in the market. So over the period, he has made the money. He and his friend has made the money. And you can see the highest office of the USA. Mr. George Washington was the president. He has used the closeness to president. And he was assistant secretary. He was forced to resign subsequently. But all the content was intact. And he was using this insider information to make out this money. So this, I have given example that the fraud is not limited to committed by corporates only. It is individuals. It is somewhere the influential people are sitting. They are also committing fraud. And somebody in highest office also, they have been cheated. Like I can give example of Mr. Ulysses S. Grant. He was president. He was war hero. And his son has many failure in the businesses. And he wanted he should succeed in the Dalal Street. And he was trying to push him. And he bought Mr. Ward to support his son. So then he can have a success in the business. So in that process, what happened, Mr. Ward was more shrewd. He used his office and said, President's son is a partner of this firm. And definitely we are getting many government contracts. So now it is an insider information. Somebody's outside people is thinking he is giving insider information. Definitely this company is going to give. In that process, they have raised a lot of money. It is close to $6 lakh at that point of time. So you can imagine the today value must be around billions of dollars. So suddenly the value contract was not coming. The people were getting panic. And this man has told, if you are not pumping more money, this firm is going to die. So president was asked to pump more money. He don't have his own money. He had some taken loan, 1.50 lakh as a loan from his friend. And this man has run away with that money. And that man has to lose entire his own savings, personal robbed, even medal what he has gone in the war also has lost. So in that process, the entire money was lost. So in that also corporate was used. We have a very bad experience in terms of corporate fraud. We have East India Company. East India Company came to India to do business. And rest is a history. Once they got license to, you can do the business. Slowly they have captured the entire country and we become the independent country to slave of their side. And 200 years of the slavery we have got. And we find every nook and corner we have been looted. People have not learned from this system. Can you say which new form has come into existence as of now? Anyone? You have heard of BRI. It's a new form of creating colonization. The Chinese has come. You can see that what happened in Sri Lanka, what has happened in Maldives, what is going to happen in China. So there are a number of companies. You have a large number of companies that line up for failure in Africa, where the BRI investment has been made. So what happened there? The golden plating of the investment. What they have done? The value of 10 rupees item has been sold at 100 rupees item. Whether it's sustainable, it is not. So these are golden platings we find commonly in our country also. I can give one example without naming any company. We have ultra mega power plant. You've heard of? Many company has been given license and they were asked to put this ultra mega power plant. If you go by cost analysis, 1 megawatt for thermal power is 3.5 crore, the cost of plant. If you go by solar plant, it was 16 at that point of time. Now it has come down to 6 and 7. Highest is your tidal power, where you have a larger cost, but there is no subsequent cost is involved. So people find it is more easy to do. I find whenever I have analyzed this, one of the power plant, the cost of 1 per megawatt installation of machinery was 8 rupees. What is the difference? 3.5 to 8 rupees. It was gas. It is gas-based power plant. The cost of establishment is 8. There is no sustainability. So this golden plating, what happened there subsequently? The company came for public issue. 400-450 रुपए का public issue आया and ultimately landed to 2 digit. आज की तारीख में आप देखें तो there is no value of the stock. And the plant has never come into existence. There was a fight in the court, not getting gas and all. That was excuse to not establish the power plant. But what happened in that process? As an investor, you have lost the money because you haven't given very good prospect. Because as a chartered accountant or an accounting expert, you know very well any larger project, there's a gestation period. Company's prospectus itself is saying if the company will come into break even in 2017-18. And based on that, the valuation has taken place in 2008 and 9. And we are finding that time it's because we have a very good condition. If you have a profit track record, you can have a free pricing. So that was the outcome of that free pricing. And suddenly you find the company has announced immediately to retain the investor confidence, they announced dividend without having a tangible income. Only from the capital what they have collected from the public, because they have a share premium money. Those premium money has been given as a dividend account. It has been appropriated from books of accounts and there. But when I was given this task to analyze, I have given very clear finding on that, what happened there. The company is not coming to profit till 2017-18. If power plant is getting commissioned on time. Thereafter only company can earn profit. So till the time, what is the next income company have? There is no alternative income as such. So why I have raised this before you? Because I am highlighting the financial literacy in our country. Because 95% of the people who are investing in the stock market, they are just simply thinking कि ये price ऊपर जा रहा है, इसको purchase कर लेते हैं. Without going to the fundamentals of the company, they invested in the stock prices. And this is happening commonly every time. And what happened? Those who are very seasoned investor, they make money out of that. Some information come, prices rise, they sell it out, and they get re-into at the lower price. So they make money. But who is getting cheated? The small investors. Those who don't have any financial expertise. These are the stock I am talking about. Come out of the general system where the people are get cheated. Some of the things I will discuss today's fraud, where some of the professor like CACS has been used for establishing company. But that is of later part I will discuss it because this is I wanted to highlight. Legislative history is also not very encouraging in terms of dealing corporate fraud. Because a lot of evidence is required. What Mr. Barar was saying, what is the appropriate evidence we have for prosecuting any director or any key major person or the officers of the company. As I told in the beginning, when we are going for inspection, investigation, hardly we find people are there. So unless until you lay hand on the evidence, based on the filings, we have very little evidence to prove that. So that is why we have to lay hand before the books of accounts and statutory records of the company, which we are auditing. Or as a forensic examination, these days I can see IBC, where the professional has been engaged for forensic audits or transactional audit to determine the avoidance transaction. So there I find that they are using all the skills. But those skills I really find where the large size fraud which has taken in India, like Satyam and all, that skills has not been used. Even the basic of the audit has been not followed, which has led to the largest scam in the country. This anti-fraud provisioning I got from USA, from 47 states out of the 52 of the USA, they have approved this legislation, but they are not able to nail down the corporate fraud in their own country. So ultimately they have to set aside the law itself. What are the common financial fraud we have? Accounting fraud, which is very common. Voodoo accounting, many of you must have heard. because to improve the bottom line. This is very commonly happen in Satyam. Anybody have idea what they have done? And there are two essential elements was available in the balance sheet also, which auditor could have easily find out. Anybody can tell me? Yes, please. Okay.
There was a fixed deposit which was fictitious. Original FD was sent cash and duplicate FD was shown to the auditor. So that was actually not liquid cash, but they were showing it as an asset. So that
Okay.
was the main reason of forensic.
Okay. Anybody else? I'll come that because ghost employee also I'll come that. That is in public domain. As an investigator, I am telling what we have found that. No, I am telling you two elements. Even one point I was going to talk to this also. What was the one major element was existing in the balance sheet of the company? So that is the outcome. I am talking about element where you can easily suspect if this fraud is being taken place. No.
Diversion of one to.
That is one thing. But how it has been? My idea is to read the crux of the entire things. You are aware that we have a large size IT companies in India. The Satyam was competing with TCS, Infosys and Wipro. And if you see the history, they are coming with the quarterly result only when these three companies was announcing the result. And before that, there was a lot of discussion on CNBC or any media channel, business channel, which says that the result will be this. Market was getting unexpected higher result, higher profit, higher turnover. What was the reason for that? If you see the balance sheet of the company, you find I'll come to that. What the company was doing, they have a worldwide contracts like other three companies have, but they are bidding at a very low margin. If you see the balance sheet of TCS, Infosys and Wipro, the margin at that point was 24 to 26%. This is the bidding cost. And what the Satyam was bidding at 16%. There was a difference of almost 8 to 10%. But the result was to be, in comparison to other three companies, should be higher to that. So that was the reason they were waiting to this, and they can show the matchable result. There was a very fully automated system they have deployed across the world. There you don't have to do any manipulation. When the manipulation take place? Because they were migrating financial data from this automated system to Oracle Finance. So this manual process, which is taking from here to this Oracle Finance, they were manipulating the data here. What you are talking about, the ghost employee, there was no ghost employee. The billing cycle has been, some of the billing cycle has been manipulated. See, the higher sales has been shown because some of the contract value was less, but it was showing the relation was higher, has been shown. That is why the cash differences came. As an auditor, you are supposed to take third-party confirmation. When you have a large size cash deposit in the bank, that is in US, you should have easily asked for the third-party confirmation. That is the basic of the audit. Why I am highlighting what is the learning? This is the learning. And this 16%, as a layman accounting person, you can easily find out if a company is bidding at 16% and other is bidding at 26%. This 8 to 10%, where you going to match? There may be some wrongdoing. This is what happened in the Satyam. And why they have done this? Any idea? This is also not there in public domain. I have not seen anybody is writing book and yes, Mitas was, actually they got a contract for Hyderabad Metro. So उनको next 10 साल 15 साल का पूरा project मिल गया कि कहाँ से कहाँ project जाएगा. If you have studied Singapore, along with the Singapore में क्या है, along with the metro, you have all the business houses. all the offices along with the metro. जहाँ भी metro station के बाहर आप निकलेंगे, within 2 minutes, entire crowd will get dispersed. So they try to develop the same model in India. So that is why they try to purchase land as much as they can buy along with metro route. To finance that, they need huge money. So where is the money? If they are giving a subdued result for Satyam, they can't finance. So they started using this. The idea was only to finance own company. There are close to 473 group companies where they have to buy this land. In this process, they buy almost 8,000 acre plus land across the Andhra Pradesh. That is along with the route of the metro. But क्या हुआ उस period में? The property market has crashed. And their shareholding has brought down to below 10%. It's below 9%, I can say. So due diligence is started by the other corporate houses to take over this company. In that process, he was compelled to disclose the entire things. Okay, this is the mismatch of cash and bank balances. So now, by the time entire thing happened, almost close to 7,000 crore differences were there between the bank balance and the book balance. So where to match? He tried selling off some property, he brought down 1,700 crore into the company, pumping it. But rest of the things he was not able to. 7,000 crore is not a small sum at that point of time. So he was unable to. That is why this fraud has come into the public domain. And before that, what happened? Satyam has got all kind of excellence award, corporate governance excellence award. Institute of Company Secretaries, even internationally they got award and all. This is how you can learn from these kind of frauds, because if you go by the history, many of the fraud has been based on that. They gave a very bright picture, gloomy picture, the company will do this, company will achieve this, they have milestone X, Y, Z and all. Even recently I can see some of the company which has been newly started, future discounting cash flow, which is very common for valuing any company. Do you feel it is, all the cases it is comes true? Anyone? Recently, one case I was going through, I find 10 rupees share has been valued at 54,000 rupees. We refer this matter to income tax. I don't know what is the outcome. So, you can suddenly find 10 rupees, can you justify 54,000? The share application money, and then you have a share premium account and all. So, that kind of valuation should not have happened. Because even this company is getting listed in the future. Can you feel this pricing? Any company as on date? I think only MRF have, if I am correct. More than 50,000 value of. Not a mini company I can find, even not even 2, 3. Because MRF I can see 75,000, 70, 80,000 kind of price. But these kind of prices you can't justify at initial stage where the company has just incorporated and you are getting money at the price. So even that money is coming through a person who is financially literate. He is investing in the company. He is thinking he will get this money back. Because some of the listing we have seen recently, where how the listing has gone up, you can easily find out how the valuations are taking place. Even if you go by the history, we have many cases in the past. Because one of the merger matter I was dealing with, I find there are two conditions has been there. There was unout deed has been created. So there are two kind of investors. One was the promoters and one the general public. So promoters have been asked, once this merger is taking place, whatever the cash transaction will come from the transferring company, we'll pay you out. For general investor, what is the condition we are putting? At your option, we will pay some dividend out of that. There is no payout as such for the second class of. As a company, if you look for any merger scheme or restructuring scheme, the shareholders are treated as par, irrespective of the promoters or the outsider. So in that process, I saw that the two kind of differences there. And the earn-out deed itself, I have to find out from the Cambridge Oxford Business Dictionary. I didn't find anywhere commonly available are now date. What is this are now date? So this is how it has been designed. So accounting fraud, I told you, this bottom line is there. Satyam is one of the classic example. Enron is again a classic example. Why this name I have taken? These are the poster boy of the corporate fraud. Because this has been drum beating for these kind of frauds for so much. So in your memory, it is very fresh. As on date, if you go by corporate fraud, we have thousands of companies. More than 10 lakh is NPA, and a lot of corporates are involved in that for part of those NPA. And many of these companies are in IBC, cases are going on, more than 6,000 cases are lined up. So we can see kind of corporate fraud has been taken place in India. Ponzi scheme, very common. We have a plantation scheme. We have a fishery scheme in Andhra Pradesh. One classic case I am giving you, this was also, the company was incorporated for a real estate sector. And they come out with a very unique scheme. We are going to develop a plot and we will sell it out. So if you are paying one installment, we will give you registration after 1 year. See the scheme. If you are paying in installment, the registration will take place after 3 years. So first 1 year and next 3 years. So there are two conditions. And there's again option was there. After 5 years, you have option to take this money back with interest. So in that process, a small piece of land they have purchased, 2-3 location. Next day valuation, it is 10 crore. Suppose I am giving a hypothetical figure, 10 crore. Next day valuation has taken place, the value has gone to 400 crore. In that process, they have collected almost 800 crore and siphoned away 400 plus crore. And they have distributed commission. They call it business development expenses, but it is not, because fixed percentage was there. And they paid almost 150 crore after that. What is the net money remain with the company? Suppose out of 800 crore, 450 crore has gone. 150 crore they have distributed 600 crore. With 200 crore, he is saying that we are developing everything and we will pay you. There is no registration taken place, not a single land. And what is the, if you see the entire scheme, it should look like collective investment scheme. One item is there, whether it's a land, plantation, or fisheries, or any item. Because every part of the country we have a different nomenclature. Some or other item has been given, this have a tremendous growth. And you will get a very good amount of return over the period. In this process, even I have seen some of the chartered accountant, even the financial literate person, because making good quick money, they have invested in those companies. What happened? After 1 year, 2 years, till the time they can create a confidence in the people, after that they vanished. And they are not in India. They left the country and then you are just searching. You are going to their branch office, registered office, corporate office, nowhere the people are there. जब हम लोग भी inspection के लिए जाते हैं तो nobody is there. It is lock is there. We are summoning, we are calling the people, then they are not there. Then we have to look for all the evidence which have in the system to finalize our things. Siphoning of fund and misappropriation is very common. Every bank fraud, if you can see these days reported, bank itself is saying, I have given this loan for this X purpose. They have parked in the group companies, associate company or joint venture. And there is no return from those companies. So most of the large size corporate fraud, you can find they are working on this. Even one classic example I can give, Devu Motors. Devu Motors, I still remember when we were doing inquiry, we find that whatever the machinery was coming from Korea, it was on markup price. So markup price, what are the difference of the cost and the markup price book as a profit in the, but income as a books of account of the parent company. So this was the designing. And this you can find in most of the investment coming in India. So in that process, like Enron when I was talking about, it is also a classic example. They make capital investment, but booking as a revenue income in their books of account. So their book got inflated. Some of the dates they have covered because of this, because they show their higher income and all. So Daewoo Motor was a classic example. So failure of Daewoo was because of that. There was no actual revenue as such. Though Daewoo Motors India was doing good business, but parent company fails, so Daewoo India also fails, in spite of having good product and all. So this is all your siphoning of fund and all. From here, the money has been siphoned away and went to outside India, in Korea. But this they have done across the world. 16 countries they have made investment like this, and they were booking income based on that. Then related party transaction, almost 90% cases you can find related party transaction is one of the, even you can find NSE website, there's a study on that. 92% company who had done related party transaction, their value compared to their peer company has come down by almost 36%. So this is not a common thing. On related party transaction, being auditor, you are certifying, it's a proprietary nature of a product, so you can't have analysis compared to other similar products is available. But if you go through the entire details, this is very common in that. Under invoicing and over invoicing. One company which I have investigated, they have been allowed to have iron ore exports to others. So there was a condition that if Fe content is more than 62%, it is done by an MMTC. And below 62% Fe content, it will be done by other domestic company can do. Or if you are dealing, then you have to get NOC from MMTC, and then you can do it. So in lieu of iron ore export, you have been allowed to import coal from across the world, because this is coal is very important for economy, because their power plant to everything, all factories are running on the thermal power. So you need to have coal. So related party transaction, how it was taking place. He is paying, X is a related party, Y is non-related. X is selling at $20 per ton, Y he is selling at 100 rupees or 60 rupees. When the import of coal was there, related party he is paying 130 per ton for coal, and non-related party $38. What is the difference? So over invoicing he has made money, under invoicing also he has made the money, because money has gone out of India. When you pay extra to related party, money has gone out of India. So these are all under invoicing and over invoicing, part of the accounting manipulation as well as siphoning of fund. So this is how your entire transaction is taking place, and people are siphoning away the money. Company is a good dividend paying company, so you are investing, remain investing because without going to the detail how the company is doing the business and all. So these are the modus operandi they do on this. So I have given just example on that, how they done. Bank fraud is very common. Every loans as on date, we find the banks are referring back to the investigating agency, this fraud has taken place. This bank has been cheated, this bank has been cheated. But do you feel bankers are not vigilant enough? Or they don't have a skill to assess what they are supposed to do that? Anyone? No, this is outcome, I can say. I still remember when I was in college, I have one word which was very common, maximum bank permissible finance. It was very commonly we used to learn in the college days. When I came to a job and then I started investigation and inspection, I find this word don't have relevancy at all. No relevancy. Because when I go through the detail, if you see the worth, because one company, still I remember, we done inquiry, not even inspection. 150 crore worth loan has been given to that company. It was making electric motors. Then we find initially there's some suspect, and we done some inquiry. We find the value is not matching. Machinery and the value of the entire loan is not matching. We went into the details, then we have to convert it to inspection. We visited the premises, factory premises, we find the value of the entire machinery is not more than 5 crore. In the books of account, we find the money has gone to for purchasing some personal property of the director. So, as a banker, suppose you are a banker and you are examining the books of account because you have access to books of accounts and all. You can't find this. Your money has been given here and it has gone somewhere else. You can easily find out. Same Bangalore case I am telling. IT sector, the major cost is your employee cost. One company has come for public issue. I think 235 was the share pricing, 225 is the share premium, and 10 rupees is the value. If you can see the balance sheet, the employee cost was just 6 lakhs rupees. The turnover was around 200 crore. Employee cost was just 6 lakhs rupees. Can you justify it is a IT-enabled company, or they have enough IT manpower? You are sort of financially literate, you can learn. But I find lot many chartered accountants who lost money in that company itself, in Bangalore itself. When we started getting complaint because suddenly the price has come down to 35 to some single penny. So you can imagine the panic started. And it was in 2006, I'm saying. It is completely on different track. Because some of the public issue, I can say at that point of time, we have initiated inquiry at a right time. The public issue has been withdrawn. One example I can give you, it has been recently listed now. The company was a loss-making company. The balance sheet was in red. They created 2 entities in abroad, XY countries, and they have a transaction with that company. And in that process, the turnovers are increasing, but profit was not increasing. It was a remaining loss. So they issue preferential shares at a premium, but there is no premium amount has come. 10 rupees preferential per share value is there. They say the value of this company is growing up, so valuation again come into the picture. They again use this discounted cash flow method and they book a fictitious share premium account worth 200 rupees. The loss was set off against that share premium account. They issue bonus share out of that fictitious account, and they filed RHP with the SEBI and with us also. Once the resolution was passed and filed with the ROC, we initiated the inquiry. And we find where the money is coming out. There's no, what was the trigger point? Because any company registered with the STPI, they got tax benefit, 100% tax. Whatever the revenue generated through STPI, you don't have to pay tax. So their notes to accounts, there was a declaration that the company has extended this much worth of services out of STPI, but they claim 100% exemptions. That was a trigger point. And we've gone back down. We referred this matter to service tax and all. They have registered case and they recovered money and all. So this was a trigger point when we were doing inquiry. But auditor was failed to give any qualification on this count. Because most of you are here chartered accountant, that's why I highlighted this. Being chartered accountant, when we are doing as a regulator, you are more expert than every day and now you are doing audit and all. These kind of things you can easily find out. If suppose that company come into public issue at that point of time, how much money has been lost from the capital market? Because one thing you have to keep in mind, any fraud taking place, the process of capital formation gets stopped. People, once they have lost the confidence that this kind of fraud is happening, they will not come into the market to invest money. So you have one corporate social responsibility from your side also. If such kind of fraud is taking place, at least you can alarm. Now government has given you platform like 143, you have a ADT4, you can file with the governments. You can highlight that these are the frauds taking place. A right time alert will prevent many frauds out of that. Merger and acquisition is again one dicey area. There are a lot of happenings. You have to learn between the lines. When you are reading a scheme, you have to learn between the lines. I remember one case in Goa. they come out with a merger scheme. The transfer company nothing is there. Capital, loss. This is the balance sheet. Amount was not big, 60 lakhs rupees losses was there, 60 lakhs worth rupees. They filed a scheme with the profit-making company because they have to set off this loss against the profit of the transferring company. I raised this issue. कंपनी से सर ये तो सिनर्जी हो जाएगा, ये हो जाएगा. मैंने कहा तुम्हारे पास कोई एसेट्स नहीं, कोई एम्प्लॉय नहीं, कोई बिजनेस नहीं, हाउ कैन दिस सिनर्जी विल कम? बोला सर वो तो हम देख लेंगे, वो तो बात की चीज़ है, वी विल सी. मैंने कहा ठीक है, वी विल फाइल आवर रिपोर्ट. हमने फाइल किया ऑब्जेक्शन के साथ रिपोर्ट कोर्ट में. जज साहब ने देखा कि भाई ऑब्जेक्शन आ गया, देन आस्क्ड फॉर द रिस्पॉन्स एंड ही टोल्ड कि भाई वेयर इज द सिनर्जी. सेम रिप्लाई हैज गिवन इन द कोर्ट. बट कोर्ट को मैंने एक चीज़ और कहा था कि इनकम टैक्स का भी कमेंट्स ले लेते हैं. उस टाइम 56 एक्ट था, 2013 एक्ट में तो अभी मैंडेटरी हो गया. बट 56 एक्ट नो रिक्वायरमेंट कि वी हैव टू, बट आई हैव आस्क्ड फॉर इनकम टैक्स कमेंट्स. जज साहब ने कर दिया और बाद में उसकी भी विड्रॉ हो गया. So I am telling how the frauds are designed. Though it's look like premises tax planning, but when you are bringing a tax loss-making company without doing any business to a substantially doing good business company, so do you feel it's a tax planning? I don't see. It's a tax evasion, tax fraud. So ultimately this company has to withdraw the entire things. Later on that company has been struck off. The transfer company which came as a part of the scheme, it has been struck off. Even one company, again, I am giving example. I'm not naming companies because these are all in. This company is doing business. There are 3 companies. They proposed 2 companies in other state. One was in other. Transferring company was another state. 2 states has given approval. So one of the company was listed in the regional stock exchange, and one was in a company where they have listed earlier, but they were not. So there was a word called thinly traded company. That is SEBI used to the thinly traded company. So this company, one of the transfer company was not doing any business. They sold out some real estate worth 200 crore, and they asked for valuation. This was equivalent to transferring company value. So 1:1. Now you can see there is no money transaction is taking involved in the entire process. The valuation is 1:1. We raised the objection because SEBI, when we are going for valuation, what they have done before this merger take place, they sell out this to one group company. So this share was around 30 rupees. It started with the 30 rupees and went up to 40 rupees. Entire transaction went closed. Only one transaction happened, 200 crore worth real estate, and thereafter we find the money which has been share has been traded, the valuation has come to 500 plus. I'm not giving exact amount because it will be easily predictable. So 500 plus is the transferring company price. What is the trading price of the transfer company is just 30-40 rupees. Because it has to be consolidated in one hand, so they have done this entire transaction, and we find this entire transaction has been, and valuation exactly came as 1:1, 500 plus. So can you justify the entire things? The idea is only to increase the promoter shareholding in the transferring company from X to Y. So they can get a complete control on the company itself. 2 companies are listed and one was not listed. So we raised the query. We raised the objection in the court, and court hearing was there. It went off, ultimately company withdraw the application. They told us, sir, the objections are there, so we can't continue with the scheme, so we are withdrawing. So other 2 places, the transfer company, the approval was taken place. Only the transferring company, where the company is coming, objection was raised, and this entire scheme was withdrawn. So you can see how the designs of fraud has taken place. When you are designing some scheme of arrangement, you can find how 2-3 schemes I have discussed. This is how the mergers and acquisition frauds are taking place. Then tax fraud, one of the case I have already discussed. Job and loan app. This is very commonly. Everybody's mobile message box, you can see you have a message for part-time job, you have a message of pre-approved loan. This is one of the biggest fraud is going as on date. What is happening the moment you are clicking, because during the COVID time, people have very tough time for some of them, losing job, losing business. So they are in dire need of the fund. So what happened? The pre-approved loan, the rate of interest is how much? Anybody have idea? 0.96% per day. Per day. Converting into annualized, it is 66% annually. Okay, the RBI cap is 36%. If you go to MFI, they have a cap of 36%. So what is the amount you are going to pay? 66%. This is not the one side of the story. You can see the other side of the story. The moment you click that link, which is landing in your message box, your entire contact detail goes to their database. Your entire messages goes to their database. Entire gallery goes to their database. So see how the fraud design has gone larger picture. And thereafter, this extortion starts. Now you are paying. Suppose you have a immediate need and you have taken this loan, and you have some delay. Then they give a customized message in your all contacts. Okay, this man or this girl is fraud, is cheated, is not paying my loan. So you have a social status. Suddenly you find in a very panic situation, if I am getting demonized and I have to pay back. Now you are paying. Thereafter again that they started, no, your interest rate was, you have delayed this, you pay this much more. So now suppose you have taken 10,000. By the end of the day, when you are squaring up the entire amount, you are paying 50,000 rupees. Because you have got extortion in terms of this demonizing your image and status and all. Now come to the loan fraud, job fraud. Job fraud, what is happening? Anybody have idea? No, this is different. What I am talking, it's different. That is there. That is one of the essences there for part-time job. Same thing happening. There also you are getting message, part-time job. Amazon is giving you a part-time job offering 6,000 to 10,000 per month. So you are in need of a job, you are clicking, again the same process happened. Thereafter, they are really paying you money. It's not started with a small sum, 200, 300, you perform some exercise and they will transfer you 200, 300. They started with a smaller amount and they will increase it. The moment they are increasing to 4 figures, they will ask you to invest some more money to get more. So now the things of fraud has started from the 4 figures started from there. Now we come to the situation 5 figure. He started, he is getting back money and all, so he is satisfied, he got confidence, no, this money is safe and everything. So it is converted into 5 digit. Some cases it went to 6 digit also. So you can imagine the fraud. They are floating messages like this, and the cost of sending message is how much as on date? 1 paisa. 1 paisa पे अगर एक आदमी फंसता है, and if he is losing 10,000 or 20,000 rupees, you can imagine what is the kind of return they are getting. You can imagine. Or every minute you are sitting here, every minute somebody is getting looted on this pretext. So we have to create awareness for this fraud, because everybody is, because COVID time you have seen that one of the major challenge before the civilization. At least our country, I have seen at least many, 90% family, I have seen at least somebody died in second wave. It was not, so that was really a challenging time. And they have used this. We have to gear up for this kind of fraud. It is very, very reaching to every nook and corner. Because I can tell you the other part of the story, because I'm skipping some of the names, because I thought of discussing some of the case. But most of you are aware, I'm just looking for the corporate frauds. So that's why these names, these are the poster boys of our corporate frauds. Satyam, I have detailed discussion we have. Kingfisher Airlines, Anybody have ideas? Otherwise, I can discuss, and then we can skip to that part, job loan and Kingfisher. When this merger take place in with the Deccan, I was posted in Bangalore. So we have examined the scheme. So in terms of service, Kingfisher is here and Deccan is here. It's a very different kind of service model. क्योंकि हमने mergers बहुत सारे failure आपने public domain में है worldwide. Because of the different culture merger, the mergers fails. This was one of the classic example here we have. Why this has happened? Anybody have idea? Why he need to have merger? Why Kingfisher want to have merger? No. One compelling reason was there. They want to have international, somebody was telling here.
International.
They want to have international services to be commenced. But what was the condition? 5 years in the service and 20 airplanes you should have. This was a basic criteria. At that point of time, it was existing. So he has to meet this challenge. Because domestic route was so not lucrative, he was looking for long route overhauling and passenger service. That is why he came out with this merger. So, Deccan Airways, if you have experience, how many of you feel very comfortable in traveling with the Deccan flights? I have very bad experience. Because I was just flying for a very shorter route from Chennai to Bangalore after attending some seminar in Chennai. And suddenly we are in midst of turbulence. And suddenly we have a vertical flight, fall of the flights, almost 1 kilometer. So everybody is praying God, please save. So ultimately God has saved us, but otherwise I would not have been here. So that kind of system was there. It was very unsustainable business compared to Kingfisher. Because here the entire system was on very low fare, and they are looking for the entire full flights to reach one destination to another destination. And Kingfisher was looking for international flight, not for the domestic. Because subsequently, if you have read in the newspaper, you can find that many of them have started the Gulf services. From here they get half tank flights to Gulf. From there they get full tank. So they can pay less air turbine fuel, which is almost 70% of the entire cost of the airlines business. If you study the airlines business, you can find that 70% cost is air turbine fuel. So Kingfisher has gone with this merger, and we find that this matching is not there. At that time, Mr. Nedun Gudi was there, his CFO. I told this merger is not good. He told, sir, aapko pata nahi hai, we will manage it. And 2 years after, he met me in Goa. Bola, sir, what you have predicted, this is coming true. So that business was not sustainable at that point of time. Because he was offering premium service. Now he brought a very low category of service and merging with the Kingfisher. The passenger which he has capitalized over the period for Kingfisher service, they are not very happy with the. So slowly the people started migrating to other. So ultimately it affected the business. In that process, this entire investment has come down. And even the valuation, again, I'm coming to the picture. If you remember, the Kingfisher brand has been valued at certain amount. It was 800 crore plus. It was not even got more than 100 crore. When finally it was sold. During this attachment, property was attached and then it was sold. So you can see the valuations. When company was doing full throttle business, it was valued at 850, if I'm correct, 850 crore. And I still remember 4 or 5 times the auction was taken place, and this brand was not sold. So you can imagine how the frauds has taken place. The valuation was the big role in valuing this company and all. That has been used to rake loans from the banks. The valuation has been used. But you are giving a brand valued to 850 crore, definitely you are giving 850 crore to this company. So where the real value is coming? So this all the game started with learning. You can find this valuation business, you can find wherever the frauds are there. This valuation is one of the crux. Because when you are approaching a bank, you are going to the bank with the valuation report. What is the value of this? So you can imagine how important it is. And when we are looking and dealing with the kind of NPA of 10 lakhs, and it is mostly with the corporates, you can imagine how you can deal with the real value versus the notional value. They are two different things. We have an NBFC company, ILFS, DHFL. We have a PNB fraud. There you can imagine there is no real worth of assets, but finance was given. So now it is already in public domain. So then ABGCPR is a recent thing, 6,000 crore is there. IFLS is almost 96,000 crore. So these are big frauds we have in our system. This I wanted to discuss because most of you are chartered accountant here, and some of your friends might have also under proceedings with the institute. Here the process of incorporation was completely taken into a different platform. Because of the COVID and all, everybody went for virtual verification. How the frauds are taking place? You are suppose a commoner. You are getting a message on your WhatsApp with some link and all, followed by a call. What is the call? If you are sharing OTP by clicking this link, we'll pay you some X amount. The amount is range between 5,000 to 30,000 rupees based on your status. Suppose you agree. What happened? This money come to your account first. Then you are sharing. Once you share the OTP, what is the next thing happen? Anybody guess? No. Because why I have brought? Because I am corporate regulator, so that's why I brought here to everybody's knowledge how they are using the system to creating fraud into our system. So you should be aware when you are doing such kind of verification. You should be careful. No, it is to activate your DIN number. They are incorporating a company. Backside is the incorporation of a company, but you got a message, you share this link, whatever OTP is generated, if you share, we will pay you this much. Now, suppose a person agreed for that. He has been given some 10,000 or 20,000 rupees amount. He clicked, OTP has been shared. After a day or within a day, the message comes, congratulations, we have incorporated company so-and-so with a SIN number so-and-so, your DIN number is so. So this is the virtual verification happened. What happened the next? Shell company we have, this is all the recent fraud is there. नहीं इवन इनकॉर्पोरेशन कंपनी में है आपका मैं बता रहा हूँ इनकॉर्पोरेशन कंपनी में क्या कर रहे हैं आजकल लोग आपका पैन नंबर है फ़ोटो आपका सिस्टम से वो एडिट किया आजकल फ़ोटोशॉप एडिटर है आपका फ़ोटो वहाँ से हटा के किसी और का फ़ोटो डाल दिया आपका नाम आपका डेट ऑफ बर्थ फादर नेम एवरीथिंग इज़ देयर इट्स अ वेरिफिकेशन प्रोसेस हैपन वो फाइल हो गया और वहाँ कंपनी इनकॉर्पोरेट होगी बट आवर ऑफिसर्स वर alert enough, they find some cases, now we are dealing with those cases. So those cases are where I am surprised the chartered accountant, company secretary or cost accountant, they are certifying. Because some of the informations are already in public domain which you can easily verify. This fraud is happening and this is affecting most of the people in our country. Every minute somebody is getting looted on this loan app or part-time job fraud. The amount of fraud, if you can totaling today, it will be more than 50,000 crore. And it is growing. It is not a static, it is a growing number. So this is all game started with the virtual verification. Now come to the next verification process, registered office. You have heard of a co-location place? Companies Act doesn't bar because one place, we have more than one company. Suppose a group of company, they have more than one company registered office. But what is happening, those documents are not real. One document has been created. Based on that, they have created NOC, and NOC has been filed, and registered office verification is happened. As a professional, what is you supposed to do? You are supposed to visit, take photograph, create a record, and then you file it. So this process has been diluted. So now company has been registered office has been done. Now next stage, this is I am telling, this is one part of the fraud itself, continuously. One happened incorporation with the fraudulence means, verification of registered office with fraudulence means, then come to the rent your address. So the verification is already through corporate happened. So now you get PAN number, TAN number. So all these things happen with this. So there is no existence on the address which is mentioned there. So we have started renting address also, because now you are one of the place, or you have given NOC. So one NOC has been created fraudulently, the other is again fraud after fraud. Based on your incorporation certificate, you got the bank account open. Now this is not the end of the story. Bank account opening. Now your bank account don't have any transaction. Now the virtual account is getting created. Because this account is KYC compliant. Now come to the virtual account. You have Paytm account, you have a number of fintech companies account. So those things are getting created. One bank account, more than 400, 500 virtual account has been created on basic. So many of you also have got, whether you want to loan your bank, well, rent your bank account to create this kind of fraud. So in the basic of the entire game, you are there. Police will catch you, not the virtual account holder. Virtual account hold कैसे खोलता है? आपका मोबाइल नंबर से खुल गया, आपके ईमेल आईडी से खुल जाता है. जैसे xyz@paytm account, xyz some xyz account, रेजर पे जितने भी हैं, आप इनका जितना भी लिंक देखेंगे, आपको पेटीएम लिखा हुआ, जैसे ही आप क्लिक करोगे किसी और पेज पे आप लैंड करते हो, वो भी लिंक फ्रॉडुलेंटली क्रिएट किया हुआ है. यू आर लैंडिंग ऑन सम अदर पेज, इट गोज समवेयर एल्स. So in that process you can see nothing is real, everything is virtual. And when we have got these cases, we find in the entire fraud system this has been widely used, because many of our office bearers from the institute are sitting, they are aware of how they are taking place. We have referred those matters. So these kind of virtual verification I will request not to do at all. Maybe you are getting some 10, 20,000 or 30,000 incorporation fee, but how much they are looting by using this? So this is the common fraud, it is happening as on date. That is why I told every message box has these 2 messages at least, or 3 messages, if some people have got. So this you need to prevent. So this is all part of the crime, and problem is that once you are creating a virtual account, one transaction of money is traveling to almost 30-35 accounts simultaneously. यहाँ से start होता है, अगले जब तक police alert होती है या somebody is getting alerted, the money is out of the system. So उसको prevent करना हमारा काम है, because technologies keep growing and we are adopting a digital economy. So we have to gear up. Because by the time of fraudster जितना design करते हैं, जब तक आप crack करते हो, सब new design is coming up. So we need to gear up for those frauds, and then we have to deal with. But it all started with the incorporation of a company. Why this I have a special case, I have brought it here. This I wanted to give message, at least somebody is approached with this, please avoid, and alert agency also simultaneously. DSC again, it's a virtual verification. Virtual verification or similar kind of message, but it is coming from certifying authority. Your video is getting recorded, and then everything will be recorded, and then will be, but based in that, you have a DIN number, everything that has been used for creating DSC. So it will start with the incorporation itself. और सबसे मजे की बात है कि फ्रंट में सारे इंडियन नेशनल हैं, behind the scene somebody else is there. So this is one of the larger scheme of fraud. because it can be used for any other thing means also, which is not in national interest. So whenever this kind of fraud is happening, at least I request everybody should register the case immediately. We have a Cyber Dost website also. You can register your complaint. If you are giving within half an hour, at least the steps can be taken to prevent this money to go out of the system. It can be stopped. So at least that can be ensured. You can create digital literacy for the citizens, because in the beginning I have told financial literacy, it was one of the major reason for these kind of frauds. And during the testing time like COVID, everybody was in need of money because large number of people. Even a small time businessman I have seen, they are in dire need of money because suddenly their cash flow has stopped because people are not paying money. So small business में क्या होता है, जैसे ही आया वो उसके लिए वर्किंग कैपिटल वही होता है, यहाँ से रोटेट हुआ फिर वो आया फिर नेक्स्ट साइकिल बनता है. So that process has got stopped. So those business has been badly affected. So these we need to be alerted on all sides. And electronic media can also come forward. During the daytime I was discussing this scheme we can popularize by saying people not to use any of the links for getting loan or job kind of things. So we have open house. Any questions and all? Because corporate fraud is a plenty in system. Every fraud we can't discuss, but the design we can discuss and outcome we can discuss, and what are the steps we can take. And
Sir.
Sir, you talked about bank frauds, and in that you also told us about the ABG shipyard scam. During that scam, I read about it. So in that, there was that PNB approved the loan without seeing all the bank details and all the balance sheets of the company. And other banks also did because of the trust which the company built it. So who is responsible for these mistakes, and how a forensic accountant should react on this?
Good question, because I'll give you one example before replying your answer. I remember one case I've dealt in Goa. It was a public state financial corporation giving loan to a company. Company was having IT business. तो उन्होंने एक फ्लोर पे सिस्टम दिखाया, पूरा लगा के लैब वैब दिखा दिया. एक ऑफिसर गया, उसने एक लिमिट ऑफ लोन दे हैव सैंक्शनड. Now times lapsed and 6 months happened there. They asked for new limits. Suppose शुरू में 100 crore का लोन दिया, उसके बाद उन्होंने कहा कि ठीक है 100 crore और चाहिए. They asked for again apply for that. Now another officer is going to the same premises. Earlier the machinery was kept on the second floor. Now they have kept on the ground floor. So when the second person came, he didn't have any feedback from the first officer. I have went to second floor and I have found out this, and these are the machineries we have certified that. He went to ground floor. He verified that the machine is there, so he has given a good report. This money can be released. So now same machines, 200 crore rupees has been given. So subsequently this fraud has been unearthed, and we find the only one set of machine was there and two set of limit has been there. Now I come to the questions which you have raised. PNB was the lead bank, if I am correct. So when the lead bank system is there, they have a trust system. Within the bank there is a trust system. PNB has verified. So I am going by this verification. So when PNB says I have the lead bank and they have, because this reading of charge you have heard of, tripartite agreement or multi-party agreement is there when the more than one bank account or bank is there. So the tripartite or multi-party agreements happened. So they cede the charge. Suppose PNB was the original charge holder and they are going for ceding the charge. So he has to give NOC. Okay, it will be parapessu charge, or I have a first charge, you have the second charge. Like that, the charge category has been created. So similar base, the PNB verification has taken place. The other bank must have relied on that, and they have given, based on the PNB report, they have given this loan. This is I am telling you we have not gone to the details right now, but I am telling this is what happened. That is why the first example I have given how this fraud has been designed.
Sir, there is one more thing. I have seen a live caselet where someone issued a PAN card of some XYZ person.
Okay.
And what he did was that the person who did the scam registered a company on other address, someone else's address. And now the original person whose PAN card was used, when he gone to the office to register his own company, he got to know that that company, there is some other company already issued that TAN number and all. So how this scam has happened?
See, just now I have discussed, if you have just 5 minutes back, I have told the same thing. Your PAN card, with the help of photo editor's shop, your photo has been removed.
Yes.
His photo has been pasted on that. This is not the one part of the story. They get NOC because now we have more than 24 lakh companies on registry. So getting a different name is a very challenge. So you want something similar name. So if some company is existing, so what is requirement of the act? You get NOC from the existing company, then you can incorporate that company. So this is not the story. I'm giving the second part of the story. One part, he has edited your PAN card. Now second thing is created NOC, fake NOC on the name of existing company. Both has been filed.
And sir, how they have...
Soon we will come to this, fraud will come into the public domain also.
Good evening, sir.
We are taking action, so we'll definitely come.
Sir, just a second, can I ask you?
I think you completed?
No, sir, there was last question. How they have verified the address when the main address person do not know?
See, every data is now digitalized.
Yeah.
So we have system to system talking. Okay. Maybe it is not in public, but we verify because our system verify each other, no?
Then
that is why this TAN has been generated system to system. You are not required to transfer or file. Earlier you were filing separate application before the income tax department. Now it is one filing and then both the things happened. So system to system verification automatically happened.
Good evening.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Good evening, sir. Sir, recently we talked about the valuation. You said that a 10 rupee share was quoted at 54,000. In spite of these valuation frauds which we have seen in recent years, still I am reading just a draft red herrings prospectus of a company which is listed recently. It states that we have a history of loss and we anticipate increasing operating expenses in the future and we may not be able to achieve profitability. And still this company has one of the biggest IPO in recent past and has listed and has evaded investors' wealth. So this valuation thing is still going on, and what actions as MCA is taking and as investors we are taking, because it was an oversubscribed IPO. So
that is to see any valuation which is getting into the market, there is a market campaign. For any successful campaign, you have to create a buzz. If you are creating a nudge in the mind of the people, what is the next thing comes? You get a positive response. If X is talking, Y is talking, or Z is showing on the news channel, this company have a good prospect, blah, blah, blah. There is no competition, there is only market in the, only play in the market and all. So this is a nudge word. Goes to the market of the people. Aapke jitne business channel hai, this all started campaign. And this changed the perception of the people. They are not going to the fundamentals. It is a startup company, loss-making company. Definitely there is a prospect because when we have a COVID time, the digitalization has taken place. I mean, it's a tremendous growth. They have taken advantage. Morning we have a session when we, I think Mr. Vyas was talking about the click. No, Mr. Chanda, sorry. Mr. Chanda was talking click, how you can value the click. When we are talking about the IT companies or the retailers, because mostly it has a retailer has come, online retailers has come. So it has created the market, but the way because the success story was Alibaba in China. The valuation was $120 billion, if I am correct, at the time of listing itself. So Alibaba was also not profit making, but the business base was very large. The outreach with the common people was very large. They are reaching to every nook and corner of the China. And every time you have a, like we have a sale like Azadi or 15th August or any events, you have Amazon sale, Myntra and all. Similar kind of sale they are also organizing. Within a day, $10 billion, $20 billion. but those transactions are at skewed price. For example, you are going to normal market, for one product you are paying 100 rupees, but when you are going to Amazon or any portal, you are paying 70 or 80 rupees. 20 rupees difference is there, and you are getting free delivery. Why you are spending money on petrol and all, and then all the way you are going for 10 kilometers and buying one product? So definitely you are buying on the. So we have a system, discounting system is there. When you are buying in a large contract, or retailer himself, because it's not Amazon is directly selling, somebody has boarded and then he's selling. So if you have a large quantity, he will definitely sell his product, maybe at lower margin. Because when a person is having a shop and then he has to bear all the expenditure, that is why he's selling at 100 rupees, not at 80 rupees. So you have a limitation. So that is why this valuation is going up.
So can't we hold anyone responsible? Because the retail portion is only 15% in any IPO if it's a loss-making company.
See, if any fraud is played in declaring the information, it is disclosure-based information, and listing is disclosure-based. It is nothing where earlier we have a CCI, Capital Controller of India, where the pricing was decided and all. You are making a disclosure, you have given the risk point, risk factor, the contingency, and everything has been disclosed there. So your decision is based on the information provided. If that information is wrong, then the fraud comes into the picture. If that information is correct and people are still investing, it is their own decision.
Thank you.
I have replied you.
Thank you.
Nowadays, lot of advertisements are coming. Just Amazon has completed 25 years and now they are giving a lot of things free. If you share the information with the number of members, then you will get the free. So we are getting a lot of WhatsApp like that. And
this is again fraud. This is again fraud. What I have talked about, this is crime designed by corporates, but this is designed by the individuals. Yes. If you get trapped into that, you are sharing your personal information. So this is for the larger part. If those personal information used for committing financial crime against you. Any last question, then we can conclude the session. You have any concluding remarks? You can.
Hello. A single question, sir. 3 seconds.
Sir, I have a subsequent question to that, IPO.
Can you repeat? Just sound was there.
Yeah. I have a subsequent question to the IPO thing, which he told that information as disclosure is there, everything is there. So same thing, bank as a valuer, I can say that I have put a lot of disclosure in the report. Then once banker using that report, he should be held responsible instead of the valuer.
When he is giving valuation, he is giving a disclaimer clause also.
Yes.
Yes. The decision should be final of the person who is using this information.
Correct.
This cannot be taken as a gospel truth.
Correct.
Disclaimer clause you are giving as a professional. I am correct?
Correct.
Every valuation report there is a disclaimer clause. I have not seen any valuation report without any disclaimer.
Yeah, but
you tell me one report where the disclaimer has not been given.
But now
you have given your best of expertise. Within your domain, you are correct. This is my knowledge. I have given this valuation. Whether you are using this information based on my things, this is my disclaimer.
But after that, court of law, everyone is asking valuer about the things that, the perspective is like the perception around the thing is the valuer has given the wrong kind of information to the public. Correct? Whether valuer is given the best of his knowledge and the information available in the market. The perception is with the bankers and everyone that, you have given us the report. Because of those valuation reports, we have, given the loans.
I'll give one example. See, होता क्या है कि आप information दे देते हैं. This is what you are saying. You are given the information, and the wrong information has been supplied to you. But when we are making opinion, there are third-party information also. For example, a balance sheet is filed with our office, Registrar of Companies, and you are using balance sheet supplied by company. I am giving a real example which happened in North. This company has filed balance sheet with the Registrar of Companies, one with the Income Tax Department, and that time it was BIFR. So BIFR filing, you understand what was the situation of the financial?
Right.
Only one item was common in all three balance sheet was paid up capital. Nothing was common. Nothing was common. Even the revenue which has been shown with the ROC or Income Tax Department also not matching. Regulator, both the regulator they are filing, and when they are filing with the ROC, it is showing some moderate profit. When they are filing Income Tax Department, it is loss. Because depreciation accounting, that differential, that is different part of the story. But when they are filing BIFR, their net worth is eroded. Now see the three balance sheet. Suppose third balance sheet has been provided to you. What is your valuation? And first balance sheet is provided. What is the valuation? So based on the information which has been given as an input to you, you are deciding. Your source information is wrong. You are not responsible because you are creating trail for that. Okay, this is the document you have provided. So when you are giving, this is based on this document. If those documents are false, if you are not aware to, okay, this document is false or it is manipulated or fabricated, your valuation based on the document provided hold good.
I agree,
but when we talk about the circumstantial evidence, Mr. Braz was talking about, circumstantial evidence we also come into the picture.
I understand that, we usually
if you have any third party or authentic source of information, please use it.
Yeah, we using it, we taking it from the MCA. We are not just relying on it.
Please.
Yeah, fine.
Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to request the session chair, CA Vishal Doshi, sir, to cite the concluding remarks of the session.
Very good evening, friends. I thank and congratulate Sanjay Gupta ji for excellent deliberations with, I would say, real-life case studies on won't get fooled again, learning from fraud cases. I know, friends, we are already delayed. Don't worry, I will not take much of the time. But I remember the initial days when I had qualified, and immediately, I still remember I named them the 3S of the scams. The Satyam, Sahara, and Sarda. If those who recollect, they were all within a short span of a couple of years that all of them were, I would say, detected or whatever. And from that day till today, being a man of audit and assurance, let me tell you, I'm not a forensic person, but what happens is that I have seen a trail, or I would say a trend rather, that whenever there are any regulatory changes that are brought about, if I go a couple of years back, there has been a corporate scam. So, just like the topic that we have for this session, that won't be fooled again. So the government then feels, if you look like, see, we have the disclosure on the related party transactions that they have to go through the audit committee, the independent directors. We recently have the Schedule 3, the CARO amendments. Even if the Schedule 3 amendments, friends, if you go through and just try to reflect back that why this has been brought in. I would say in a lot of these amendments, you will go back and you will find that it has some connect with some corporate fraud that would have happened in the recent past, which has got detected, and the government feels that more reporting, more compliance from the company's side, verification from the auditor side would maybe give early warning signals with respect to some fraud or some, I would say, a financial health check, sort of, when we talk of that particular company. We have the section of 143(12), which sir also mentioned with respect to fraud reporting, where more responsibilities has been cast on auditors. And if we look at the CARO, friends, a very small change has been made with respect to fraud reporting. Earlier, we had for fraud on the company made by the officers or employees. And what was the change now that has been made? Wo officers, employees hata diya. A very small change it seems, but technically if you see, it covers now the whole ambit And during my practice, my experience, I have come across such frauds. If you look at the chit funds, after the scam came, we had the banning of unregulated deposits as a law that was introduced by the government, which banned the unregulated deposits, these chit funds, and all those things. Now, sir also mentioned about the online fraud. So all of us know recently we have this amendment with respect to physical verification of the registered office. If we look, I feel a lot of these amendments on the legal side that would have some history of some fraud or some mishappening that would have happened in the recent past. When I look at our audit procedures, friends, historically we all know maker-checker concept. जो होता है, one of the reasons is definitely errors, omissions, but a significant reason or the most important reason is to prevent frauds. So frauds ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि ये सत्यम के बाद ही चालू हुआ है. It was there and we do have. And I principally believe that in our audit process itself, there are so many such procedures that if we do it diligently, we definitely will be able to find some signals that kahin pe kuch galat hai. I am not saying that an audit is a procedure to detect fraud. We give a true and fair view, we give a reasonable assurance. But at the same time, and what Sanjay ji very rightly mentioned, if you ask me, one of the very, very important elements in an audit is external confirmation. I tell you, like, my experience, a couple of cases in case of the audits where one is a concept known as teaming and leading. I don't know how many of you are aware of it, but that gets detected when you actually obtain an external confirmation. That is a very, very, especially when employees, I would say in the finance department and all, they are involved in a fraud. What happens is that the first payment or a check is issued which is deposited into their personal account. That is the starting of the fraud. Abhi bank ka transaction hai, entries to accounts mein dalni padegi, so that gets credited to a particular vendor or a creditor's account. Now that creditor, वो फिर फोन करता है कि भाई मेरे ड्यू डेट आ गई है, पैसा दो, उसके अकाउंट में तो ऑलरेडी क्रेडिट चला गया है. So that amount, check is issued by the accounts team or whosoever is in the finance team, but that amount is credited to some other creditor's account क्योंकि इसमें तो अभी बैलेंस है नहीं उतना. Then that creditor calls up and then this cycle continues till one day things go bust. And this is what is known as the teaming and leading. So one of the principles, though it's not mentioned in the standards on audit, but one of the principles of external confirmation is, हम लोग बोलते हैं कि जहाँ पे account balance move नहीं हुआ है या ऐसा कुछ है, but another important area which auditors miss out when they are selecting for external confirmations is where the account, the creditor's account or even the debtor's account, but more so the creditor's account, जहाँ पे bill to bill payment नहीं होता है. If you imagine, you visualize जब teaming and leading होता है तो exact amount तो match नहीं होगा वो जिसके creditors के account में वो credit डाल रहा है, payment डाल रहा है. There would always be a difference and somehow in the subsequent check वो उसको zero कर देता है if there is any residual amount received, and then that check splitting is also there to ensure that the accounts start getting zero. So this is one of the tools, I would say the procedures that is embedded in our audit process itself by which we can try to identify frauds that are happening. Another thing is also, many of us would have come across with respect to the email fraud, कि जहाँ पे एक email ID से mail आता है that payments are due and but हमारा bank account change हो गया है तो kindly you make the remittance into this new bank account. And the best part is what happens because client के वहाँ पे daily pressures इतना होता है, the email ID is very, I would say almost similar to that of the vendor जिसके वहाँ से communication आ रहा है, except one alphabet which would have been changed. And that one alphabet, you can imagine in the daily routine, nobody bothers कि भाई वो हुआ है कि नहीं change. मतलब वो change है या क्या है, and the account is changed and the money is transmitted, it is deposited, it is paid into that new bank account, and then it gets detected. Finally, when the actually जब vendor payment के लिए आता है कि भाई मेरे पैसे नहीं मिले हैं, तब पता चलता है कि ये तो कोई गलत account या fraud हो गया है.
So there also there are internal controls. So see, if we look at our audit procedures, there are so many procedures that even on a sample basis, if we are able to do it diligently, though it's not a fraud detection, the whole statutory audit, but definitely we can try to get, like I said, the early warnings that these are some of the areas, gray areas that needs to be escalated. And finally, friend, I would say, जो संजय भी ने बताया, with respect to loan given on the double the machine, twice on the same machinery and all, that is where the physical verification procedures, which are again laid down in our standards on audit with respect to property, plant, equipment, be it with respect to inventories, these are extremely important for us while we are executing our duties and responsibilities. So, like I said, I'll just highlight some of the areas that I'm not a man of forensic, but even when you are doing a statutory audit, you are doing because ultimately, I very firmly believe that a forensic audit jab hota hai, ya forensic verification hota hai, first they take is the financial statements, right? So, which means which we are signing off, and in our audit procedures also, we are competent enough to red flag areas where we feel that these are not as per the guiding principles. So, with this, friends, I thank the NFSU and the ICAI for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts, and thanks to Sanjay sir for an excellent presentation. Thank you, friends.
Thank you very much, sir. On this note, we conclude session 4 as well as the day 1 of ICFAFI 2022. We hope that it was as gripping and thought-provoking as we hoped for it to be. I would once again very heartily thank everyone for being here and promise that day 2 would be as thrilling. Thank you very much.
We will commence the session for tomorrow as per our timetable. Morning 10 to 11, we will have snacks outside the premises. And sharp 11 will start the session tomorrow also. Thank you all.